Alrighty, let the Instagram know that we're live. What's up, everyone joining up the stream right now? How's everybody doing today? What's up? 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 Hopefully everyone's doing good today. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? We're gonna get the debates going up here in a quick second. We are live, same accounts as yesterday. Perfect, perfect, perfect. What's up, everyone joining in the stream on YouTube and on TikTok? What's up, everyone joining in? We're going to get the debates going up here in a quick second. Let me get everything set up here on YouTube. What's up, everyone joining in? What's up, Kat? Good afternoon. How you doing? How you doing? What's up, Marion? What's up, London? What's up? What's up, Iris? What's up, A? What's up, Gabby? How you doing? Galaxy, what's up? What's up, Madden? How you doing? Cruel, what's up? What's up, Alien? How's everybody doing today? Alrighty. The news for today is that Trump gave Iran 48 hours to essentially reopen the Strait of Hormuz. They didn't. And he said he was going to strike all these energy facilities that are like civilian areas, essentially, and civilian infrastructure for energy if they didn't do this. And literally, they didn't reopen the Strait of Hormuz. And Trump is now saying that he has talked with them and that he had good negotiations with them. And they had good communications, but the Iran Foreign Ministry came out and said that they had no contact with the United States, with Washington. So I really don't know what they're talking about. And neither does Iran, apparently. So that's an interesting thing. It looks like Trump just got scared and was actually bluffing, and they called us bluff, and they were right to call us bluff. Like, it's absolutely insane. Taco Trump was welcome back. He chickened out. He chickened out from what his own statements. Surprise, he lied. We're going to get the debates going up here in a quick second. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty. Actually, you have to turn the back light on. This is live on air. And I have not turned it on. Give me one quick second. Alrighty. What's up, everyone, though? Welcome back, everyone. We're going to get the debates going up here right now. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty. Let me move myself over there a little bit. I feel like that's going to be better for TikTok, because I'm constantly sitting this way. Alrighty, you give it a quick second. Let's get this first person up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Alrighty, do give it a quick second, everyone. We're going to get the debates going in a quick second. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen as always. It'll help get it out to more people. Let's get this first person up here, everyone.
Twitch stream!
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty, do give it a quick second. Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's about you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your birth year?
2008.
1 month.
April.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Hello?
19.
What's your birth year?
September.
I mean, it sounds like you're trolling. Do you want to... How old are you, actually? The laugh is crazy. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. Let's get this next person up here. Do give it a quick second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello?
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Definitely Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
For everything he's standing for right now.
Such as?
Iran, cleaning up Iran BS.
Okay.
Cleaning up drugs, getting men out of women's restrooms and sports.
Can I tell you one thing real quick? You can't say any DRUG names, just letting you know. You have to say like M drug or F drug if you ever mention any of those. Just letting you know. So you said the Iran war, for example. Why do you support the Iran war when it's caused the...
He's doing a good job. Kamala wouldn't be doing anything
Kamala.
right now with it. Whatever her name was.
Kamala. You could just say Harris as well. I think that she wouldn't be going to war with Iran, and I think that would be better for the country.
Yeah, she'd be kissing Iran's ass right now, too.
No.
She'd be kissing Iran's ass right now.
No, that's actually what Trump's doing because they called this bluff.
No.
Yeah, actually, that's what Trump's doing because they called this bluff. He said he was going to attack them, right? If
Who
it
went
is the case that they
in
didn't
and
shut down
attacked Iran? Who went in and dropped bombs on Iran? Kamala wouldn't have even done that.
Kamala, and yeah, no shit. She would have negotiated just like
she would have done it.
Like
yeah, she'd have bent over and kissed Iran's ass.
So, Trump called Obama weak and ineffective because he was going to start war with Iran rather than
Obama
negotiate.
Didn't do a damn thing.
But he actually did negotiate with Iran and got an agreement.
He didn't do a damn thing.
Yes, he did.
Damn schizophrenic. He
Okay,
didn't know his asshole
don't
from
use
a hole
that
in the
term in
ground.
that way. Secondly, I just
He didn't know
explained
his
to you,
asshole from a hole in the ground.
Sir, I
didn't know his
just
asshole from a hole in the ground. Didn't know his asshole from a hole in the ground.
Hey, dude. Let's calm down here, okay?
No, let's get the hell out of here. Goodbye.
You're mad? Why is he crashing out? He just left? Mike, why did you run away? Like, you crashed out and ran away for no reason. I guess his cortisol levels are spiked. I'm just kidding. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, you like Diddy? Parker like...
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. What was up with that last guy? He, actually was so mad. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
It's me. I'm the real RFK. I'm ready to... We need to talk, Parker.
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 63.
You're 63, and do you support Trump?
Yes, this is RFK Jr.
No, it's not.
I have waged a war against fat, gay, pathetic kids. I made a speech.
They're clearly trolling. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Ooh, you still like Diddy?
Okay, let's go to the next individual. I don't know why they made a whole new account. Let's go to the next individual. Just give us a quick second. We've got a bunch of trolls. Watch, this is going to be Fish Girl.
Only send a guest request if you meet...
Do you see what I mean? Let's go to the next individual. Just give us a quick second, everyone. It'll take a second to get some people up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Parker, did you 1v1 Martin? I did, and then people were taking me seriously after. There was like a few comments I saw in a video like actually taking me seriously. I just tried to find any way that I could debate him. I didn't even know the topic at all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Shut up.
Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. On the TikTok screen, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, I was here yesterday, and you're still the man.
Appreciate you very much. Let's go on the next individual here quick, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
More peen TikTok battles.
Okay, so it's
35.
okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. Again, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Someone in your chat said Trump for public execution.
Let's go to the next individual, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? Hello?
Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 25.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, it's just the Biden administration had the first 2 years, they've never done anything about immigration. They controlled the Senate and the House, and nothing was done to protect immigrants. So they kind of just use it as, a way to get people to vote without doing anything.
Okay. Didn't they do a bipartisan border bill? Didn't they try to negotiate with people, conservative and Democrat, in order to be able to get something passed? And then Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine that very bill.
Yeah, but I felt that they could have done a lot more, and they didn't. And they've been doing this for a long time now. Like, the Democrats have just been using immigrants just to get support, but they're not really fulfill anything.
What could they have done?
Well, I mean, if you look at Trump, he's able to just do executive orders and just move forward. And that's kind of the mentality that you need, is that you just need to get it done.
Can you tell me what specific things they could have done to be able to get it done?
So, for example, Obama had passed this executive order, and that was for protection for, I think, the children of immigrants.
So they could have, you're talking about DACA, right? So that needed federal legislation to back that up. Congress.
Right. And
if it's just an executive order, it gets shot down by the next administration that gets there. So what Biden was trying to do was trying to get long-term legislation down. That's exactly what the bipartisan border bill was. This takes a long time to be able to get people to negotiate in Congress to be able to pass such huge legislation such as this. So to say that they should have done more means you should know specifically what they could have done more in the circumstance. Otherwise, you're just making a baseless claim and saying that they didn't do enough.
Can understand that, but for a long time they've just been using immigrants just to pass and get elected. But once
what
they're
makes
in
you think that
office,
they're using immigrants rather than saying that they want to help immigrants, and then this is inevitably speaking going to be something that is going to be restricted for them from doing because other people don't necessarily 100% agree with them, and there are limitations to getting it passed in Congress? Like, that sounds more like the likely explanation.
So you're saying when the Democrats had a majority for the Senate and the House?
Yeah, like there's still the filibuster, you know that, right? And even so, not all Democrats 100% across the board agreed. We had issues with Manchin and Sinema. I mean, that was very well known.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Appreciate your time.
So do you support Trump? Or do you actually just do you just try to have a conversation with me from a left-wing perspective?
No, I support Trump. I think that what he's doing is
able
to really uproot a lot of the Democrats, and I never agreed with people like.
Do you think Trump used the anti-war, non-interventionist individuals? Because he said no new wars and then started a new war.
I think that's just politicians. I think that's every politician, no matter.
So then why would you say that would be a reason why you wouldn't support Democrats? Because you were bringing up a reason why you don't support Democrats. But apparently you just said all politicians are this way. So that's not unique to Democrats. So what is a reason why you think Trump's preferable to Democrats?
Well, we needed someone in there to show how we can't just be having these people in office if they're having different agendas, and he's the person to have done that, since he's not necessarily like his first time around when he first ran, he was funding his campaign on his own. And I think that was able to shake up a lot of these Democrats that have been in power for a long time. People like Chuck Schumer or Nancy Pelosi. And
So are you left wing?
I am not left wing or right wing. I'm just more, I guess, you know, how things are now, they're even worse. But in terms of politics and like whether you're Republican or Democrat, I just need someone in there that will go in there and really just shake up politics.
But what does shake up politics mean?
I think for a long time,
Like
you know,
massive
like you have
legislation?
people-
Because like the Biden-Harris administration had like unprecedented levels of legislation. Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, Chips and Science Act, PACT Act, Inflation Reduction Act, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the extension to the Violence Against Women Act. So like, I mean, there are countless things that they did under the administration.
No, that's right. I guess that was kind of shit that I'm sorry, God, I'm gonna curse. That's things that I'm not aware of entirely. I'm not 100% reading about politics all the time. I only know a few things, and I guess that was like why a lot of people support Trump is because, you know, myself included, was just because we didn't know much about. Yeah, it's like one policy kind of affects us.
Okay, so then like, would you say that now that given that you don't really know what policies you stand by, that like you wouldn't have enough reason to say you support Trump?
I think me not knowing about what was going on, so much about like the Biden administration with like, they had 2 years where they had a majority of control. And I guess compared that to when Donald Trump's president, like he's able to actually
practically every metric has
move
got
things
worse
forward.
since Trump's got in office. What metrics got better off?
No, you're right. You're right, man. All right, take care. Later.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. On the TikTok screen, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Try to get this next individual up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. Let's get the next individual up here. Municipality. You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Let's get this next person up here.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to join. If I love you so much.
You're good. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I love you.
Let's go to the next individual, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What did it say?
How old are you?
2006, 20.
I'm sorry, no way. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, it's just the same person. Let's go to the next individual. Only do you send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Stop, you fucking twig, liberal.
Do you support Trump?
Shut up, dork.
Do you support Trump?
Shut the fuck up.
How old are you?
Why? Fucking dork.
You're mad. Do you want to tell me how old you are?
I'm 18, bro. Leave me alone, you fucking
What's your birth year?
steak. Fuck up.
Okay. Hope that made you feel better. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
What's your birth year?
06.
What month?
June. I was born June 16th.
I'm sorry, no way. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay. We're getting a lot of trolls right now, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Let's go to the next individual, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you
May
support Trump?
25th, 2007. Huh?
Do you support Trump?
No, fuck Trump.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Okay, let's go to the next individual, everybody. This is taking a while, chat. Do give it a quick second, everyone. Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up, man?
Do you support
I'm 22.
Trump?
Yes.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Not even close. We're going Trump.
Okay. And what was your birth year?
2004.
And how old are you?
22.
Okay, what month were you born?
March.
Okay. What day?
15th.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, obviously immigration. You were mentioning with another guy before, what could Biden have done differently without the legislation that was passed? Trump didn't pass any legislation, and illegal immigration decreased by over 90%.
So I think that's short-term legislation, not something that address things in the long term, and also it doesn't address the fact that we need to make the legal process go quicker. So making it less safe for people to come to the country undocumented doesn't necessarily make the legal process better, and doesn't make conditions for immigration better overall. So I would argue that's actually a problem. Not only that, but also we've seen decreases in tourism and decreases in the amount of people that want to come here. So there's broader.
I don't think that's
about
anything
that as well.
significant.
It is.
But you can't say that it's just more dangerous. He's making immigration more dangerous without saying how. Now, you're addressing the short-term problem. Yes, this doesn't do long-term, but when we had that kind of mass migration problem under Biden, you have to do something short-term, which he absolutely refused to do, basically. He only went after that border legislation that didn't pass, which, again, that would have been good for the long-term maybe, but it didn't help the short-term problems.
So, although you could have said that they could have done the executive order that they inevitably did in 2024 a little bit earlier, that still doesn't dispute the fact that they were trying to get legislation. Trump tried to undermine the legislation, along with the fact that Trump didn't do his Remain in Mexico and immigration policies in his first administration until the very end. So why didn't he do it right away?
One more time?
Why didn't Trump do it right away in his first term?
Do what, remain in Mexico?
Yeah, and like the rest of his immigration policies, because there was almost double in encounters and immigration crossings at the border, right, under Trump's administration, prior to him implementing those policies.
I don't know exact numbers. I couldn't tell if that's BS or not. All I could say is at least he did something. Biden didn't do anything. So, and
Biden
you have to look
did
at
do
the end
something
result.
actually earlier. Biden did do something actually earlier than Trump. according to the administration.
Yeah, but it didn't work too well.
It did. 2024, like the border crossings were lower than the last year under Trump's administration.
Parker,
Like when
in order
Biden
to make
inherited
this
it
argument,
from him in 2021.
in order to make this argument, you have to be denying the most basic facts. One, that Trump didn't decrease the border crossings by 90%, which he obviously did, and he obviously shut down immigration way more.
Yeah, in his second administration.
And he didn't do anything.
But I don't necessarily think that that's caused any benefit on our society.
The first one?
What benefit has that caused on our society overall? How have we materially benefited?
First off, there's no way to judge that in 1 year, but less illegal immigration is obviously a good thing. How is it not?
Okay. Well, you're not telling me the material benefit. You're just saying, how is it not a material benefit? Well, explain. What's the material benefit?
Like I mentioned, there's no way to judge a material benefit in 1 year
you have no
term.
Clue? So then why are you arguing to do this if you don't know any way in which it's going to positively impact the society that we live in?
I didn't say that again. I said illegal immigration is obviously bad, and he put a stop to it. Now, I said I don't know exact crime statistics, but that crime statistics have gone way down since he went in.
Okay,
so
so
you could
has he
point
caused
at
that
and say, hey, that's something good that came out of it.
That has nothing to do with the immigration, because immigrants in the country.
Who caused it?
Yeah, I'll tell you.
You have to give credit to the president, whoever it is.
No,
so let's just say Biden
you don't
cut down
give
90%. Yes,
no, you don't. That makes no sense. You give the president doesn't have to do with the murder rate of the nation. I don't know what you're talking about.
You could say the same thing for the economy then. Then you could say, oh, you can't give Biden credit for the economy. Yes, it is, because it's under him. So who else are you going to give credit to?
Well, it depends on whether or not they engaged in action that could have caused this.
What? What do you mean?
It depends on whether or not they could have engaged in an action that would have led to this happening. Unless you can point to the fact that they've engaged in an action that led to this, why are you saying it's their fault? Because to me, it doesn't seem like it would be something caused directly by the president of the United States, like the murder rate of the nation. I don't think that's going to be a relevant point, especially when undocumented immigrants commit multiple times lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country compared to natural born U.S. citizens. Only 5% of those detained by ICE have actually committed a violent offense.
In the number, they definitely commit less crimes by numbers because they're way less of the population. But when you look at proportionate, I don't think that's
per capita is taking into account population, buddy.
I didn't know it was per capita what you were saying, but I'll take your word for it. Now, here's the thing you got to mention. I don't care about who does more crimes or more crimes. These people shouldn't be in the country in the first place. So when they murder someone, it's something you could point to and say, obviously it's a very emotional argument. You could say this specific case was because of Biden, because he entered the border in 2022. I don't 100% agree with that. That's what I'm saying. But you got to
That's not a good argument. So give me what you think is a good argument.
I'm sorry, I lost you for one second. I kind of forgot where we're at. Where are we at again?
Give me what you think is a good argument. You just said the argument you were giving you don't actually hold to. So can you give me an argument that you think is good?
I'm saying the argument that other people are using, but I kind of lost my train of thought there.
Okay.
I'm giving you the argument. I kind of forgot the question. What am I arguing? What's the argument for exactly for this question?
Yeah, I was saying undocumented immigrants commit multiple times lower rates, per capita rates of violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country compared to natural born U.S. citizens.
I answered that. I said that that's not the most important thing. The thing is, when you look at a case like Lake and Riley, for example, and you could point to an illegal immigrant that happened whenever that happened, my point is they shouldn't have been in the country to do this crime. Point. Now you could say, oh yeah, American citizens commit more crimes. On average, yeah, but they're American citizens. They're supposed to be here. You're making the argument, that since illegal immigrants commit less crimes per capita, that we should let them in. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying people who haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime should be given a pathway to citizenship so that we can focus on people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes to a greater extent. I think that we have more of an ability to address the violent individuals that have actually done bad things if we're not focusing on people who are just coming here for a better life. So make the legal process go quicker and provide mass amnesty for undocumented immigrants who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes. I still do want to focus on the people that are actually a threat to the safety and security of our communities. I think that's a legitimate concern.
Good. So that's something we could agree on, but What's your point exactly? We agree on that.
If you agree with me there, then you agree more with the Democrats. Democrats just want to make the legal process go quicker, right?
No, because
Kamala Harris still wanted to criminalize undocumented entry.
Can you tell me? Hang on, Parker. Hang on, Parker. Is Donald Trump arguing against having a quicker pathway to citizenship? No, he's arguing. He
hasn't argued in favor of it.
Out of the country. Everyone agrees. Everyone agrees on that stuff, though. Everyone agrees on, let's get an easier pathway to citizenship.
Otherwise, then we'd be able to get legislation for it.
The criminals, everyone agrees with that.
No, they don't. Otherwise, we'd be able to get legislation for it.
Again, we just said we didn't do. There wasn't any legislation. This was an executive order that you could look at the numbers of what they're going after, and you could say, hey, they are mainly targeting criminals. Yes, other people are going too because they broke the law. When you break the law to enter the country, it is in the Constitution. Who did this more? But a very important thing, I'm sure you've heard this point before. Barack Obama, he deported more than Donald Trump. What was the difference between Donald Trump's immigration policy and Barack Obama's?
Not on a yearly basis. Actually, Trump has deported more on a yearly basis in his second administration. Plus, he has literally also violated people's due process rights.
That's a yearly basis, but we're looking in total here.
Listen, buddy.
And even if you take in year-to-year basis, it's still relatively close.
Please listen. He also has violated due process to a greater extent, right? Due process rights. I think that's incredibly important to follow the law when deporting people. If you want people coming in the country to follow the law when coming to our country Can you please let me finish? Yeah. He allowed for ICE to literally violate people's
cases.
Yeah, I'm telling you right now. How about you have some patience? Is that okay? So
I'm trying, but you're taking a long time to get to it.
Because you're cutting me off. He's allowed for ICE to violate people's Fourth Amendment rights, to not use a judicial warrant to search and seize, right, which is in violation of people's Fourth Amendment rights.
And you're saying that didn't happen under Obama?
Fifth Amendment rights, I apologize. Sorry, what you're saying?
And it didn't happen under Obama?
No.
That's full of shit.
We can also point to the expansion of expedited removal under Trump's administration as compared to Obama.
Perfect. That's great. We should be expedited removal. These people, by the way,
violating people's due process rights.
Yeah, we're talking about due process right now. Most of these people who have been deported have exhausted all their legal things. They've missed court dates. They've missed their hearings.
They're going after people going to their court dates. You're wrong.
Okay. Maybe there's been cases like that, but it's not happening in a major number. Now,
yes, it is.
Now, if you point out cases to me, I could say, hey, they're wrong for that. They're wrong for that. ICE makes mistakes. Police make mistakes. Everyone does. Now, you're not actually pointing to specific cases. Again, you haven't mentioned a single one. You're just saying
because if I mention the specific cases, you're going to say that's not representative of everything overall. So it's not relevant for me to bring up every single specific individual case.
Fine.
Because the fact that you're not going to say it's a general trend overall. Like for example,
give me one. Give me one.
Like, for example, if I reference specifically, like, Mahmoud Khalil's, whose due process rights were violated specifically, who's a legal permanent resident, right, where specifically just because he was engaging in pro-Palestinian advocacy, he was held, right, for over 100 days without due process.
Parker, you can't lie like that. Are you saying Mahmoud Khalil didn't incite a riot at Columbia University?
Nope, he wasn't charged.
You're wrong.
What was he charged for?
That's a fact.
What was he charged for?
I don't think they wanted to charge him. They wanted to deport him.
Okay, so if he wasn't,
why would you waste?
Did they end up removing him from the country? So even the Trump administration didn't find a legitimate basis. So even the Trump administration didn't find legitimate basis to do that. And by the way, you can't just remove legal permanent residents from the country because they engage in a certain type of advocacy that you don't like. Plus, Donald Trump pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers. So explain to me why he's okay with pardoning violent rioters who beat police officers, but for some reason Mahmoud Khalil needs to be removed from the country.
It's obviously not, and it's obviously not good to pardon people who assaulted police officers. I know you're referring to January 6th, but mention the specific person. And also, the main reason for pardoning, you got to remember, this was a campaign promise for Donald Trump. On day one, he said, I will pardon the January 6th prisoners. And that's another thing why I support him. He actually kept most of his promises. Obviously not everything.
No new wars.
Because of Senate.
Repeal and replace the ACA, build the wall, and make Mexico pay for it.
Build the wall. He obviously built sections of it.
He's going to release all the Epstein files. He's going to bring down your gas and grocery prices. He's going to bring housing prices down. What's that?
You going to let me talk? You just made 8 points. Now I have to counter 8 specific things. So you mentioned, yeah, that's the point. It's not a debate style when you just rattle off points, and I can't obviously answer all of them.
I mean,
So
you're not
let's
going to be able to
start with the
respond to
wall.
any of them anyway. So go ahead, try.
I will. But yeah, you're gonna have to remind me on some of them. So building the wall. He built the most sections of the wall than anyone else. He obviously didn't get it completely done. The making Mexico paid for it. Obviously, they didn't pay him directly. He'll argue that in some sort of tariffs they paid for it. I don't care about that as long as it gets up.
They don't pay the tariffs. That's
Now,
not how tariffs work.
I don't care. Wait, you didn't pay tariffs?
No, American businesses pay the taxes.
Mexico didn't pay tariffs?
No. Well, American businesses importing the product pay that tax, and they pass it down mostly onto the consumer.
All right, now you're getting into a tariff discussion, which I could be totally honest, I don't know anything about. But you made 8 other points that I have to do. You said that, yeah, we're saying you gave me a whole list of promises he didn't do. Can you name me a few more so I can counter them?
Yeah, did he release the Epstein files?
He released 3 million Epstein files. That's 3 million more than any other president. He
didn't release all of the Epstein files when legally obligated to do so. They've purposefully
and he's in the process.
the release of these files. They've redacted co-conspirators' names. They've redacted Donald Trump's name countless times. Yeah,
First off, they don't need to redact Donald Trump's name. Everyone knows he's in there, like God knows how many times. So it's not really hiding anything if everyone knows he's there. Now
they've explicitly hid interviews associated with allegations targeted towards Trump.
I don't believe that's true. I remember seeing a video on this. I can't speak to that because I have no idea. But he did release almost all the Epstein files, and they're still in the process of being released.
Nope, they said they're done.
Did they?
Yep.
That's news to me, but 3 million
and then
Epstein
he started
files,
a war with Iran to get us to stop talking about the Epstein files.
This is the main one I want to do. So you said he promised no new wars. That is incorrect. He has been promising for 40 years he would take action on Iran. What he did say was no more long, drawn-out, stupid wars. Now, if this goes past a few months, I will agree with you.
Watch this. You're just objectively speaking.
Oh, you're gonna do the Obama thing. You're gonna do the Obama thing.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
If I have no more wars, I'm going to keep you out of wars. I kept you out of wars. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. We don't need the wars. I will end the chaos in the Middle East. I will prevent World War III. We will expel the warmongers from our government. I will restore peace. Look at his rhetoric. I said, no, my rhetoric's going to keep us out of wars. We're ending wars all over this planet. Under Trump, we will have no more wars. I'm going to keep you out of wars. I kept you out of wars. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. We don't need the wars. I will end the chaos in the Middle East. I will prevent World War III. We will expel the warmongers from our government.
Yeah, how do you sit there and say that he didn't say no new wars when I can play that?
Okay. Well, that is true. He technically said that. But if you look at earlier statements through the 1980s, the 90s, even now, he has always stated Iran is a threat. Now, if you want to argue against Iran, you're an idiot.
Do you want to hear what he used to say? If you want to make this argument, this is what he used to say. Now, this is where you're going to hear the Obama thing.
Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective. So the only way he figures that he's going to get reelected, and as sure as you're sitting there, is to start a war with Iran.
Yeah, okay. That's a brutal.
Like I mentioned, I heard that one many times, and I explained. He is specifically. First off, you gotta keep in mind campaign promises. What you're saying on a campaign trail. Trump said, "Hey, I'm magically gonna end the Russia war in 24 hours."
Oh, you gave us another one.
No. Yeah, yeah, but that's not a real campaign promise. Anyone who believed that was an idiot. Now, on a
has he ended the Russia-Ukraine war?
What do you think? Obviously, no.
No, he hasn't. So let me clarify. We've mentioned multiple campaign promises that he has absolutely lied about. You even said multiple of his campaign promises that if anyone believed that, they're an idiot.
Well, first off, like I mentioned, obviously
he's gonna get rid of income tax. He's gonna replace it with tariffs. Everybody, look at that. Those tariffs are gonna be the only things. The tariffs are paid by the foreign countries. Actually, gas prices are going down. Grocery prices are going down. Everybody, housing prices are going down.
That's a solid impression, but that doesn't really prove the saying anything. What I'm
Do I
trying
need to
say
keep
very
going?
simple
I
is
can
this.
mention a million things that he promised that he didn't follow through with. You actually legitimately think he's following through with his campaign promises?
Let me talk for 30 seconds. Holy shit, bro. Okay,
Karen
very
David
simple.
Galaxy.
As I mentioned up front, yes, he has not delivered on all his campaign promises. That is literally impossible to do. You cannot fulfill all your campaign promises because most of them will require Senate. Most of them will require Congress. You can't push everything. Now, if you look at most of his campaign promises, they were done. Yes, there's 5, 10 of them, maybe even more, but the majority of them have been done. And the ones that haven't been done yet, he's actually tried to he's tried to do and failed, which happens.
Okay. Can you mention the promises that he has fulfilled?
All right, I mentioned the January 6th one. I mentioned the low. Actually, I didn't mention it, but obviously the bringing down inflation. They've been going up recently, but it's still lower.
Inflation. Wait, I'm sorry. Inflation's definitely going up. The Strait of Hormuz closed. You can't tell me that inflation's going to stay down with the Strait of Hormuz closed. Are you serious? You have no clue what you're talking about. We don't even have the inflation from March yet, and you're going to sit there and claim that inflation is down? I promise you, inflation will be higher than 3%.
Parker, today.
You want to bet? Wait, do you want to bet? I bet you when we get the inflation report for March, we're going to have over 3%.
Maybe I have no idea, but as of today,
you want to bet?
Inflation is lower than when Biden stepped off. Yeah, what do you want to bet?
Okay. Would you want to bet that it would be above 3%?
Possibly. I got to look to see everything. But the one thing you still haven't, I still haven't even got my point out yet, is when Biden exited office to when Trump took office, and you're telling me inflation didn't go down?
So at this point, inflation has gone from 3% to it was 2.4% for the month prior to March, which now it's definitely gone higher than 3%.
Yeah,
but the point that you're trying to make of it went down or inflation went down. What you're not understanding is that it would have gone down to a greater extent given that Democrats were in office, weren't imposing the particular inflationary tariffs, right? So that's a big issue.
How's it going to go down? You can't.
Tariffs.
You can't just say one word tariffs and say that's your answer.
Yeah, it is an answer. Tariffs cause prices.
No, it's not.
Tariffs cause prices to go up. If tariffs were not implemented, prices would not have much upward pressure. So we'd be able to bring down interest rates, stimulate investment to a greater extent in our economy. We'd see higher job growth.
Okay, so question. Right now, obviously gas.
You're going away from your microphone. I can barely hear you.
Energy didn't go down.
I can barely hear you right now. You're away from your microphone.
Yeah, all these prices went down. Yeah, they're going up now. I'm on AirPods. You hear me better?
I hear you better now.
You hear me better?
Yeah.
Yeah, so as I was saying, a lot of the prices have gone down. It's obviously very important to see how the Strait of Hormuz thing works out. Because
you don't know what you're talking about. Inflation going down is not prices going down. That means the rate of price increase has gone down.
Did I say, well, first off, I said inflation went down one thing, and then I said prices went down for a lot of things. Electric, gas, eggs, milk, a whole bunch of
electric
other
has
stuff
gone up.
That besides
gas
inflation.
has gone up. I just want to let you know that. We already know that.
Gas has gone up since the recency of the Iran war.
Yeah,
like I mentioned, again, you just skip over you just skip over that part. Now you have to argue this is a separate thing because there's another reason why. You skipped over that. I said because of the Iran war, which is a necessity, by the way, which is another reason why I support.
It's not a necessity.
It's a necessity.
No, it's not.
It's a necessity.
No, it's not.
There's one question you have to ask. There's one question to know if it's a necessity or not. Does Iran have the capability to make nukes? We know they have 60% enriched uranium. What are you going to do?
Not at the current moment. Apparently, according to your own reports, that we literally got rid of their nuclear.
What do you mean my own reports? What does that even mean?
I'm sorry, your own Trump administration, right? We had got rid of their ability to produce nuclear weapons 6 months ago, right? Meaning that there is no reason we had to go to war based upon the idea of nuclear weapons. Because, again, they were not even building up any nuclear enrichment facilities, according to Tulsi Gabbard and the U.S. intelligence.
Okay, now you're twisting it again. You're saying that Trump said he destroyed their ability, right? No, he obviously didn't. He severely degraded it. Would be a better word. They still have the materials under the rubble of Natanz, of Isfahan, of Fordo. It is still there if they could actually get under there.
So
now,
it
that
was
material
unsuccessful?
is 60% enriched uranium. No, it was very successful.
So if it was
very successful, it's like I said,
and they haven't even produced any more enriched uranium, if they haven't even done that to a greater extent, explain to me how you're going to say that there was an imminent threat of them building and using nuclear weapons.
For some reason, you like selectively hear words that you only want to hear. Very simple. One, it was a success, the bombing in June, because it severely degraded their nuclear facilities. Two, that the fact still remains, they still have access to some of these materials. And three, we know that these materials are 60% enriched uranium. So I think the max
have they used that to produce nuclear weapons? Have they been producing them? According to U.S. intelligence.
No, because they can't.
So if
but they have the intent
they can't.
to do it. If they
they can't. You just said that they can't. You just conceded. Nice concession, buddy. So given that you say that they can't.
No, I said they
then
can't.
Why are you saying that we were under
I said they
imminent...
can't right now.
So why are you saying this is necessary and we were under an imminent threat of serious of them dropping a nuclear weapon?
Well, sure. Very simple. They have the intent. Again, the max nuclear use for really civilian purposes is 3%. It's confirmed. We're not even arguing that they at least had at some point 60% enriched uranium. All right? We're not arguing
enough
that.
to be weapons grade yet.
How would you, first off, Steve Witkoff, I believe it was, said that they admitted to him in a meeting. I don't know if that's true, but let's just say that they have enough for a nuclear weapon, which they definitely do. They have huge amounts of nuclear supplies.
They don't.
Now,
That's
we know
not
it's
weapons
60...
grade.
Shut up, Parker.
I'm sorry that facts hurt your feelings.
Facts don't hurt my feelings.
It sounds like they do.
When you can't let me finish a sentence. No, fine. But what I'm saying is they definitely have or had 60% enriched uranium. Tell me, why do they need that unless they're planning to build a nuclear weapon?
They could be using it for nuclear energy. But it tells us right now that they don't have...
I believe the max use for civilian use
you don't want me to cut you off, and then you're cutting me off. Awesome.
Go for it.
So again, the point is that they're not weapons grade yet. So we're not under an imminent threat of them dropping a nuke on us. Okay.
Okay. Now you're twisting it. You didn't answer the question. Why would they have 60% uranium if they are not trying to build a nuclear weapon? The max civilian use is, I believe, I'm not sure the exact number. You can fact check me on that, but I believe it's 3% or something to that effect. There's no reason to make 60% enriched. There's no reason to make 60% enriched uranium.
I could say that their goal after Obama or after Trump left the JCPOA was to build a nuclear weapon because of the fact that Trump pulled out of the JCPOA. But what you're not understanding is that has changed since they were bombed. According to Tulsi Gabbard and U.S. intelligence, they were not building anymore at that particular time. So we're not under an imminent threat of them doing this right now. Plus, what prevents you from just striking those facilities? Seriously, what prevents you from doing that? Why do you have to go to full-scale war with him, or with Iran, rather than specifically just striking those facilities again?
Again, that striking facilities doesn't do much to stop the plan of building the 60%. Now, very important.
Unsuccessful, then.
No,
it was unsuccessful.
Severely damaged, not completely destroyed.
But you said that it was the goal was unsuccessful, though. Like, even if you achieved the goal, that we would be unsuccessful. Even if we completely destroyed the nuclear enrichment facilities. You said it would be unsuccessful because they can just... Okay. So then what is success?
I didn't say that. Yeah. Success to me is there's obviously multiple factors. One is Iran doesn't have the capability now or in the future to build it. That's very important because we know they're trying to.
Okay,
maybe
then it wasn't
right
a
now
success
they can't do
because
it.
it didn't prevent them from doing so at any point in the future.
Well, it was a success that didn't happen 6 months ago. You got to keep in mind.
So what does success mean to you?
To happening. You want to let me finish before interrupting?
They weren't close. They weren't close to happening recently because again they were 60%. There was no evidence, U.S. intelligence, that they were going to be striking. Going to be building up that enrichment percentage.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe that's 90% to be fully enriched, but to get from 60 to 90 is a much shorter process from getting, obviously, from
Do you know
the
how short that
civilian
process
use, like
is?
3% to 60%.
Are you familiar
I
with how
do not
short
know
that
exactly.
process?
I'm not. I
So
am.
then, how are you
I
going to
am
make
not
a
a nuclear
determination that we were
scientist.
under an imminent risk?
Cause you like, there's a separate thing. You are changing the definition of imminent risk.
No, I'm
Now,
not.
here's a
You
question. Time. Let's just say a guy's coming to your house with a gun. Do you have to wait for him to enter the house to kill him? Or if you have a chance, do you take him before he even enters the house? That's what we have right now. We have Iran who doesn't
There was no
have
evidence that
yeah.
Iran was going to attack the United States. U.S. intelligence did not indicate that they were going to attack the United States. When someone's coming with a gun to your house and they're coming to attack you, that's intelligence that they're going to attack you. Okay? There was no intelligence that Iran was going to attack the United States of America.
I have a question. Why do they, if they don't want to attack America, why do they yell all day, "Death to America"? Because they don't want to bomb us?
So the people do specifically say "Death to America" because of our relationship with the state of Israel. So how about we stop having such a relationship with the state of Israel and fighting wars on their behalf and spending trillions of dollars on forever wars in the Middle East on behalf of the state of Israel, right? And maybe we wouldn't be so hated around the entire world, where countries around the world would be saying things like that.
You said we're fighting forever wars to Israel. I know Israel's a whole nother subject I would actually love to get into. I don't know if you have the time. But they've attacked many American soldiers. They've funded Hezbollah, who did the embassy attack in Lebanon. They have attacked American soldiers. They have already done this. They've kidnapped Americans.
Because of our association with the state of Israel. If we stopped supporting and defending the state of Israel, I don't think that we'd have as many foreign adversaries on our books.
So now what you're saying is they're a threat to America, but only because of Israel.
I'm saying that both Iran and Israel are a threat to U.S. security, and I think that if we cut off Israel, then Iran will cease to be a threat to the state, to the U.S. in general.
Okay, here's another question. Let's just say you had to get rid of one of them. One of the regimes completely collapses. Which one are you choosing?
What? Are you saying either Israel or Iran? I have to pick one?
Yeah, I mean, listen,
I disagree with both of them.
I'll be honest. No, I'm saying one of the regimes falls tomorrow. Which one are you picking? This is not really on topic.
What do I pick?
Side question.
Oh,
I know you're not.
Oh, Israel, for sure.
Okay.
I think that would have long-term, very
that.
positive impacts for stability around the entire world.
Wait. You would.
But may both fall. But may both fall.
The Iran?
But let me be clear. May both fall.
Listen, I'm a big fan of Israel. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm Jewish.
Course.
I don't really. Yeah,
I was saying a fan to Israel about the prior things,
Yeah.
not in relation to anything about you being Jewish. I just want to clarify that real quick.
Okay, yeah, no worries. I'm butthurt about that. I don't care about that stuff. But
well, I just
all
want
I'm
to
saying
clarify.
is, yeah, I'm a fan. Yeah, it's all good. No worries. In my opinion, I know we're really veering off the Donald Trump topic, but Israel is. I know you're obviously going to scoff at this, but they're a very beneficial ally.
No, I think it's actually like an incredibly bad relationship with the U.S. Destabilizes our relations around the world. And again, your whole reason why you think that it was necessary to go to war with Iran is because of our relationship with Israel. Well, if we don't have a relationship with Israel,
No, I did not.
It's not necessary
I
to go to
don't
war
remember
with
saying
Iran.
that. I did not.
That's essentially what the
did not make the
conversation
argument
boiled
once
down
that
to. If
America
you'd like
should
to
go to war with
clarify
Iran.
your position, then
That's
you can.
Sure. This has nothing to do with Israel. Obviously, Iran is a threat to Israel, but that's a completely separate thing. They're also a threat to America, as they have proved time and time again.
Not alone. Only in conjunction with Israel.
So the 1979 hostages, that was also Israel's fault, or was that Iran's?
I do think our involvement in the Middle East and specifically support of the state of Israel is what leads to that. If we stopped involving ourselves in the Middle East, right, and we stopped specifically supporting the state of Israel, I don't see why they would think that anymore.
That's your problem. You don't understand the full thing. You could just boil that down and say, hey, it's all Israel's fault. They hate us because of Israel. These people.
I mean, yeah, it's a very big reason.
These people have hated Western
You're going
values
further away from your
before
microphone, bro.
Israel existed. Yeah, but these people have hated Western values before Israel even existed. Obviously not Iran.
I actually don't agree with you. So What evidence do you have of that? That they were going to attack the United States prior to that?
The most known thing in the world.
What evidence do you have of that?
Again, you got to stop twisting my words. I didn't say they were going to attack United States. I said they've hated Western values before Israel.
Okay,
Yeah, I said
there's a big distinction between being against Western values.
Before the Israel even existed.
Big distinction between being against Western values and saying that you want death to America, right?
Not a very big leap for radical extremists.
There's a very big distinction. I just want to clarify.
Yeah, but you like I said, you were putting words in my mouth like that. Like I said, they were going to attack them before Israel existed. Again, I didn't say that. That's exactly what you just said.
That's what you were trying to make it seem like. So why are they attacking the United States? Well, it's not because of the fact that we just alone existed for no reason, right? It's going to be because of our involvement, military involvement all around the world, and involvement with the state of Israel.
Okay. Also, another thing on the imminent threat, not even involving nuclear bombs. Do you remember a couple weeks ago, the foreign minister for Iran, Abbas Araghchi is his name, he said that Iran doesn't have the capability to hit any Western countries, any European countries, and then you saw what happened. They fired at Diego Garcia, and obviously that's like about 2,500 miles away from Iran. So they have the capability to hit Western. They are working on capability of getting even longer range missiles. Are you going to say that that's not an imminent threat? Missiles?
Yeah, it's not.
Missiles aren't an imminent threat.
No, their capacity to shoot missiles that far is not an imminent threat. Like, for example, under your view, then there's an imminent threat with China and Russia, right?
There 100% is. They're literally our biggest stuff.
So, like, you say imminent
100%.
threat means it's necessary to go to war. Okay, well then, if that's your view,
no, because that would be World War III. That would be World War III. But technically, if China they have the capability, they won't use it against us because they know obviously it's World War III. Now Iran doesn't have that to lose. They are led by extremists who think that they're past to heaven if they die. So they don't have the same worries as these more normal countries. You could say the same thing for Christians,
or any religious person.
I'm Jewish, and that's definitely another thing you could say about Judaism.
You're not gonna go to heaven?
No. Specifically, martyrdom equals heaven. So when they join up groups like Hamas, they believe that.
I think that that's specifically going to be certain interpretations of Islam. Not all Muslims hold to that interpretation. The same way that there are certain extremist interpretations of Christianity, and you're not going to posit that every Christian should be viewed the same as those extremist interpretations of Christianity.
Of course, yeah, I didn't argue for that. I specifically referred to extremists.
Yeah,
which is what Iran is, at least the government of it.
I'm not disputing you there, but what you're not understanding is that there was no evidence that they were going to strike the United States. Absolutely none. There was no reason we needed to go to war with them at all. You're just manufacturing this reason in your head to try to justify the behavior that Trump's engaging in, trying to act like it was necessary. But this would not have happened if Trump were not in office.
But I don't know how you come to that, but that's a whole other...
You're getting further away from your mic again.
The imminent threat thing is Sorry, I'm literally on the thing, but the imminent threat thing is the most important thing. You say I have no evidence of an imminent threat. I just pointed out to you the missile range capacity that they're.
That's not evidence. That's evidence of an imminent threat. I don't think that's a good argument.
It's also how they're literally trying to step up their capabilities to reach much farther locations. How is that not an imminent threat? Not just to us, but our European allies.
I don't think any country having the ability to be able,
we could look into.
I don't think any country having the ability to strike missiles right towards the United States means that they're going to do so. And right now, they're more likely to do so if we're at war with them, right? If they have these capacities, then why are we striking them to then increase the likelihood that they're going to strike us?
Well, that's the thing. They won't be able to produce these missiles while we're bombing their capabilities the way we are.
Okay, so you're saying that.
But
by the way, you said that they already have them. Obviously, you said that they already have them. So the point that you then make is that if they already had them, why were they not using it prior?
Parker, there's a thing called comprehension. You got to listen. I said they have missiles that can go at least 2,500. You obviously didn't, because I said they have missiles.
You said it goes into the west, so why didn't they already use them?
You didn't let me finish. First off, they fired a Diego Garcia. That is that.
Yeah, you're not
is a
listening.
base in
I'm
the
saying
Indian Ocean.
prior to us
That is-
attacking. I'm saying prior to us attacking. You're not listening. Comprehension.
Well, they still haven't done it at this point. Yeah, that's not the point. The point is they have the capability and they have the desire to do it. And how I would say, how do I prove that? They listen to their own words.
They already
Death
had
to
the
America,
capability. They
death
already
to
had the
Israel.
desire under your view. Why didn't they do it prior to us attacking?
Again, you're not listening. They don't have the capability to hit America. Now,
I'm not saying
why would they
did.
bomb
You're
Europe?
not listening. You said the West.
Okay.
You said the West. You said
Now,
why would they bomb
right
Europe?
now-
Wait. Did you just ask that question?
Okay.
Why would they bomb Europe? Answer that question. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I'm going to answer that right now if you would have let me finish. They wouldn't bomb Europe right now because.
Okay.
why
So
would they
by the way,
wanna
not
add more
under
people
imminent
in-
threat. By the way, he just conceded. They wouldn't
No,
do it right
I said
now.
Europe.
Means not
I
under
said-
imminent threat.
Did you not? Again? Did you not hear? I said Europe. You know what that means? Europe.
I
Yeah,
understand.
you have to separate
but
what I'm
that's
saying.
that's who they
You have
had
to separate what I'm
capacity to
saying.
hit, right, in the West. That's who you're saying they had capacity to hit in the West.
Yes, they have the capacity.
So what
to
you've
hit
just conceded now is
most
that there was
European
not an
countries.
imminent threat because of the fact that they were not going
No.
to strike right now. You just conceded. Thank you very much.
No.
You didn't
No,
even
I
realize.
didn't. I said Europe.
You did.
Again, I said Europe.
Still doesn't realize.
Dumbass. But
Yeah,
listen,
Europe is one of our
no,
allies. You're not
look-
listening. Europe and NATO. You're
Yes,
not listening.
I understand that. Yes, I understand. You want to let me finish?
Go ahead, try.
Sure. Right now, they have.
That was rage bait, man. That was rage bait.
That's one point. Second point, they are working on.
I didn't hear your first
capacity
point because I
to get-
muted you to troll you.
Oh, no worries. Okay, first point was obviously they have the capacity in Europe. We've been through that. Second is they are working on the capacity to get long-range missiles that can reach America. Second is the imminent threat thing. First off, they've already countless times murdered our soldiers, kidnapped our people, built roadside bombs, funded Hezbollah, funded Hamas, funded
Still
Houthis.
not an
All of
imminent
these
threat.
are-
Can you define imminent?
Oh, imminent means right away.
Okay, so they weren't right away going to attack the United States. Therefore, we were not under imminent threat. They weren't right away going to attack Europe or any of our allies. Therefore, we were not under an imminent threat.
Yeah,
Thank you for conceding.
Yeah, sure. Let me finish my point. No, I still didn't concede. I know you keep saying
you
that
have,
to try
you
to
have.
rage bait, but no one's conceding anything. You're just twisting.
You
words
have
like you've
already
done.
conceded.
Now,
And I'm going to declare victory right now. Austin, thank you so much for the $20.
Of course-
Thank you so much on YouTube
of
Super
course
Chat.
you
I really
will.
appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for them in the
Yo.
comment section right now. Thank you so much, Austin, for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. I really appreciate it. Give me some W's for them in the comment section, of course. Thank you so much. Garrett, thank you for the $10. By the way, they just left. No way the rage bait worked. Tina, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Give me some W's for them in the comment section right now. Xander, thank you for the $100. Thank you so much. No, I have not brought back the mustache, but maybe sometime in the future. Well, thank you so much, Xander. Give me some W's for Xander in the comment section right now. Thank you for the $100 fucking dollars on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
19.
How old are you?
Hear me? 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your birth year?
2007.
Okay, what month?
January.
And why do you support Trump?
Me.
You cut out. You swiped out of the app.
Policies.
You keep cutting out.
Mainly because of his conservative policies like abortion and just also traditional ideas.
Okay. What traditional ideas?
Example.
You keep swiping out of the app. I can't hear you.
Abortion.
You just repeated the same thing twice then? Okay. Alrighty. What's wrong with abortion?
I don't think it's justified to kill a fetus in the womb.
What do you mean by traditional? By traditional, do you mean like ideals that have been held like since the 70s, for example?
No, I mean ideas that we don't have like a proven reason why these new ideas should work and bring them up. For example, like climate change. I don't think it's proven that if we if we cut down on get
Yes, it is. Oh my
fuel,
God. Wait, you don't believe a consensus formed by 99% of climate scientists?
no, it does. But let's say, for example, you have a forest fire, it could, like undo like 50 years of just all your cars, gas cars.
So do you accept a determination from 99% of climate scientists that indicate that climate change is caused by humans and increases global temperatures?
No, it could increase global temperatures, but I don't
No,
think
not
the
could,
solutions
is.
are okay. I don't think it's 100% proven.
It
I'd have to look
is.
more into it. I don't have evidence of it, but is it proven? I have a question to you. Is it proven that our solutions are gonna drastically reduce more than the problems we would get by using the solutions?
Yeah, but it takes time to specifically transition to these different types of models. We're saying we're not going to transition right away. That's not the goal we're trying to say. We're saying that over time, it's something that we need to address by transitioning over to different types of energy production.
You think, but is it proven that those type of energy production
So
over time?
my point is that we do what we can, right? So whatever is proven for the time in terms of being able to transfer is what we should do in terms of what's effective. So that right now that includes investing into renewable energy production, the technology associated with it, right? Investing into nuclear, right? So wind, solar, nuclear, right? Things like that, right? In the short term, right? And exceeding into the long run as well. That's what I would like to invest upon, alongside the other things that are enlisted in the Inflation Reduction Act.
Yeah, but what if doing what you can, the solutions are far worse for humanity than like anything that good that they'll
I don't
do?
see how how it would be more costly. I think a lot of the evidence I have seen has indicated that it would save us money to address it, and that's why we
It's not
should.
like costly. It's just a burden to just deal with all of it.
Yeah, the burden would be defined by the level of cost from an economic perspective.
Okay. If so, both then I definitely hear that, but
It's either we pay for it now or we pay for it in the way more in the future. That's one of those things that we know science is telling us that this is going to happen, and if you choose to
I know,
ignore the
but
science, well, then we'll have to pay for it in the long run.
no, but like if, for example, one of the claims about I saw Dean had this that there was a problem with, for example, the war because now now there's pollution and this and that. But I don't think the moving to I don't think the effect of that is a big enough problem to say no. If it's important enough for you to have the war, which is a separate argument at all, but if you think it's important enough to have war, it should definitely override the problems that you have with. It should definitely override the problems that you have with climate change.
Well, I don't agree with the war with Iran. I think we shouldn't be doing the war with Iran, and I want to address climate change. What's the issue with that perspective?
That's the issue with that perspective is meaning the claim of climate change wouldn't the claim of bad for the environment isn't a good claim if you think the war is a good thing. It's only a good claim once you hold the war as a bad thing. And now it's being used as a claim against the war. If you believe the war is a good thing, then it wouldn't matter if you wouldn't be caring about the environment. If you don't believe that it's a
I don't know what you're
drastically
trying to
change
say
anything.
right now. You're not really making sense to me, man.
You use one of the claims against the war that I saw Dean had is that it's bad for the environment.
Yeah, like I think that another thing it can be is bad for the environment on top of all the other wrongs and bad things about it.
Right, but the point is, if you hold the war as important enough, it should override the environment, right?
I mean, I don't see how it would be a positive impact to engage in that behavior that negatively impacted the environment, because I don't think they were hitting military things. I think they were hitting civilian infrastructure. If you're going for military infrastructure, that's separate. And then in terms of this, like, I don't see there to be any necessity or any benefit from doing this.
If you hold that Iran is a big enough threat, then you wouldn't really be worrying about the environment if, let's say, Iran would destroy America in a year from now, right?
I think you'll still worry about it.
But what do you if you know if you don't have the war, then Iran, let's say, I'm not saying this is the case, but Iran will have a nuclear weapon next year, and you know they would use it to destroy America. Would you still do what it is, even if it's going to infect the environment?
If it was necessary to prevent nuclear holocaust, then I don't think people would have an issue with it. That's just not true.
And that's my argument wasn't that it's true. My argument is that if the war is important enough, you wouldn't really care about the environment. So the whole other side of the argument.
If there was nuclear holocaust on the line, because nuclear holocaust would be a lot worse for human survival.
But I'm assuming that you would draw the line before nuclear holocaust also, right?
I would what?
I'm assuming nuclear holocaust is not the line that you would think it's important enough, right?
I mean, obviously something else could happen where that could be something I would take into consideration as well. But I'm confused what your point is. None of these things are established. Could there be some potential level of harm that could happen in our society? Sure, right? But I just don't understand the argument.
Why? Potential harm in America.
There's no good argument that they were going to attack the U.S.
Okay, I don't think you could trust any terrorist state with having a nuclear weapon.
Okay, so then why do you trust Israel?
Okay, so now you're gonna have to bring. You agree with me that Iran is a terrorist state. I don't agree with you that Israel is a terrorist state. So
why not?
You have to argue. Why? I think a terrorist is someone directly targets civilians.
Yeah, Israel does directly target civilians.
Really?
Yeah, like they prevented food from going into Gaza, particularly. They give literally arms to Israeli settlers to go into the West Bank and steal land from Palestinians.
And they're targeting it because they want the civilians to get hurt.
I think that they are, yeah.
Okay, so I don't believe that. I think all they're doing is just trying to weaken the terrorists.
What is the other reason to prevent food from going into a civilian area?
Because then it will affect the terrorists.
So you think it's justified or okay to prevent food from going into a civilian area because that food could potentially go to Hamas?
So you're moving the argument. The argument was justified. The argument is whether it's a terrorist thing to do.
Yeah. But this is still towards a civilian area. So it is, because it's quite literally defined by the Geneva Convention to be a war crime.
Okay, but we're pivoting now because before we were talking about
I'm telling you that it's defined as a war crime. This is terroristic action, and you're not willing to acknowledge.
I don't think the international rules of the war crime define terrorism.
Geneva does specifically. The Geneva Convention indicates that this is a war crime, right? And if they're committing war crimes, then based upon the way that you define terrorism, that would be applicable as terrorism.
I disagree. I don't think what
you
the
don't
international
think war crimes are terrorism.
No, I don't think.
I think that they're by definition. Define terrorism for us, please.
I can't give you the exact. I definitely could be leaving out stuff by the definition, but what definitely
you don't have a definition.
I meaning I have to put it into words. I have to think exactly how to put it into words, but I would say terror is something it's purposely scare and usually involves killing.
That's exactly what happened here.
Killing. Really?
Yeah, they purposefully prevented food from going into a civilian area.
For this, again, if you purposely
to prevent it from going to the civilians, yes.
That's okay. Fine. So let's say if they did, if for example, if the whole world would blow up if they didn't do that, so they did it anyways, right? So are they still terrorists?
That's not the case. Stop making up stupid fucking points. There's no reasonable basis of even saying that in the first place. What type of fucking stupid shit is this?
No, meaning
you're saying that somehow not allowing in civilian food into civilian areas is somehow going to prevent nuclear holocaust. Give me an actual something that's relevant. That's clearly not even a relevant hypothetical.
Hypothetical. It doesn't have to be a relevant.
I understand, but it's not a relevant one.
It doesn't have to be a relevant one.
It does have to be relevant. Yeah, it does.
The point is that.
Okay, what's 2 plus 2?
4.
Okay, what's 6 squared?
I don't know.
You don't know what 6 squared is?
Why is this relevant to the argument?
Oh, now it needs to be relevant?
No, I mean it's relevant to the argument.
Now it needs to be relevant. So explain how it's relevant, buddy.
You're being ridiculous right now because
No, I'm not.
yeah,
You're the one that's not being relevant. So would you like to describe to me how it's relevant?
There's relevant in the conversation and the argument, and there's relevant at all to what's likely to happen. It's not. I'm saying okay, fine. So okay, now I understand what you meant when you said relevant. I thought you meant relevant meaning likely to happen. I think it's relevant to the conversation. Yes, I do.
How?
Meaning, I think it proves that having a civilian, what you're doing something that affects civilians doesn't always have to mean terrorism.
Okay, you're clearly right now really struggling with this point. Okay, I think right now what you should do is you should concede.
I don't think so.
I think any reasonable person would. It's okay to concede.
Can you want to respond to what I said before?
I did. I've already given you a response to this. You didn't even respond to the point that I made.
I was
saying
saying
even answer the question.
I was saying that doing something to prevent civilians from getting food doesn't have to mean terrorism in every specific case.
That is terrorism. So define
in
terrorism.
Every case? In every case?
I think it is terrorism to prevent food from going into a civilian area in any reasonable case. Yes.
If you're not doing it to hurt the civilians themselves, do you think it's terrorism?
It is. You can't be preventing the food from going into a civilian area for anything other than something that would negatively impact civilians. So knowing that it would 100% negatively impact the civilians, yes, it's a war crime.
The only thing that's going to happen is it's negatively impacting civilians.
Can you give me any reasonable scenario where it would make sense to prevent food from going into a civilian area? Like that could occur.
It's a war. You're trying to topple the regime.
No, in war, no, that's not a legitimate thing because the Geneva Convention determined that it's a war crime. War crimes are things that you shouldn't do in war.
Was America wrong for dropping 2 atom bombs on Japan?
My position on that broadly is yes, it is, and I don't think that you should be attacking civilian areas in any context. I don't see any legitimate argument for that.
Even if it saved millions of lives and ended World War II.
What's that?
Even it saved millions of lives and ended World War II.
I don't think that there's an argument to say that you should go towards civilian areas. If there was an argument that we had evidence that one is preferable because it could lead to less civilian deaths, I think obviously I would prefer that.
I
just don't think that that's going to be true in this scenario. And also
I do.
The point that I'm mentioning, you're not answering, is that we're talking about preventing food from going into a civilian area. So explain to me, give me a circumstance where you think it'd be justified to prevent food from going into a civilian area.
Why? Because why exactly? I don't know exactly what the strategies were behind it. I'm sure I could tell you if I had a second to look into it why it could affect the terrorists themselves, and I'm sure you could also. I don't think you want to know though.
I repeat what you just said. I couldn't hear you.
I think that it could definitely affect the terrorists. Why? Again, I'll have to look into it.
I asked you to give me a scenario where preventing food from going into a civilian area would be justified.
Where you could wipe out terrorists and won't have to worry about that terrorist group killing anyone else again.
If you're able to completely wipe out a terrorist group, as you just said. So you're okay with completely wiping out an entire civilian population to wipe out the terrorists?
No.
Because if the terrorists,
you know what?
If the terrorists die, well then wouldn't all the other civilians die as well?
No, I'm not saying it's the starvation's going to kill the terrorists. I'm saying it could help.
Why would you prevent food from going in?
Because it can help defeat the terrorists.
How?
How? It's weakening the entire place.
In what way? By limiting their access to food? By starving them?
Maybe, in a way.
So then how is that beneficial under your view?
because it helps defeat the terrorists.
I don't think it has. Hamas isn't destroyed, and they did that.
Well, if
Also,
you
like
know
that's
what, if
like
they,
saying that you using that argument means that you'd be okay with just like doing whatever to civilians because it helps you win the war. You're
you
just
know what,
disgusting. Like
yeah,
you're literally disgusting.
no,
Like you
not
you
true.
would be okay.
You're more. I think
You'd be okay with like
you would
literally
allow
doing
terrorists.
fucking anything if it literally like made it easier to fight against other people. Because you know
No,
war
not
crimes
anything.
historically have been used throughout history to demoralize nations so that they would accept your will, right?
No.
So like
Okay, so therefore
you,
anything
even
you
if it
see,
was effective to engage in war crime, right, to get someone to then bend to your will doesn't mean you would think it's justified to do that, right?
right?
So then why are you justifying war crimes right now?
Why? Because again, war crimes doesn't define right or wrong. What did you? How do you? I
Oh.
have a question.
Okay, so would you be okay with the Nazis saying that during World War II?
Yeah. I don't think he's war. I don't think
When
he's wrong
committing the
because
Holocaust, you'd be okay with them saying that?
saying war crimes. Yeah, absolutely. I don't think. Well, how do you define right or wrong? Why do you think it's wrong to kill a
I just
person?
don't even think there's a reason to engage with that person. What the fuck is wrong with them? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. For sure. A few people to think, then we can move on to our conversation. Chelsea, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I'm trying a lot. Courtney, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Of course. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much for the kind words. Margaret, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for Margaret in the comment section right now. Thank you. Always good to see you. May, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Jenny, thank you for the $5. Jessica, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much, Jessica. I really appreciate it. Madeline, thank you for the $10. And Christina, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Zach, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Maybe I will. Alrighty, why do you support Trump?
Because he's the best president America's ever seen since Ronald Reagan. It's pretty obvious.
Sorry, repeat what you just said?
Yeah, I said he's the best president America's ever seen since Ronald Reagan.
Okay, and what makes you think that?
Who's this guy?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
45.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty.
What are we doing here, Parker?
I'll get to you in a second. I was just bringing them up there because they're also a Trump supporter. Go ahead, Steve.
Don't worry, bud. I'll wait for you to talk. I'll just sit here.
Go
I
ahead,
thought you
Steve.
usually do 1v1s, man.
Okay. I'm still doing that. He's gonna wait for you.
Yeah, I support Trump because first off, he's against terrorism, where Biden pretty much condones acts of terrorism because he hates his freaking country. He just when Biden was under presidency, and I mean Kamala Harris was his puppet, so it was just hold on, dude, don't interrupt me, bro.
I'm just protecting the pronunciation. You can say Harris if you'd like.
All right. Anyways, yeah. So when Biden was under presidency, man, he was just allowing whoever the fuck to come into this country, and I mean, look at all the crime that happened under Biden, and it was going to happen the same under Kamala Harris, man, because Kamala Harris, sorry, but it was going to happen under this because Kamala Harris was just pulling Biden's strings, man. They knew before Biden resigned and let Kamala run that it was going to happen before the whole country knew it. I mean, she was just pulling his strings. So it was the same regime, bro. Nothing was going to change. But under that particular administration, they were letting in all kinds of illegal immigrants, which induced was the crime rates were rising. The economy was worse. I just feel safer in this country under Trump, man. And I'll always support that. I also like what he's doing with Iran as well. That's it.
Can you name one metric of the economy that's better off right now than what it was at the end of the Biden administration?
No tax on overtime. I work a lot of overtime at my particular job, and my tax return was a lot better.
I said what metric of the economy?
Do what? I'm sorry, buddy.
What metric of the economy has got worse off since Trump got in office? Or got better off, sorry.
I would say the taxes because of the no
That's not a
tax on
metric
overtime.
of
Hold
the
on, hold on, hold
economy.
on. It technically is. I mean, it's money we're paying into and we're getting back. Yes, it is. It's kind of part of the economy. It affects my bank account.
So let me clarify. When I say economic metric, I mean like GDP, unemployment, right? Things like that.
What's gotten better of the
Yeah.
economy? Well, at my company, the tariffs have boomed my company's gross domestic production for my particular company that I work at.
No,
With all the
GDP
tariffs
growth
that
in 2025 as compared to 2024 was lower in 2025 as compared to 2024.
Yeah, do you have a source for that?
Yeah, the Bureau of Economic Analysis.
1 second.
For sure. I won't be able to hear you while you swipe out of the app, just letting you know. Old dad, new tricks. While Steven's looking that up, I guess I can talk to you for a quick second. Why do you support Trump?
Well, I support what we're doing in Iran right now, and I feel like Kamala would do the same thing. She identified the Iran as U.S.'s biggest enemy in October after the attacks, and she said herself that she would continue to provide aid, not aid, just munitions and money to Israel. And that she also stated herself that they cannot develop a nuclear weapon, and basically we need to do everything we can to stop it. So Trump is taking action on the same thing that Kamala even talked on in 2024, basically saying the same thing. Kamala, I don't care if you call me Jason or Jason or Jason or Donald Giovannius Trump.
Hey, if it's a big problem for you, you can just say Harris. You can just say Harris if it's a big problem.
Well, it's not really a big problem for me, but.
Okay, but it probably is for other people. So just because you respond a certain way doesn't mean other people don't respond the same way.
Dude, this is what Democrats, man, like Democrats will complain about this shit instead of real shit about this country, bro. This is like what makes me sick
You're
about the
complaining
left.
about me saying that you should
No, bro,
say the
because you're
term
getting
a
so
different
irritated
way.
and butthurt because he's saying Kamala.
I'm not getting butthurt. I simply just said this is the better way to pronounce. Like, that's all I said. I'm not butthurt right now. I'm not angry. I'm really nice right now. I'm chilling. I'm literally just telling you. Is that an issue, man?
Do you think that I'm intellectually inferior because I can't say it correctly?
No.
Well, a lot of people
But
seem to say
you're
that.
showing
They
that,
do.
bro. You're being condescending because we're mispronouncing her name. I don't care about
I say-
Kamala Harris.
Then just say Harris.
She's disgusting, dude. She's an evil witch. Dude, if she got
How
to be
is
president,
she evil? How is she evil under your view?
dude, hold on, Parker, bro. If she managed to win the election by fraud once again, then
Biden didn't win by fraud.
yeah, dude. 2020 was a fraud show. Yes, it was.
No evidence of that. What's your source?
Dude, trust me, bro. I mean, it's quite obvious, bro. Look at
You
the
have no
landslide
source.
that Trump won.
You've got
this
no source.
term.
There were 60 plus
You
court
no,
cases that
listen,
indicated
dude,
no
just look at
sufficient
the
evidence to overturn the
context.
election.
Yeah,
60
dead people.
plus,
They were counting
60,
dead people's votes.
No, 60 plus court cases
Yes, they
indicated
were,
no sufficient
Parker.
60 plus court cases indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election. So although you can sit there and you can whine about it, you have no evidence. You also just got a harassment and bullying violation, so we can't even continue to talk to you.
That's wild. What happened there?
Yeah. But yeah, what were you saying?
Oh, I just said that's wild. I don't understand what happened there.
That was just for him. You didn't get that violation.
Yeah, there's just things got heated, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, I was just saying that people are really judgmental of what's going on right now with the whole Iran thing. But you look back, even Hillary Clinton vowed to go after Iran if she became president. Like, she said she would actually attack Iran if she became president. If you look back, she made public statements. That's on video. So this whole left versus right thing kind of really irritates me when both sides of the line of the lane, right? They both want the same thing, and they're both going after the same thing, but then we attack them based on whether or not we like the individual not based off of what we know, because they say, oh, well, if we had Democratic leadership in the White House, then we wouldn't be here. And it's like, well, that's not necessarily true. That's awfully judgmental and a lot of forecasting when people on the left have actually stated out loud that they would also like to go after Iran. People, like I said, like Hillary Clinton, people like Kamala, who said that there's no way we can afford to allow them to have no way we can afford to have to allow them to have nuclear arms, and that they're our number one adversary. And she condemned the attacks on October 1st and said that she literally said she pledged to keep arming Israel in the fight against Iran. So, which would have pulled us in eventually anyway, right? If we're still going to continue to be their ally, which I don't necessarily agree with. I feel like we got way too much investment in Iran. Yeah, I've never really been happy about that. But I mean, in Israel, I'm going to say we've got way too much investment in Israel. You know what I mean? Like buddy, hands in pockets thing. That's always been the thing. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, for sure. So she definitely didn't say that she wanted to bomb Iran. She's actually said that she disagrees with the war.
I didn't say she wanted to bomb them, but she said they were number one adversary.
Yeah, big distinction between those things. So who do you
I
think
didn't say she wanted to bomb it. I said Hillary wanted to attack.
I understand.
You're confusing the two.
I'm referencing Kamala Harris. You said that Kamala Harris would have done the same thing as Trump. That's what your argument was.
Well, she would continue to arm Israel, and it would have eventually dragged us in anyway, is what I said.
Big distinction between arming Israel specifically in terms of like defensive, Iron Dome, things like that, versus saying that you would support the war with Iran on an offensive war of aggression standpoint. For example, under the Biden administration, Senate Secretary Blinken talked about the fact that Israel came to the United States and said that Hezbollah was going to attack the United States and that we should preemptively strike them. Biden said, no, we're not going to be on your side in terms of wars of aggression, but we will defensively. So there's at least a distinction that the Biden-Harris administration had, right, that I think would have carried over under Harris's administration based upon the things that she said herself.
Right, but Israel was going to do this anyway. And if we're arming Israel and they do this, and then Iran did what they did, right? They started bombing locations that were our allies in the area and stuff like that.
If we're not helping Israel, I doubt they would do that.
It pulls us. What do you mean? Look it up. She said she pledged to keep arming Israel.
If we weren't helping Israel because they offensively engaged in conflict, then specifically, I don't think that would happen. Kamala never said that she would support Israel with offensive wars of aggression.
Look up her comments. Look up her comments in 2024 October. No, look it up right now and read it. Read it out loud, or do I need to read it for you?
I already know what you're talking about.
Then what does it say about Israel? What did she say specifically? Let's be honest and transparent.
I can tell you that she didn't say that she wanted to take.
Well, let's read her quote. No, dude, you have a computer right in front of you. Read her quote out loud for the audience. Let's be transparent.
So I can tell you that she wasn't going to say that we should take Israel's side engaging in wars of aggression. She never made that claim. So you're not actually going to justify your point by addressing this at all because it has nothing to do with that point.
I would like to use facts. I would like to use her quote herself. We don't need to speak for her. We could actually read what she said on that day.
I don't need to go back and to go to that quote. None of that quote indicates that unless you could specify specifically what you think she said that indicates that. Well, I believe that
I don't have a computer, so I'd have to no good reason to do that. Get kicked out. I don't want to get kicked out for teacupping. I don't have a computer in front of me like that. But I guarantee you, it specifically says that she will continue to help arm Israel against Iran.
When did she say that?
In that same interview in October.
So what you're thinking
about the October 1 attacks.
No, you're talking about October 7th.
Yeah, she was.
You're talking about October 7th, right? And saying that she would specifically help defend Ukraine, or not defend Ukraine. Fuck, I can't speak. They would say specifically give funding to Israel to go and specifically engage in the genocide in Gaza. It does not mean that they specifically would support the war with Iran or that they support a military conflict against Iran. Those are two separate things.
If you're stating that you're going to continue to arm the country against the other country, I mean, you are supporting the fight against them.
You said Iran. It was not Iran. Palestine and
you're
Iran
giving money,
two different areas.
Giving money to Israel again. I'm gonna read it.
But you're giving money to Israel to do two radically different things. Like,
Yes, I understand what you're saying.
They view
but
the funding
let
given
me.
to Israel as a response to October 7th, so not a war of aggression. Whereas with Iran, it is a war of aggression because Iran never attacked us first. You're swiped out of the app right now. I cannot currently hear you. Zach, by the way, thank you for the
I know that's what
$2.
that's the
Thank you on
problem. Is
YouTube Super
I was
Chat.
gonna read you the thing, but I don't want to teacup because I'm afraid it'll kick me out. But I was gonna actually do it so I don't say it wrong. But I was gonna read you the quote from her interview.
I won't be able to hear you while you're out of the app, but you can memorize it and then come back into the app. And I should be able to hear you when you come back into the app.
Copy that.
Alrighty, again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always, everyone. Just letting everyone know. We've been on live for about an hour and 35 minutes, meaning we have another about 2.5 hours at least or so left on the live. At least or so. Do give it a second for him to come back with the information. Alrighty. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. I think I am fully caught up everywhere right now. Let me know how many likes we are at on the YouTube stream, everybody. Let me check real quick, actually. Myself. I'll do it myself. Is Snoopy on your shirt? Yep. It's like the Be Mine thing. We are currently at 894 likes. Let's hit that thumbs up, everyone. Let's try to get to 1,000 likes here real quick, everyone. Let's try to get to 1,000 likes here real quick. Steven saying Parker scared in the comment section. If you have a second account, you can send a guest request back. I can't add you up on that account because you did get a flag. And it will take down my stream if you do that. But if you come up on a different account, if you have a different account, I can add you up. Spence, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for Spence in the comment section right now. We just hit 1,000 likes on YouTube. Thank you, everyone. Let's hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 1.5 thousand likes. Do give him a second to find this information. He's terrified. Definitely. I guess we could bring up another person in the meantime. While he does try to find that information. Zach, thank you for the $2. Yes, he did. He very much so lied. Alrighty, let's get this next individual up here to help him out. Do give us a quick second, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. Justina, thank you for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much. And Jay, thank you for the membership subscription. Thank you very much. W's for Justina in the comment section right now. Thank you. Did you find what you were looking for?
Yeah, but I thought there was a way I could make this little TikTok window smaller so I could go because I took screenshots of it. That way I could like actually read it.
You can't do that with me being able to hear you.
Hello.
Derek, how old are you, by the way?
Hello. Can you
How
hear
old
me?
are you?
I'm 69.
No way. Okay, so did you memorize it or no? If
Well,
not,
the first line she opened up with, the first line she opened up with is, Iran has American blood on their hands. She said the attack of 200 ballistic missiles was obviously, she just, I can't think of the word exactly, but basically saying it was irredeemable, right? Inappropriate. Hold on.
Okay. Give him a second, everyone. He needs to find that information that will prove him wrong. Just give him a quick minute, everyone. Gene, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, that's very true.
Sorry. Then she goes on to say, what we need to do is ensure that Iran never achieves the ability for nuclear weapons.
Okay. That doesn't
her
mean that
next
she'd be
line.
going to war with Iran because
And then-
Obama was able to get a negotiation down with Iran. So I think that she would do the same thing without attacking
But
him.
the Biden-Harris administration was never able to reinstate. Okay, so Trump rolled that shit back, right? Um, on his first presidency, and then the Biden-Harris administration was never able. They had multiple talks, right? Look it up. They had multiple talks with Iran, and they were never able to reinstate the agreement. So if they had 4 years to do it, they couldn't get that done. So what makes you think that now we would be able to achieve that when we couldn't do it for the last 4 years when they were in office?
Because I do think that Obama was able to get it under their administration. I do think that the issues were because of an imminent possible Trump coming back, which still existed under the Biden administration. So that I think that was probably one of the main issues. I think that Trump pulling us out of the agreement is one of the biggest issues to start with. But again, no evidence.
If they were
that
able
she
to
would have
achieve that, though.
no evidence.
But check it out, though. Even if they,
no evidence
if they
that she
were
would have
able to,
no evidence she would have attacked Iran, and actually she's against it specifically. She said that she would not be in support of the war with Iran, and that the American people are against it.
she's repeatedly stated that she supports Israel against
Yeah, but that does not mean
Iran
she supports going to war with Iran.
and arming them. And I mean, you can't end
I
up
think you're
not getting dragged
purposefully
in
being
eventually.
disingenuous here.
No, I'm serious. I'm not.
You are.
I really think that when they started drone striking all the areas around it, it would have dragged the U.S. in anyway. If we continue to fund
No
them on
evidence.
both sides of that,
There's no reason that they would have
listen,
wanted to bring in the U.S. if there was
half
no
of
evidence
your
that the U.S. were
guys's
going to join. Right? If it is the
half of
case
your
that they did not
guys's
strike one of
lives
the
are
U.S.'s
based on
allies.
projection. So let me project a little, just like you guys do. If both sides of government continue to support Israel and arm them, once they start attacking our allies, we get dragged in because we continue to arm them. Then we want to intervene and stop these people.
I understand
And so
you're
we
not
start
listening,
bombing.
though. You're not listening.
No, but we've
So
been
what you're not
bombing
realizing,
people for ages.
what you're not
Like,
realizing, what you're not realizing, though, is that there was literally no good reason that Iran would strike one of those allies outside of the context of Israel if it would mean bringing in the U.S. into involving them in the war, because it would put Iran in a worse circumstance if that's true. So if the U.S. is not involved in supporting Iran or supporting Israel and going to offensive conflict with Iran, well then obviously I don't think that Iran would have done those things, because it's not trying to fight an even harder war for itself.
Well, I've heard both sides basically support Israel against Iran. So I don't Iran. So I don't really.
No evidence that we would have gone to war with Iran under the Democratic administration. No evidence of that at all. You're just engaging in conjecture.
Not evidence, but this is how I feel. Well, that's the same thing you guys do when you say, if Kamala was here, then it would be this way or that way. You have no evidence of that either. You're projecting. You're guessing.
We are basing
No,
it on
you don't
evidence
know
because
that.
of things that she specifically said, and she supports herself.
I know.
And
So
things that
you're
happened under the
making.
Biden administration.
So you're making a guess. So you have half of
Based
your
on
premise
evidence.
is based off a guess.
Based on evidence.
No.
Mm-hmm.
That's silly. You know that's
not
silly.
Nuh-uh.
It is. You can't sit here and say something for sure would have happened a certain way. I was saying to you, I feel like that. I can't guarantee it, but I feel like
it's
we
most
would be
likely.
because. Okay. Well, that would be more fair if you were to say things like that and actually
That's what I
make those instead of straight affirmations. No, well, no. Most of the things you guys say is you guarantee. Like,
yeah, based on the evidence.
You don't back down off it because you think for sure it's a certain way, like everything's all black and white. And that's not.
I'm telling you what the
necessarily true.
evidence is pointing towards.
Well, I don't know. I think that we were bombing people on both sides of Syria, frickin'. I mean, you can go on and on about all the countries that we like to involve ourselves with and not call it a war. We just like to just bomb them, just enough to keep
This is a war.
the war machine moving, right? Because it's all money to them on both sides of the lane. It's all freaking money.
You shouldn't support these new wars. Trump's brought us to war after saying no new wars, clearly violating his campaign promises. You should stop supporting him.
I would rather get the whole death to America thing out of the way. We're done
You
with
just have
I
no
think
good
that
evidence that they were going to attack the United States, especially if we stopped having a relationship with the state
no,
of
I'm
Israel.
not saying
And I don't think that
for sure
necessarily
they
would
were
have
going to
happened
attack
under
the
the Biden
United States.
administration, but I do think that we would have
But
better conditions because we wouldn't be at a war with Iran. So I do think that's preferable
but
conditions.
instead of trading bombs back and forth continually,
That's
like
what Trump
because it's
started
just
for us.
basically an endless war. No, it's been
That's what
like
Trump's
that.
caused for us.
No, that's what Israel and Iran were already doing.
No, we started this war with Israel.
Yes. Israel and Iran were already doing it. So back in October
No, they
24,
weren't.
that was the U.S. too.
Didn't that stop?
Did the U.S. do that? Did
The
it
US
stop?
did do
It
that,
keeps
but
going
it
on and
stopped.
on. No, it's never stopped.
And then yes, it did.
That has never stopped. It's been going
Yes,
on
it
for
did. You're just wrong.
decades.
No, it did stop.
No, it's
According
been
to your own
endless,
administration, it
dude.
stopped.
It briefly stalled out,
Or
but
is it
it's
this
never
call?
stopped.
So we've
It's
been at war
never,
for the
ever,
past 6
ever
months with
stopped.
Iran?
Iran's been at war with its neighbors for fucking ages,
So have
dude.
we been at war with Iran for the past 6 months?
No.
Nice concession. Thank you very much.
And technically, since there's no boots on the ground, we're still not at war.
We are. I know that you don't want to call it
No,
war, but
it's
Pete Hegseth has
bombing.
called it
No, well,
war.
it's not
Trump has
just it's
called
not
it
about
war.
me wanting it. It's by like technical definition. Like we're not
No,
really
it is a
at
war
war
by
yet.
technical definition. I mean, when Trump calls it a
It's
war, when
not.
Pete Hegseth calls it a war, when Marco Rubio calls it a war, that tells me very
I
clearly
know,
that it is a
but
war according to the Trump administration. So whether or not
yeah,
you
but that's
personally want
because
to
you.
acknowledge that way,
But do you want to know why though? Because that goes back to when they whole changed the definition, 9/11, war on terrorism, all that BS. So that's been a thing for a long time where they've been able to backdoor things because they call it a war on terrorism. And so anything they deem a terrorist threat kind of excuses their actions and their involvement.
yeah,
And
you're
that's
still
been on
not.
both sides of
You're,
the.
s- you're still not giving any good reason specifically that we should be at this war with Iran and why you support Donald Trump. Obviously, this is him violating his core fundamental basic things that he ran on, and you still support him. Is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Well, yeah, well, what I do, because this is the first time I've ever voted anything other than blue, is just like every other president, I wait it out to see how it goes, and then you can judge at the end because you don't know.
Is there
Some people
anything
make a
Trump
fucking mess in the
could
kitchen.
do, or is there anything Trump
Absolutely.
could do or could have done that would get you to stop supporting him?
Well, yeah, of course. Like there, yes, but for right now, I'm hanging in there, and we'll see how things go. See where things, go from here. You don't know. Everybody talks about, oh, the stock market and how much has come down, and then they don't want to talk about that it was just at an all-time high too. So, and then when he first came in, they're like, oh, it's low, Biden's was higher and it's crashed, and then it spiked up to be the all-time high, and then now it's down from that. And then when it goes up again, we won't say nothing, and it's going to come down. Until it's all said and done, you can't judge because right now it's been up, it's been down.
What could
Well, we'll
Trump
see if we get
do?
a continual
Can you tell me something
uptrend,
Trump? Can you tell me something
and then
Trump
we
could?
can praise it.
Hey, buddy.
If there's a continual downtrend, hold on, hear me out. If there's a continual downtrend, then I can criticize it.
Okay,
And
how
that's
about
what I'm
this?
going with it.
Is
If we find that over time there's a continual degradation of the quality of life, then and only then can we criticize it. But until we get there, we don't know. And like I said, some people make a mess in the kitchen. Some people are really clean. But until the food is cooked, until the meal is done, you can't judge really what the hell's going on in there. You gotta let them cook, right? Period.
We had worse real GDP growth in 2025 as compared to 2024. We had worse real median wage growth in 2025 as compared to 2024. We saw unemployment increase, the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. Real domestic manufacturing investment decline every single quarter of Trump's administration, along with seeing gas prices massively increase because of the shutting of the Strait of Hormuz, which is likely to stay that way in the foreseeable future. Multiple metrics of the economy have become significantly worse off since Trump got in office. I can mention those, but can you tell me, is there anything Trump could have already done to this day? Is there anything Trump could have already done to this day that would get you to stop supporting him?
I'm saying we just penned a $47 billion deal with Japan for gas and oil for us to be their
I'm going to
supplier.
throw my head through a wall. Is there anything Trump could have done by today already?
I already said yes.
That
and
would
I already
get,
said
so
yes.
what?
There are things.
What?
Well, I'm not going to come up with some hypothetical situation. That seems fucking ridiculous.
No, it doesn't.
What I'm
Give
telling
me an
you is that we
example.
just penned an energy deal.
Give me an example. Give me an example of what he could do that would have got you to stop supporting him. Explain. Give me one
That's
example.
weird. You are weird.
That's not weird.
That is weird.
Me,
yes, it is.
How is that
you
weird?
want me to
Give me
come up with
one
a
example.
hypothetical situation?
Yeah, I just want to know one thing
That's,
he could have done that would get you to stop supporting him. Can you mention a single thing?
there's probably lots of things, but that's
Give one
weird, and I'm not
example.
going to do that. I'm not going to play make believe.
That's
with you.
just weird. I'm not gonna play make believe. Okay, so if I had a bag and I had two
I'm sorry,
red balls,
I don't have that
if I had
childish
a bag,
mentality.
if I had a
really
bag,
weird.
if I had a bag and I had two red balls in the bag and two blue
If
balls
there's
in the
anything
bag,
Kamala Harris did that would make you not support her, is there anything?
yeah, if she was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. Now moving forward, if I have a bag, two red balls in the bag, two blue balls in the bag, how many balls are total in the bag?
You're trying to corner me into a type of conversation where you can control the narrative, and that's ridiculous because I don't want to hear about some civilly liable.
Hey, dude, I'm asking you a very specific question. If I have a bag, two blue balls in the bag, two red balls in the bag, how many balls are total in the bag? If you'd like to unmute your mic, click the microphone in the bottom right. If I have a bag, two red balls in the bag, two blue balls in the bag, how many balls are total in the bag?
It's still 4 balls, bro.
You got 4 balls in the bag? That you answered a hypothetical.
No, but you gave specific. That's not hypothetical. You gave
That was
a
a
very
hypothetical.
specific example.
That's
no,
a hypothetical.
you said specifically. You gave me a math question that wasn't hypothetical.
Yeah,
the only
that
thing
is
that was
hypothetical.
hypothetical was
That
the
is- that is-
existence
that
of
is
the
what a
bags, but the
hypothetical
math
is.
question was still there.
He
No,
just learned he was
you-
today years old when he learned what a hypothetical was.
No, that is in a different application. You
That's a-
have given
that
me
is
a
a
math
hypothetical.
question
That is
with
a hypothetical.
hypothetical situation.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
hypothetical.
but it was still a math question.
Yeah, exactly.
It was a math question.
Yeah, and
that's a different.
but it was still
You
a
were
hypothetical.
asking me to come up with. No, the same thing would have been like, could you come up with a number of balls that were in a bag that would make it so you didn't trust the bag?
Hey,
like, what the fuck is that? Like,
you said-
first
you
of all,
said-
how big is the bag? What is it made
Hey,
out of? There's
hey,
going to be all these other things.
He's
Like,
crashing out.
You're
He's crashing
weird.
out.
That's weird.
No, it's not.
Dude.
No, it's not.
You're
You said-
weird.
You said you wouldn't engage with hypotheticals. I gave you a hypothetical. You engaged with it. It was a math question and a hypothetical inside that we typically
No, but
use
the
in
math
context
question
of
wasn't
math.
hypothetical. No, there was nothing hypothetical about the math. It was solid
That was hypothetical.
information. There were numbers.
That
no,
was
the
hypothetical.
numbers were not though.
A bag with two blue balls and two red balls is hypothetical because I don't actually have a bag that has
So
two
the
blue balls
amount
and
of
two red balls.
balls is not hypothetical though. You gave
yes, it
a
is.
fucking value.
Can you tell me what
No,
hypothetical
you gave
means?
it a value.
Hey, genius, can you tell me what
Hypothetical
hypothetical
wouldn't
means?
Had a mathematical value.
Can you tell me
You
what
wouldn't have.
hypothetical means, genius?
Dude, you and your mental gymnastics, you think you're so intellectually superior. I don't
To you,
need
I am.
read
To you, I definitely am. I know
a
that for a fact. Can you tell me what a
textbook
hypothetical is?
fucking definition. Now, I want you to tell me, and if you don't have it word for word, then I'm going to fucking judge you because you're incompetent.
Yeah, a hypothetical is a scenario that could have been
Hey,
otherwise.
read it off your computer. I know. Watch
I'm
you read it
not.
off your computer.
I'm
Yes,
not.
you
I'm
are.
just
Dude,
telling
your
you what
eyes just
hypothetical
shifted.
is.
I just watched you, clown.
Do you want me to close
Dude,
my
get
eyes?
out of here. I just watched you.
Do you want me to close
you
my
and
eyes?
your friggin' screen. Well,
Do you
you're
want me
just
to
fucking
close my
memorizing it now.
eyes?
I watched you look at it. And
Appreciate
then
it,
I can do
Wesleyan.
the
Thank you
same
so much for
thing.
racing helmet. Do you want
You're
me to? Do you want me
cute.
to?
What a cute
Do you
game
want me
you
to
play.
close my
This isn't
eyes
even,
when I
what
say
does
it?
this have to do with anything? Can I ask you that? What's the validity of the whole context of what you're doing right now?
Demonstrating to you that hypotheticals are relevant can be used and can demonstrate knowledge.
Not
and that you
when you're
should
asking a
engage with
math
them,
question.
And that we engage
And you're
with them
giving a
all the time.
hypothetical fucking situation.
Yeah, and this is a
to the
hypothetical math
That's
question.
ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a math question
No, it's not.
that we typically use. That's a hypothetical that we use in math all the time. And it's to clearly demonstrate to you that even fucking 5th graders, even 4th graders, even 3rd graders, even 2nd graders, even 1st graders
Can
and
do basic
kindergartners
math?
can
Can do
more,
addition?
can engage in hypotheticals, but you can't.
Yeah, no, that's ridiculous. You're
You are ridiculous. You literally, children who are in elementary school can engage intellectually with hypotheticals, but you lack the ability to be able to do that.
I know I left my coat out here, but didn't I ever take it back?
Yeah,
to
the
your
kid in
room?
the background
I
literally
don't
has
know.
more intellectual
That's not
capacity
a
than
kid.
you.
That's my daughter, and she is almost as old as you. Then you're a kid because she is
Okay.
literally your age, knucklehead. You just
Okay.
insulted yourself
How is that an insult to myself that I thought your daughter was younger?
because you're a child. Then there's a kid literally sitting in front of a screen and a microphone right now, acting like he's intellectually superior,
dude,
which is really weird.
She
Also,
sounded 8
what is
years
this whole
old.
mental
I'm just
dominance
telling.
thing? No.
She
Why
sounded
can't
like
you just
8.
have a conversation and try to establishing some sort of intellectual dominance? I don't understand what you're doing. You
No,
don't
you
want to have a
just
decent conversation. You
you
want to
won't
have a who's
engage with the
smarter battle?
hypothetical. No, you won't.
You want
You
to have
won't
a
engage. You're crashing
you
out
want to
right
have a
now.
fight
He's
over
overly
who
emotional right now.
is
Let him crash out. I'll let him crash
got
out
a
real quick.
higher IQ, who went to school longer, who's got a better quality of life. Man, I don't understand what you're doing. I'm happy. I'm smart. You're smart. We're both human beings. Let's be respectable. I'm not trying to sit here and insult your intelligence, nor do you need to sit there and do the same to me. What you're doing is trying to degrade me or tear me down. And that kind of a tactic is actually insulting, and you should be above that. That shouldn't be your whole premise. You guys, you want people to listen and to talk and engage in real conversation. Try being embracing. Try being educational. Try not being insulting. I mean, wouldn't that work for you better? Don't you think you'd get through to more people if you relied less on insults and more on just information? I wasn't sitting here insulting you. I never once did that. So for you to try to turn on that tactic onto me says a lot about you. And that's really sad because I actually expected a lot more out of you than something like that. Because I've seen other people do that. I've been in other lives. I've totally experienced that from other people, but I haven't really seen that from you. And I don't know why you're doing that now. But I would really suggest that if you really wanted to uphold genuine conversations, if you really wanted to try to make a change, that you strayed away from stuff like that. Because that doesn't get anywhere. That's not adult conversation, and you know that.
So the reality of the matter is that I was educating you. I was engaging with this. You were saying you weren't going to engage in a hypothetical, and I'm telling you the reality. That's genuinely stupid. And I gave you examples to demonstrate that to be the case by demonstrating to you that basic hypotheticals that you hear in the context of math class, you're able to
You would
answer
call
and
it a
engage
pivot.
with from an intellectual standpoint, right? And you realize the
You would call it a
importance of the
pivot.
hypotheticals in those scenarios, right? But if you can't realize the importance of hypotheticals, then you have to then concede that you can't even answer the question that is
You
very
have to
clear and
concede that
basic
you
that
would
we were
call that a
asked in
pivot
literally
because you're
elementary
off
school.
topic.
You're clearly
because
cutting me
you
off right
wanted
now
to go off
because you're
topic.
crashing out because you're angry and because I've proven you wrong and because me
No.
specifically proving you wrong and then calling you an idiot after hurt your feelings so much that you can't intellectually engage with the point.
No, I just think you had pivoted completely and turned it into a dominance of intelligence, and I thought that was clearly. I thought that was below you, but I'm wrong. So here we are.
So I just demonstrated multiple times specifically what the explanation for why I
Dude,
specifically
you
brought that up
can't talk
for,
your ass.
and you purposefully choose to not engage with the points that I brought up, and you just say to like, oh, you try to do some intellectual dominance thing. Well, I just tried to demonstrate to you that hypotheticals are things that we use and that elementary students can identify that they're useful, but apparently you lack the ability to be able to do that.
No, okay. So you sitting there going, you need to tell me the definition. I mean, you were playing games, dude. You weren't just doing what you say. I know you want to soften it up and act like you're so sweet, but that's not how it transpired. That's not the tone you took. That wasn't the questions you asked. That wasn't the way you led into it. You could have been informative. You could have been like, hey, well, check this out. The definition, but instead you want like, oh, you don't know it? You don't know? Well, let me tell you. Let me tell you what it is. And I mean, dude, come on. It was immature and it was ridiculous and it was really quite rude. So you could defend it all you like, but you pivoted. You're completely off topic. We're discussing something now that's completely has nothing to do with what we started on. And that's because of you, my friend. That's because you would like to do this, not because I would. So you can justify your pivot all you want. But if it was me doing this, all you would be doing is tell me how much I'm pivoting. And that's the reason. The reason why I'm pivoting is because I have no way to justify my arguments and I have nothing to say. And you come up with all this rhetoric as to why I'm pivoting and how it negates all of my arguments, and that basically it makes everything I'm saying null and void, because this is all I can do is pivot and get off topic because I have no justification as to what I'm saying. So that's totally hypocritical in my opinion, but that's besides the point. I wish we could have stayed on topic. That would have been way cooler, because there could have been a lot more we could have discussed, but now I got to get going because my daughter needs a ride. Unfortunately, not
So
unfortunately I have to
you,
give her a
you
ride,
chose
but
you chose
unfortunately I have
not
to
to
go.
engage with my point the entire time. Okay, all I was proving
Well,
to you
no,
is that
I literally I have
hypotheticals
to
are
walk out the
relevant at
door right
demonstrating
now.
points. I was
My
demonstrating to you that
kid,
hypotheticals are relevant at demonstrating points to be the case, right? Along with the fact that you literally didn't engage with that. That's all I demonstrated to you, and then you got your feelings
I
hurt
get it.
when I called you
You're
stupid because you couldn't
fucking
engage with that.
intellectually dominant. I know you're just superior. You're a superior human being. I'm so sorry I ever tried to talk to you about anything. Obviously, I'm just a fucking troll. I'll go back to under my bridge, bro.
Actually, think you're chasing the dream. If you have to tell yourself all
My
of those things
fucking
rather than just
working
engaging with the
class.
hypothetical, go for it. But like clearly, it just shows how immature you are and unwilling that you are to intellectually engage with a hypothetical that's relevant towards your worldview. You're crashing out, and that's okay. But you don't have to blame me for it.
No, there's like a million things, and there's a million ways, and it was silly, silly of you to want to go down that road. But
I don't think what's
whatever.
been silly here
And
is
I told
me. I
you,
think it's been you.
but I told you the truth though. I said there are
Definitely you.
things, and maybe I'm not come up with one specific thing because there's many fucking reasons why I would
If your daughter can hear me in the
not
background, make sure to
support
bring
anybody.
if your daughter can hear me in the background, make sure to bring some of the tissues to the car so that he can cry.
She
When
actually
he's alone.
can't hear you because
Oh,
I have an
okay.
earpiece in, but
Unfortunate.
yeah, no, but that's besides the point. It is what it is, dude. Yeah.
Maybe, would
Sorry
you
we
like to ask
couldn't.
her yourself for like a baby bottle?
Yeah, this is also super mature.
I mean, you're the one that chose not to intellectually engage this entire time, and you're running away right now. So, of course, I'm going to do this to you
You
after
wanted
you
to
just tried to
go off on
gaslight me
some.
and scapegoat me for all the
Yeah,
problems
dude, you
instead of
want.
intellectually engaging with the points that I brought up. You know what's funny? You were brought up originally because you were mad that I was thanking people specifically, like after I brought people up. Like I literally brought someone up, thanked people, and then started the conversation. So no wonder he went into this whole like spiel about being annoyed about all this random stuff. The original reason why he got brought up in the first place because he was literally complaining about something irrelevant. Olivia, by the way, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. The guest is absurd. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Kira, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. I know he's clearly hurt about his insecure about his intelligence level. Cammy as well. Thank you for the $25. Thank you so much for you seriously triggered. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I totally get you. Well, thank you so much, Cammy. That totally makes sense to me. Madam as well, thank you for the $15. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for this caller is so into his own insecurities that he has no idea how foolish he sounds. I know, right? It's absurd. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Xander, thank you for the $20 to buy him baby formula. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as thank you for the $10. CJ, Richard, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $10. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. He didn't know that mathematical problems are hypothetical. He didn't know that. Shrimp, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Zach, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They do need a debate tutorial. Maybe I should drop a debate tutorial for Trump supporters. Stop being a Trump supporter, number one. What is new? Thank you for the $25. Thank you very much. Christina, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much for enduring this long-ass crash-out monologue. I know, right? And Bree, thank you for the $2. Thank you.
Bro, it's really cute. You're really cute. I heard most of that.
And did it hurt your feelings? Can you
I
thank
don't know.
all
You
the
guys are the ones
donors?
that get your feelings hurt all the time. I can't even, if I say your pronoun wrong, you get mad. So that's really weird.
Can you thank all the donors for the money that they just sent?
Hey, yeah, I can. I'd like to thank everybody that shot a little love my way. I do appreciate you
No,
guys.
to me.
I'm
To me.
sorry, I'm halfway busy. Oh, yeah, you know what?
They
Yeah,
send
thank
money
you
to
to all
me.
the people who help support the grifter. He doesn't have any income
Yeah.
any other way. I'm a
Seriously.
hardworking American. I do what
Exactly.
I
Thank
can
you
to
so
support
much.
you.
Thank you so
and
much for
to
supporting the
support
grift,
the welfare
everyone.
programs most of
Thank
these
you. I
people
really
live
appreciate it.
off
Like
of.
Casey, thank you so much for
I
$5 for supporting the grift.
totally
Thank you
put
so
my
much, Casey, for the
taxpayer money,
$5.
my
Thank you so
hard-working
much.
money
I really
to support
appreciate
you
it. Thank
guys and
you
your food
for supporting the
stamps
grift like you've
and
never
all of
seen.
your
Olivia, thank you for the
health
$5. Thank you so
subsidies.
much for supporting the grift.
Everything
Thank you
I
very
do
much.
for you,
I really
I
appreciate
do
it.
it
Thank
because
you.
I
I
love
love grifting
America,
so much.
and I
Wouldn't be
love
able to
you
do
as
this
human
without you. What
beings.
is new? Thank you for the
And
gold
even
mine
if
for the
you're on
grift.
the other
Thank
side
you
of
so
the
much.
fence,
I
I still
really
love and
appreciate it.
respect you.
Thank you. The
I would never
grift. The
degrade you just
grift.
because you have a
Let's
different political
go.
opinion.
The
Even if
grift.
you disagree
Thank
with
you
me
so much for
politically,
supporting the
I
grift.
empower
Let's
you,
go. Thank
and
you
I
so
love
much.
for you to
I wouldn't
speak
be able to
out
do
for
it
what you
without you.
support.
Cylon, thank you for
I
the
think
galaxy.
you
Thank
guys
you
are
so
all
much for supporting
amazing,
the grift. I
even
really
when we don't
appreciate it.
agree.
Pixie, thank you for the
And I
galaxy.
think you're
Thank you so much
smart,
for supporting the
even
grift.
if we
I
don't
really
agree.
appreciate it. Thank you so much. What
I
is new?
think
Thank
you're
you for
all
the
human
gold mine.
beings
Thank
and
you
you
so
all
much. I really
deserve
appreciate
love
you for
and
supporting the
respect,
grift. Today,
even
thank you for the
if we don't
$10 for the
agree.
grift king. Thank
Do
you
you
so
hear
much
what
for
I have to
supporting the
say from
grift
this
for the
side?
grift king. Thank you
I'm
so
for the
much. I
side of
really
love.
appreciate Janaya.
I
Thank
love
you so
all
much.
races.
Can we get some W's for
I
them in
love
the
all
comment section right now?
nationalities.
Tonette, thank you for the
I
galaxy.
love
Thank you so much,
immigrants.
Tonette. I really appreciate the
We
galaxy. Thank you for
support
supporting the
people.
grift.
We support
Thank you
human
very much. I
beings.
really
We
appreciate it.
support
Thank you.
love.
Can we get
We
some W's
support
for them in the comment
America.
section
We
right now?
support freedom. Free the Iranian people. We support freedom, not freaking terrorists.
Jamie, thank you for the $10 for the grift. Thank you so much on YouTube
Hey,
Super Chat.
thank you
Thank
all
you so
my
much. I
people
really appreciate it.
that
Thank you. He's
continue
having a
to show love
temper
and
tantrum
support
right now. Emmy,
in
thank
the
you for the
midst of
10
this
cents.
got going
Andy,
on
thank you for the dollar
about
for the
hating
grift.
everybody
Thank
that
you
doesn't
so much.
agree
I
with
really
him,
appreciate it. Thank
about
you.
hating
He's
anybody
still
that
raging,
doesn't vote the
everyone.
same
Look at
way
him
he
go.
does.
He
It's
keeps on
absolutely
going.
insane.
He can't stop everybody.
To promote
Thank you
hate
for
and
supporting the
division
grift,
is the
everybody. I
problem with
wouldn't
this
be able to do
America.
it without you.
If you
Thank you so
blame
much.
any one person
You
for
can always support
division
the
and
grift.
hate,
Venmo, PayPal,
you
link
are in
tree in
the
the bio
wrong.
as well as the
It is
description.
the
YouTube is the
people
link. It's
that
for
are
me over
promoting
YouTube
hate
Super
and
Chat.
division,
What is new?
not
Thank you for the
Donald Trump.
$20 for the
It's
more
people
grift
like
money.
this.
Thank you so much. Thank
Come
you for the
together,
corgi for the grift
love
money.
together.
Thank you so
We are
much. I really
stronger
appreciate it.
together.
Thank you. Can we some
You hear
W's for them
me?
in the comment section
We
right
are
now?
stronger
Thank you
together.
so much for the
Come
grift. I
together as
really
one.
appreciate it. Thank
Let's
you.
unite.
Wouldn't be able to do it
Let's
without
find a
you.
median. Let's
He's
open the
crashing out. Do you
talks.
see him? Can we get some
Let's
baby bottles in
be.
the chat for this
Let's
guest?
be
He
America.
literally won't stop. He actually won't
Bipartisan.
stop. Can we get some
Stop
W's?
creating lines in the
W's
sand.
and baby bottles in
Stop
the comment
creating
section for this
division.
guest that's absolutely crashing
Stop
out.
the hate. Start the love. Stop the hate. Start the love.
As you're screaming
Okay,
into my
let's
microphone
be-
because you're
let's be
literally
adults.
complaining about people sending me money while you're calling me a grifter. Amy, thank you for the corgi. Thank you so much.
No,
I really
because
appreciate it.
I
Thank
work.
you
I'm
for
not
supporting
begging for money.
the
This is
grift.
what
I'm
you
working
do.
right now,
You
buddy.
beg for
I'm
it.
working right now.
I
How does it
appreciate
feel?
what these people are
How does it
doing,
feel? Actually,
but this is not what I
I'm
need.
working right now. I'm working right now.
support the American people.
I'm working
you know,
right
you guys
now.
say that everything's
So then you
so
support me
unaffordable.
because I'm
Hey,
the
isn't
American people.
healthcare unaffordable? Aren't people on food stamps?
Hey, thank you for the corgi. Thank you so much. Wait, so then
Nobody's gonna-
just to
But why
clarify
are you
real
going to
quick.
give you money then?
Just
if
to
they
clarify
can't
real
afford
quick.
food, why should they give you money? They should
AGR,
save
thank
it
you so
and
much for
support their
pushing
own
$2.
families.
Thank you very much. Oh, Robin, thank
No,
you so much
these
for the
people
$5.
can't
Thank you
afford
very much. I
anything
really
'cause
appreciate it. Thank you.
America's
He
so
forgot about that
miserable,
one.
Then why give them?
Baby bottles in the comment section for this guest. Absolutely crashing out. Uncle, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it on YouTube Super. Genevieve, thank you so much for the
Donate it.
racing helmet. Thank you very much. MAGA
Come
tears
on,
in
be a man.
the cup right now. Put it in the cup.
Be
I'll
a
drink
man.
it.
Feed the
Madam,
children
thank you for
with
the
that money.
$5. Thank you so much. I
Donate
really
the
appreciate it.
money.
Thank you. Literally, yeah. What is new? Thank you for the corgi. Thank you very much.
Do
Thank you
something
for
with it
supporting the
instead of
grift.
going to
Thank you
fucking
so much.
Disneyland
I
and
wouldn't be
taking
able to
trips
do the
across the
grift
country.
without you, everybody. Thank you so much. Grift,
Yeah, he wouldn't be able to grift
I
without
love
you. Remember
grifting,
that.
everybody. Grift is my love. Grift is
Yeah.
my life. Grift is everything.
Tell him
Now,
the
can you,
truth.
hey, buddy, can you tell me what is a grift?
Tell them the truth, bro.
What does grifting mean?
Dude, you're fucking breezing off the backs of everybody else.
So I'm working right now. I'm doing a job right now, and people
You're
are
not working.
sending me
You
their
call
money
this a
if they
job?
want to.
You
Yeah, this is a
got
job.
degrading people? Hey, pretending to want to engage in a fucking fucking conversation
Xander,
with
thank you for
somebody
$20.
just so
Thank
can
you so
try to
much. I really
tear them
appreciate it.
down?
Thank you. Barbara,
No,
thank you for the
this
fireworks.
isn't a
Thank you so much for
job.
supporting my job.
It's a
Thank you so
hobby.
much. This is my job.
It's a fucking hobby.
But it pays my bills.
Are you paying taxes on it?
Yeah.
Are you reporting it all?
Yeah.
Are you?
Yeah.
I wonder about that.
Olivia, thank you for
guys are gonna end
$5.
up getting caught up in
Ashley,
some fucking
thank you
IRS shit
for the money
later
gun.
on because you
I
aren't
pay
accurately
How do you
reporting
feel?
all
How do you
your,
feel that without my real
finances.
job, I pay more in taxes than you? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I don't know about that, but I'm doing all right. I've been a contributing member of society for all my life, so I get myself places
I just
based off
think
my
that you're
skills
jealous
and
that like I have a real
successes
job.
for,
I think you're just
no,
jealous that I have a real
supervisor.
job.
You don't have a real job. You're
This
a
is a real
clown.
job.
You're
This
a
is a real
performer.
job.
No, you're a fucking
Thank you for the
a
lucky cat.
comedian.
Thank you. Yeah, but this is a real job. I'm not a comedian. This is a real job. I
Nah,
debate people.
it's not a real job.
Thank you for Galaxy. Thank you.
No,
Yes, it
going
is.
online and begging people for money is not a real job.
I
You're
never
a
begged people.
panhandler.
They send me my money.
Yeah,
They
listen,
send
you
me
have
money
a
because they
digital
like my
piece
content.
of cardboard right now.
Hey,
you have a
hey,
digital
old
piece of
dad, new
cardboard
tricks.
Fucking
that.
will speak
Hey.
for gifts.
Crashing out. You're
Will
crashing out.
speak for gifts. Hold up the sign.
Tana, thank you for the $10.
Hey.
Thank you very much for the guest is jealous. I know, right? He's crashing out right now because he doesn't realize that I am providing a service right now and people want to send me money because they
you're
like
not.
my content. Llama, thank you for the
parroting.
£10.
All you do
Thank
is
you very
parrot
much.
what
I
you
really appreciate it.
fucking
Zach, thank you for the
paid to
$2
say.
for the taxes. Thank you so
You're a
much.
fucking
What is
paid
good? Thank you for the
parrot.
tiny cheering. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
You spew the same thing I could get on 7 other fucking lives. The same thing.
Yeah, so then why are there...
What are you doing?
So then why are there 9,000 people in the stream on YouTube and TikTok?
Well, people got a lot of time on their hands.
So I'm clearly successful in what I do. Just because there are other people that do the same thing as what I do doesn't mean that I'm not successful.
I just said it wasn't a job. You might be successful at doing what you're doing. I just don't think it's a fucking job.
It's a job, and I'm successful at it. How does that make you feel? Are you jealous? Are you mad? Because it sounds like you're crashing out and you need a baby bottle because I'm getting money on the internet.
Don't think you're a productive member of
Janice, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Chew, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you very much for the education for this guy. Glampire, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Llama, thank you for the $10. Give me some W's for Llama in the comment section right now.
I don't have you on a feed like he does.
Yeah, you're crashing out. You're crashing out, buddy. Baby bottles in the comment section, everybody. Thank you for supporting the grift.
Blue, red, much love to all of you. I appreciate you.
Hey, buddy, old
you
dad.
guys are all
Old
great.
dad, old dad. Can you tell me what a real job is? Can you tell me what a real job is?
A real job? I believe a real job actually supports infrastructure and your community and growth. I think that you're like
Yeah, dude, I pay more taxes than you, therefore I have a real job.
You're an entertainer of sorts. You know what I mean? That's like calling what you do a job is like calling Fox News, and it's not. Fox is not news.
People who work at Fox News have a job.
Fox is an entertainment program.
Yeah, and
so
people...
it is not news, and so your job is...
Hey, dude, and people who work at Fox News, they have a job. Is that a complicated thing to understand, buddy? I know that you're crashing out. Like, literally epic crash out. Gina, think of the $2. He's crashing out like crazy. But, like, dude, that's a job still. It's still a job. Lemmy, thank you so much for the $20 for your sum of money. Thank you for the money for the real job, Lemmy. Thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you.
I didn't say working at Fox wasn't a job. That's not what I said.
Yeah, that's exactly what you just tried to say.
You take your words out of context. No.
Lindsay, thank you for the $10. Yeah, he forgot about that one. Fawn, thank you so much for the $2 as well. Thank you.
You guys don't actually process anything that's said. You take words, you restructure them, and then you regurgitate them in a way that manipulates the situation to how you see fit, and then you fucking control the conversation from there.
Parker, people are sending you money. Parker, how dare it? People are sending you money. You don't have a real job. You have a fake job. You're making fake money right now.
I don't say
you have
how
a fake
dare
job.
them.
You don't have a
They
real
do
job,
whatever they
Parker.
want
This
with
is
their
so
money.
fake. I think it's horrible that people are sending you money. How dare they send you money? That is the worst possible thing they could be doing. How dare they? They could be doing so many different things. Oh my God. How terrible. How horrible. How absolutely atrocious they're deciding to spend their money on Parker get a job. How
Where do your fucking baby bottles really belong? Do they belong in the chat for me, or do they belong on a person's live who all they do is go on the internet every day and complain about how terrible their life is, and Donald Trump and our government and America? That's all you ever do is complain. You cry every day about how terrible everything is and how everybody's a victim and how everybody that didn't side with your side is a terrible person. So it sounds like you're
Look into a mirror, buddy. That's actually you, bud. Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. Everyone, thank you for the $10. Jonathan with the $2. Christy, thank you for the $1. Kimberly, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Justin, thank you for the 50 cents. Todd, thank you for the $5. Kimberly with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Janice, thank you for the $2 for the baby formula. Janice, thank you for the $2 for the true DDS. I know, right? It's actually ridiculous. Kira, thank you for the $5. Olivia, thank you for the $5. This guy is crashing out, chat. I actually can't believe I can't. This guy is crazy.
I know. You think complaining on the internet, it makes it so that you're actually doing something. You guys are crazy.
Hey, dude, I'm absolutely doing something with 6,000 people, or not just 6,000 people, 9,000 people watching the stream right now. I'm educating people.
I know. You're trying
giving
to
them
create
greater
a
access
division
to
between
resources.
people.
You're
which
getting
is
dog
crazy.
walked and you're mad, and you're just jealous of the fact that people are sending you money. You're jealous of the fact that I have a real job, literally influencing the world to be better.
No.
Tawny, think of the $10. Thank you so
No.
much.
You're
Alex, think of the $10
influencing
as well. Thank you
worse
so much.
because you create division.
Hey,
You
dude,
don't support unity.
none of
You support
I'm not
division.
creating. I'm yeah, division away from like literally delusion, and division away from literally people who harm this country. Yeah, I would love this country to be in a better place. Division away from rapists. Don't support rapists. Division away from
Don't
people who
support
literally
rapists
harm this
either.
country. That's what I'm advocating for. If that hurts your feelings, well then I'm sorry, but that's because I love this country and I want this country to be doing
No,
better.
but no, what
and
you
what
do
you
is then you
support
paint.
harms this country irreparably.
No, you are saying that anybody
You're
that's
mad.
not on your side supports all of those things, and that's not true.
No, that's
It
not
is
true.
a lie.
Not
It's
true.
a lie to the American.
Not true. You can be conservative and anti-Trump. You know that, right?
You don't have to be anti-Trump to say that you don't support all those things or that you're against all those things. Hold on, honey, let me park. I'm
Wait, were
talking
you
to
driving?
Parker. Yeah, I have hands free. I've got an earpiece in.
Oh, well, I have to kick you because you're not allowed to be driving on TikTok, but when you're done driving, you can send a guest request back and complain more. I didn't know you were driving that whole time. I honestly thought you were just ignoring your daughter. I thought he was just straight up ignoring his daughter. He did that while in the car with his daughter, by the way. He was crashing out while driving in the car with his daughter. Like, whoa, dude. He was screaming that whole time with his daughter in the car. How fucking embarrassing is that, dude? Holy shit, man. That's so embarrassing, dude. Holy fuck, man. Oh my god, I feel bad for her. Holy shit, that is horrible. Oh my god. That is atrocious, dude. How fucking embarrassing, bro. Lucille, thank you so much for the $30. Thank you so much on PayPal. I really appreciate it, Lucille. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Lucille in the comment section right now. Thank you. So it looks like you and the last guest were crashing out, dude. Absolutely
I wasn't even
crashing
out. How did I get banned for 5 minutes?
I don't know.
I was in the live for 5 minutes and I got banned, bro.
Well, you were clearly like mad at me, I'm pretty sure. Matthew, by
But
the way,
that
thank
guy
you
was
for the
mad at
$10.
you
Thank
for
you very
a whole
much.
hour, man.
Yeah,
It
that
just
guy
don't
was
make
mad at me
sense.
for a while and didn't even get kicked. He was like screaming, dude.
Yeah, it pissed me off because I was actually going somewhere with this debate.
And do you agree with him?
Did I agree with him on what parts?
Do you think I'm a grifter?
I mean, oh man, dude, I work my ass off every day, man.
Do you think I
don't
have a
really
fake
support... Yeah. I mean, bro, dude, do your feet ever hurt? Hold on, dude.
Wait,
Do
what
your
is up
feet
with the
hurt?
guests today, bro?
Do your feet
what
hurt
is
at the
up
end
with
of
the
the
guests
day?
today, bro?
Do your feet hurt at the end of the day?
Yeah, dude.
No, they don't, bro. You wouldn't know where to work if it hit you. If it hit you in the face, man.
This
That's
is
why I
real
like
work.
Trump, bro.
This
That's
is
why
real
you
work.
don't like Trump is because you're so far out of reality, man. Trump is for the working class individuals.
Hey,
And I will
buddy,
always
this is
support
real
Trump.
work.
I pray for Trump every night I lay my head on my pillow. I pray that he survives. I
Donald
pray that
Trump,
every
please,
day.
Donald Trump, save us, Donald Trump, please. Please, Donald Trump.
He's the only man that can
Please,
save
please
us,
save
man.
us, Donald Trump. Donald Trump, we need you right now here. Please, save us, Trump. Please. Please, Trump. Please save us, Trump. We need you right now, Trump. Please save us.
How do you think Trump
I can
survived
feel you right now,
that
Trump. Please.
attempt?
Please save us, Trump.
His prayers,
Trump.
bro, is Jesus Christ that saved his life that day. You know that?
Do you think Trump has sore feet when after like a day of work?
I'm sure he's got a sore jaw after telling off every liberal every day, bro. He's got a lot to deal with, man. He's got a lot of crazy people he has to deal with and tame in this country.
Wait, that's me too. So I have a real job because I deal with crazy people like you. Xander, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much.
I'm
I
not
really appreciate
crazy,
it. Thank
man.
you.
I'm the
Thank you,
normal
Xander.
person, bro. I'm sorry.
Hey, dude, you
seem
just said
so
that I
far
don't
out
have
of
a real
reality
job,
that
buddy.
You can't see that you're the delusional
Hey,
one.
dude.
That your
you literally
side
said
is the
I don't have a real
delusional
job
side.
and that I'm a grifter. Okay. Not only that, but also like, dude, my feet get tired after dog walking Trump supporters all day. You know.
Dude, I guarantee you would never get burnt out from your current position.
What does that even mean? What do you mean burnt out?
That means a real job, bro. Working a real job with overtime or not overtime, man. You're prone to get burnt out and tired. You, man, you can sit there all day, bro, and make as much money as you can, bro, because you're not doing any labor.
So you think I don't get tired? I definitely do get tired.
Yeah, because obviously we're human beings. We get tired, dude. But you could just stay on there all day, dude, drink an energy drink, whatever, man.
I
I
don't drink
work,
energy
bro.
drinks.
I'm
I'm
busting my
working right
butt, man.
now. I'm busting my butt dealing with you right now.
Bro, and I can tell you're obviously insecure about like your current position status. Dude,
I'm
if
not
you're that
insecure. I
insecure
think you're
about it, why don't
jealous.
you get a real job, Parker?
I have a real job. Think of the gem guy.
Like
How am I
apply on
insecure?
Indeed, man. Indeed has a lot of jobs
Hey,
available,
dude,
bro.
how am I insecure?
Because you're still on about this, bro. Let's go into an actual debate. I
I
don't
mean,
care
you're the one who
if
called me a grifter and literally said that I had a fake job. And I'm just
the
saying
reality is, bro,
and I
it's
am
your
literally just
opinion.
being
You
like,
can say you have
Glampire,
a
thank
real
you so much for
job.
the $20 from YouTube Super Chat. I really appreciate it. Thank you. The MAGA chuds are ridiculous. They glorify
Hey,
hard
Parker,
work
what's the
when
definition
that
of
is
a
not the
job,
goal.
bro?
Exactly. It's literally
What's
to
the
be able
definition
to
of a
get
job?
things that you need. As well as Zach, thank you for the $2. A paid
What's
position
the
of
definition of a job?
paid position of employment. Katie, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much,
So,
Katie. I really
dude,
appreciate it. Thank you.
what are you
Sean
employed
with the
as?
$2. Thank you.
What are you employed as?
I am employed. I'm self-employed. I'm a
You
business
call
owner.
this self-employment?
Yeah, I'm a business owner.
What business do you own, bro?
This.
You don't own TikTok?
I don't need to own TikTok. I own the business that I'm running, and I make money on TikTok and YouTube.
What are you saying? What you're doing right now is a business that you run?
Yes.
How? What are you selling?
I don't need to be selling something when conducting a business. People can support me specifically by doing things that they like. Well, technically, I am selling videos to YouTube. They give me money for the advertisements. Technically, I am selling my labor right now, and people can specifically send me money if they like my content. Like right now, Melody
Bro,
just sent me
what
$5
you're
on
doing is
Venmo.
for
Thank you so
fun,
much,
bro.
Melody. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I used to do this just for fun, and it was in like something for a better world, of course. And it's something that ended up blowing up and inevitably became my job because of it. Like Julia, thank you for the $2. Thank you for these people are acting like desk jobs don't exist.
You ever
I know,
get
right?
jealous of Dean, bro?
No.
No, dude. How do you not get jealous, man? You made Dean, and he blew up more than you, dude. That would make me feel bad.
Thank you for the manifesting. Well, I'm not you, and I think that if my friends do well, that it's a good thing, and I'm happy for them. And just because someone's doing better than me doesn't mean that I'm gonna feel bad myself. I'm not insecure about my position here.
I mean, I'm not saying you got to be insecure, dude. I would just be real mad, man. That's not fair to me. I'm hoping Dean like gives you a
Hey,
cut
dude.
of his profits.
Hey, dude, I am already.
I mean,
in
you
such
made
an
Dean, bro.
You're being ridiculous. I'm in already such an unbelievably privileged position. I am grateful for the position I'm in every single day that I'm here, regardless of whether or not I have as many followers, viewers, or anything as Dean, right? The fact that I've been able to influence society to become better and that people through that have been inspired themselves to
No, what you're doing is
and people through that have been inspired themselves to do the same thing and inspire things that are great is amazing to me. My work then leading to Dean doing work and even being seen by more people than me is an incredible thing that I think is amazing and I'm very happy for because it means that my work has influenced so many people that it's inspired those to create themselves, which inevitably speaking creates change after I'm not even going to be here. Right? Like, that's what I want to incite. I want to incite society to change for the better. And if
You're
that means other
poisoning
people
the
getting
youth.
more attention than me, I have no issue with that. I'm happy for that because that makes society a better place. I don't
You're
need to
poisoning the youth.
I don't need to personally profit off of everything myself. What I care about is society being better. Inevitably
Okay,
speaking,
can I put my
I'm
two
still going
cents
to be
in on
good,
this?
and I'm still going to be very privileged. Like, Joshua, thank you for the $100 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Joshua, for taking a break and rest his feet. Well, thank you so much, Joshua. I appreciate the $100
I
on
wanna debate
PayPal.
it,
Thank
bro,
you so
but he
much,
keeps
Joshua. Can we get some
rapping
W's for
about
Joshua in the comment section right now? Like, seriously, I am incredibly privileged to thank Joshua for the $100 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Mike as well, thank you for the $5 for how dare you be self-employed. I know, right? It's ridiculous, right?
Let's debate.
We are, and I was just clarifying. I know that you like don't want to engage the point that I clearly just dog walked you on, but
No, yeah, I'll engage in that point. You're poisoning the youth of society, whereas a man like Charlie Kirk was uplifting the youth and changing society for the better.
that's just because
Charlie
you
Kirk are
ideologically
polar
disagree with me.
opposites.
Hey, you're literally just saying because you ideologically disagree with me that you don't take into consideration my work, because there's no relevant difference between the work that Charlie Kirk did and the work that I do. Specifically, that would mean that I don't have a real job, but he did. Like that makes no sense.
Yeah, Charlie Kirk was actually working with actual like diplomatic people, like actual people higher up on the totem pole. You sit in your freaking comfy chair in the comfort of your home and freaking debate little kids, dude. That
Are
is
you a little
not
kid?
a job.
Are
No,
you
I'm
a
not a
little
little
kid?
kid.
So
But I've
I'm not
seen
debating little kids. I don't know what you're talking about.
or debating like MAGA people, bro. That's all you
Kellyanne,
do,
think of the
man.
five. So are you saying
Charlie
that you know
Kirk.
what, you might be right there. MAGA individuals are about the intelligence of a child. So you are right about the intelligence of a child. Not quite.
See,
there.
man, and you're condescending, man. I don't know if you're like this, like personally, like in public, or you're just put on a facade online to
I mean, do you crash out
induce
like this
money
in
out of
public
your
too? Yeah, no,
Uh-huh.
I just do this to grift. I do this to grift.
Or are you just
It's just for the
naturally a
money.
condescending
I don't believe in
douche?
I don't believe in a single thing that I've ever said in my entire life. I just do this for money. I don't do anything for things that I believe in. I do it all just for money, just for green,
Why are
just
you
for
condescending,
cash,
bro?
just because
Let's have a
I want money.
debate.
I want more money, 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 money,
Charlie
money,
Kirk was never
money, 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 money,
condescending to
money,
the
money,
people
money,
that talked
money,
to
money,
him,
money, money,
man.
money, 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 money.
All right, can we debate now?
Money,
bro?
money,
I
money,
don't
money,
care
money.
if you think it's
Shayna, thank you so much for the $30. Thank you so much on Venmo. I really
I'm
appreciate it.
on
Money,
here
money,
to
money,
try
money,
to
money, money, money. Al,
persuade
thank you for the dollar.
one
Thank you
of
so
your
much. Money, money, money,
viewers
money, money, money. Kellyanne, thank you so
to
much for
come
the
to the good
$5. Money, money,
side.
money, 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 money. Kelvin, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Ashley,
I'm
thank you
here
for
to try to
$5 for money,
persuade
money,
some
money,
of
money,
the
money,
viewers
money,
to
money,
come to
money
the
for
good side.
self-employed photographer here. W, real job. Lily, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Angelica, thank you for the 50 cents. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Money, 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 money.
That's literally why I'm on here today. I'm not on here for
Okay.
entertainment. I'm on here, bro, because you're poisoning the youth of this country.
I'm
You get
poisoning
a
the
lot
youth of this
viewership,
country,
and I
chat,
want
like
to
you've
change
never
that.
seen before with liberal ideology. Yeah, that's actually a good thing. That's not poison. That's a good thing.
I want
If you
to
think
show
it's
people
poison,
that
I
Trump
think it's
is a
good.
great president.
Robert,
and
thank you
you're
for the 5 cents.
brainwashing
The
these
$5. Thank
people.
you very much. I really appreciate it. Crimson, thank you so much for the $5. That's like you're also like the same people that say like vaccines aren't effective. So like, yeah, I think that when you say poison, that means something
literally
good.
I was in the military and I got vaccinated. They are ineffective. Because after I got vaccinated, I still got COVID. So
Yeah, so vaccines don't completely prevent you from getting COVID.
oh my god, what an excuse!
No, they just reduce the likelihood of you getting it. They reduce the likelihood of you being severe and having severe
There's
illness.
no way
They
you
reduce
can
the
put that
likelihood of
into evidence.
hospitalization. They reduce the likelihood of death, and they reduce the likelihood in which you're going to transmit to other people. So that's what vaccines do. They're not 100%, but they do reduce the likelihood of things happening. That's like saying a seatbelt isn't effective because you can still get harmed in a car accident.
No, it's definitely not the same.
Seatbelts aren't effective. People still die in car accidents, even though they were wearing a seatbelt. Actually,
it's
I'm not going to wear
impossible
my
to measure
seatbelt because people still
the
die in car
effectiveness
accidents.
of the
Actually,
vaccine.
so stop wearing
You can't
seatbelts.
measure
People
the
still die in
effectiveness
car
of the
accidents.
vaccine
They still do.
in the
They still
particular
do.
manner that you're describing it as.
You don't know what you're talking about. Who needs
No, I do
helmets?
know what
People
I'm
still
talking
die
about.
even if they're wearing a helmet. We don't need helmets anymore. Actually, people still get hurt even
That
if they're wearing
vaccine was
helmets.
just
Actually,
a distraction, bro.
you have no clue what you're talking about. Use your brain.
I'm using my brain. I
Indeed,
was in
thank
the
you so much for the
military, bro.
$5 for
People
money,
get
money,
kicked
money,
out of
money,
the
money, money,
military under the
poisoning
Biden
the youth with
administration
logic
for
and
not taking
reason.
the vaccine.
Money, 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 money,
And
money.
oh
money.
yeah, Biden's not a communist.
Jim, thank you for the
But that
$5.
is a
Thank you very much.
straight
Wait,
communist thing
you
too.
think Biden's a communist?
100%, dude. He was kicking people out of the military for not getting a vaccine.
That's not what
He was
communism
kicking-
is. That's not
Hold
what
on, you
communism
idiot.
is.
He was
So hold
kicking
up, pause,
people out of
pause,
the military
pause. Hey, buddy,
for not getting a
Hey,
vaccine.
Can you
dude.
define
That's
communism?
like a dictatorship,
Hey,
bro.
hey, buddy,
Yeah,
define
when the government controls
communism.
everything, yeah,
Hey,
that's
buddy.
communism. You
Hey, buddy,
moron.
buddy. Can you define communism?
It's when the government controls everything. It's a classless state of society.
So it's a stateless, classless, moneyless society. A stateless society means that there's no government that has a monopoly on violence to control everything. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? The government in a communist society doesn't have any control. All they do is distribute goods.
Do you think what's your moral standpoint on that though, Parker? Kicking military members out for refusing to get the vaccine.
Get
what's your moral
vaccinated.
standpoint on that? Yeah.
Good. Get vaccinated.
Oh my fuck.
You have no good reason to not get vaccinated
I'm
unless you
glad
medically
Trump
cannot.
reinstated all those military
You have no
members.
good reason to not get vaccinated unless you medically cannot.
Yeah, maybe because I don't want a freaking shot that I don't know anything about.
Hey, dude, you're okay with taking the anthrax vaccine? You're okay with taking the flu vaccine? You're okay with taking the measles vaccine? You're okay with taking the polio
Because I
vaccine?
don't know.
You're
COVID
okay
is,
with taking
dude,
all of
COVID
these
is something you've
vaccines,
never
but then
seen
for some
before, you
reason,
idiot.
the COVID vaccine, oh my God,
idiot.
no, please, no COVID vaccine. We can't do that one. Oh, the other one's the 20 fucking plus
because it's
vaccines that
something
I had
you
to take in the
haven't seen
military.
before, dude.
Oh
You're
my God, how
so
dare they give us a
freaking
COVID vaccine that's
ignorant.
mandated after they mandated
You're
20
ignorant,
plus
Parker.
vaccines?
You are ignorant.
You're an idiot.
How am I an idiot, dude? I'm saying
Because
the
you had to take like
reason
2
people
dozen
were
other
refusing to get
vaccines
the COVID
already.
vaccine is because we never saw what COVID was, bro. We were a year.
2 dozen other vaccines. You're like, oh,
Anthrax
I'm
has been
okay with
around
taking
forever,
those
bro.
ones. Those ones I'll definitely take. I'll be okay with taking
Flu's
those
been
ones.
around forever.
Okay, not all of them have been around forever, right? The flu vaccine, for example, is a new one that we make every single year due to the different seasonal flu, or due to the different flu that's likely to spread. So actually, like, you don't know what you're talking about. Secondly, mRNA technology, we've been actually studying for decades at this point. And there's not a single vaccine that's been given to the public that has, had a side effect manifest 6 months plus after injection. For the COVID vaccine, we gave it to the public, and that is one of the vaccines that was actually incredibly safe, has a lower likelihood of negative impacts happening to you comparative to other vaccines. Garanch, thank you for the $5 for money. Tam, thank you for the $10 for the money.
Yeah, dude. Do you worship money or something, man?
Yeah,
like,
dude,
bro, you're
that's all I
a
do.
weird guy, man.
I worship money. Thank
You
you
are
so
a
much
very
for
weird
sending the
guy.
money. Thank you so much, everybody, for sending the money. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I wouldn't be able to do the grift without you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. All hail money. Thank you so much. All hail money. All hail money. He got a misinformation flag. Surprisingly enough, right? Juicy, think of the bouquet. What is up with the guest today? Jesus Christ, dude. What is going on, dude? Oh my God, I'm the beard. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I know they've been doing it for like multiple decades. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hey, I just wanted to say thank you because, like,
Well, I appreciate you very much. I am looking for some debates right now. Thank you very much, though. Mia, thank you for the $5, by the way. Thank you so much. And Trey, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you. Yes, Trump does take credit for the COVID vaccine. Jonathan, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Spizzy, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $7. Thank you very much. Jeff with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, of course. Thank you so much. Zach, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, that's definitely way less safe. The anthrax vaccine is definitely less safe, for sure. Glampire, thank you for the $5 for money, prayers, and thoughts. Well, thank you. Aaron, thank you for the $5 for the grift. Thank you very much. Let's get this next individual up here real quick. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Someone said, what's your PayPal, Parker? Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chats, and then my link tree in my bio. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
December 10, 2006. I'm 19, like I said.
Okay. And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote
Trump,
for?
I literally just said I support Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I don't support trans.
What's wrong with trans people?
You get on live every day to, aside from the fact that you're DL and you're gay.
What did you say? Repeat that one time.
You DL.
Are you like trying to dispute what I'm saying by saying that I'm gay? Let's say that I was gay. What's your issue?
You're living in your truth, but are we gonna act like there's not stories every day about trans going into the bathroom and being weird to children?
No, there's not. I doubt you'd be able to give me any good examples, but I do have an example of
Look
Donald
it
Trump, the
up.
person that you support for president of the United States, doing that just exact same thing. He bragged about walking
Not
into the
you
changing
copying
rooms of
the same
naked women
stories
while
that
they're
Dean give out.
Donald Trump bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where an 18-year-old came out. So there were actually two 18-year-olds that came out. So there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms, so Donald Trump would barge in.
Where's your source for this?
Donald Trump's own voice. Do you want to hear it?
Sure.
Okay, for sure. Let's play it right now. Donald Trump himself bragging about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent. I got you right here. Let me play it for you. Sorry, that's him calling his daughter voluptuous. One quick second. Let me pull up the other one. I apologize.
Like you don't be stalking Dean every day, wishing he was in his pants.
Dean and I are both in relationships with women. I don't know why you're focused on us being gay so much. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request. Or not next individual. I meant to say this.
The owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything
Friend
else.
doesn't know what a
and,
joke
no
is
men
because
are
he'll
anywhere.
actually do that. Parker, you're the type to actually do that.
Do you want me to...
Trump was literally joking about that, but you actually the type to do that.
Can you take a listen
along
real
with
quick?
Dean?
Can you listen real quick?
As the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that.
Why are you doing that? What's the point of doing that? Why are you doing this?
Thank you for the gift, y'all. Keep sending me gifts, y'all. Thank you for the gift, y'all. Let's give our money to Parker, y'all.
Is this because you're mad that I proved you wrong?
You didn't prove anyone wrong.
I did.
Guys, keep sending me gifts.
Donald Trump bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while
Let's
they're changing.
beat Parker, y'all. Let's beat Parker.
Okay, I'm going to go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. People get so mad that people send me money that they literally come up here to do that. Jory, thank you for the $10, by the way. Paige, thank you for the $3. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I know there's a bunch of different vaccines you have to take. It's ridiculous that people only will specifically mention this one. Thank you for the disco ball. Thank you so much, dear. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump, absolutely.
And what's your how old are you?
21.
What's your birth year?
2005.
And what month?
March 20. Yesterday, it was my birthday. No, I mean like 20. Today is 22, right? So, someday, I think 20.
I think they're lying about their age, because if it happened yesterday or 3 days ago, they wouldn't say yesterday, right? Like I don't know why they would say that. Let's go into the next individual. Christopher, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
What's your birth year?
2006.
Okay. And what month were you born?
December.
Okay. And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I got a question for you, Parker.
Go ahead.
I need some help with my homework.
Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates, everyone.
Hey, let's go.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
No, I love you, Parker.
Appreciate you very much. Let's go on the next individual. By the way, everyone, we got about an hour and 30 minutes, 2 hours left on the stream, just letting everyone know. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Harris or Trump? Definitely Trump.
Okay. And what was your birth year?
2007.
What month?
January.
Okay. And you said you're how old again?
19.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
Uh,
Okay. He did say 18 before. I thought so. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. Amy, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's very true, Amy. It's very true. Emily, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Absolutely hit that thumbs up. Everyone helps get it out to more people. Let's go to the next individual, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. Alrighty, let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I just wanted to thank you for what you're doing.
Appreciate you very much. Jolene, thank you for the dollar, by the way. Thank you very much. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker?
Appreciate you very much. Appreciate you. Dan, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for Dan in the comment section right now. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
The election were held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
And what's your birth year?
2003.
And what month were you born?
July.
Okay. And why do you support Donald Trump?
Just because what he stands for, I suppose.
Are you driving?
No. I'm in a car, but I'm not driving as of right now.
Okay. Alrighty. So what was the thing you just said? Repeat that.
Support Trump because of what he stands for.
And that is?
I believe just America first. It's really the biggest reason.
Okay. How is the America first?
What is it?
How is he America first? They left. Okay. That's what I thought. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Mary, thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Mary. Thank you for everyone you put up with, including the kids who lie about cars and birth year. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Mary, for the $100 on PayPal. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, W's for Mary in the comment section right now. That is so kind of you. Let's go to the next individual, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Again, W's for Mary in the comment section right now. As well as Zach, thank you for the $2, by the way. Thank you.
Parker, love you.
Never heard of that. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's go on to the next individual, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Pyro, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely horrible. Absolutely horrible. Emily, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I'll make sure to look for that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'll try to look. I don't quite see them. If you let me know what message, you can just put the message underneath the same one you just sent. If you let me know what kind of message they're sending to look out for, let me know. I'd really appreciate it. let's go on to this next individual here quick. Yo, what's up? How old are you? You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen.
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
And what's your birth year?
December 15, 2005.
Okay. And you said you're 50. You said you're 20.
Why did I say I was 15? Why are you thinking about 15-year-olds?
I think that was the same person trolling from earlier. You come back to Crash Out?
Yeah, I came back because you have people trying to dox me. That's really cool.
No, I would disagree with anyone
you guys.
doxing you.
I got. Hey, somebody sent me pictures and stuff. Actually, you guys kept going off about me for like 15 minutes because you missed me so much apparently, and then I got messages about facecheck.id about my job's gonna love these videos and these clips and all this stuff. Don't play games.
I don't condone.
No, you guys
anyone,
are clowns. Who would do that?
I don't condone anyone
That's
doxing.
crazy work.
I don't condone anyone doxing. I think that's horrible.
yeah?
No one should do that.
I got screenshots of that. I'll show you. That's your supporters right there. What are you guys doing?
I disagree with anyone doing that. I think they shouldn't do that.
Well, then maybe you should block and report people for doing that because that's absolutely absurd.
Yeah, let me know who did that.
And I don't even know what I did. What would I do to constitute anybody even trying to do that to me? I had no hateful speech. Like, I love all people. You know what I said at the end when I was hollering?
buddy.
I said
Hey,
I love
buddy.
all people
Hey,
and I
buddy.
love all colors.
Hey, buddy.
And I love
Hey, buddy.
I love
Hey, buddy. Hey,
immigrants.
buddy.
I love people.
Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. I disagree with them doing that. I don't know why someone would do that. I disagree with doing that. If you have an issue, please report them, or you can private your account.
Sorry, I really apologize. I had no idea that little guy on the little motorcycle was going to ride by right then. That was crazy.
You can private your account. That'd probably be the best way to address that if you'd like.
Yeah, no, I did. I privated my account and did that stuff like right away. I was appalled. I couldn't believe that. And I appreciate you denouncing that publicly because I don't think anybody on either side, no matter how much we disagree, I mean, it's one thing if somebody's out here, like, I don't even agree with it then, but if you've got people like doing nasty things or you know that they're committing crimes or doing, I mean, like, obviously don't keep that stuff a secret. But just to go and try to, just because you don't like somebody or you disagreed with something they said with, to try to like, to smear them or get them to lose their jobs or what, I mean, that's crazy work to me. I mean, I wouldn't have wished that upon any of you guys. Like, I think that's ridiculous. So I appreciate you saying that, and I hope that your followers and your listeners actually support you enough to go along with what you say and not continue to do things of what I just experienced right now. I can't believe it. Now, I don't believe I did anything that's going to constitute me losing my job or anything. I mean, yeah, but well,
Tell us why you support Trump.
yeah.
Go back to that.
Well, I told you because I decided to go with the other side of the lines politically speaking this time around. I told you before, well, I guess I didn't say it, but I'm a registered Democrat. I voted blue all my life. This is the first, I did tell you that this is the first time I ever voted against my party's side. I voted Republican for the first time, which, let's be honest, how Republican is Donald Trump. I mean, he's been a Democrat all his life too. He just ran Republican because he knew he was going to get voted in that way. But that's besides the point.
So why do you like Trump?
Like, I don't necessarily say I super like him. I don't really like anybody like that. Like, you know, if you're saying like I'm idolizing him, I don't do stuff like that. I support him as my presidential choice because I hope for a better America and I hope for a better future for
How is he
everybody.
making a
But
better America?
we'll see. Well, like I told you before, we'll see. You know, they've tried to the tax brackets have changed. You know, they've shifted in our favor. You know, they've tried to do some the tips and overtime. I know that was kind of like half-assed, but you know, it was a start at least.
When Donald Trump's imposed tariffs that put even more upward pressure on your taxes, so average Americans
I'd love
are
to
paying
talk
more.
about tariffs. Parker, I'd love to talk to you about tariffs because don't you guys believe in taxing the rich? Aren't the owners who run these companies, isn't that a way to tax the rich?
No, because it disproportionately
Because,
negatively impacts consumers because of the fact that it's
well,
passed down to the consumer mostly.
it would anyway. If you hit them in the tax bracket, they're going to raise the prices anyway. They're
No,
going to raise the
actually-
prices. If you hit their pockets, that's how they cover the cost. No one ever takes that hit. They compensate for it.
Well, that's why
And
we
what
have
they'll do is they'll do shrinkflation. So what you're going to see is a higher price point and a smaller volume. And what you used to get for your buck, you're going to now get less and pay more. That's one way they're going to hit you, companies and corporations. We've seen it over the years. They will make up for those costs. They will not take the hit, brother. They won't. Whether you tax them on at the end of the year or if you hit them with tariffs, it's the same thing, man. And so if you condemn tariffs, you might as well say you're condemning taxing the rich because that's the same thing. And yeah, they're going to hit the consumers. That's what they do. And that just proves our point that taxing the rich isn't going to solve any problem. If you don't think tariffs is going to solve it, neither is taxing the rich because it's the same damn thing, dude. Same thing.
No, it's not, because one is a tax on the profits taken out, specifically in terms of income and things that you take out of your business, whereas the other
Which
one's
will
a
impact
tax.
them more.
Whereas
It'll impact them more out of their
Let me
pocket.
know when I can speak without interruption.
Go for it.
Yeah, whereas specifically taxes in terms of tariffs are a tax on the cost of production. So it's more likely going to affect the cost of the good overall because it's not placed on the profits that they take out of it. Rather, it's placed on the money that's already in the business.
I know, but they're paying who at the end? In both the terms, on both aspects of it, they're paying the government, right? Government's collecting that money.
Yeah, but it's through different mechanisms. You understand that it's like they're obviously going to have different impacts in terms of the prices because of how they tax you.
Yeah, it would hit their personal pocketbooks harder, honestly, if they got taxed off of their total income at the end of the year, in my opinion, than off a percentage of the goods. Because when you look at the percentage that it does for the tariffs,
That's not what that makes no sense at all, and I can explain further if you'd like.
it's the cost of the production of the good, not the cost of the sale of the good. And then that's another misconception because they say it's $100 item. It's no, that's not what they paid for. They're getting a percentage off the cost of the production of the item. And so that price point is actually much different and a much smaller value and percentage than what is portrayed. And so at the end of the year, when you're looking at percentages, you're taking a percentage of the production cost versus all of their net assets. I'm not net assets, they're net profit. They're net, you know what they pulled at the end of the year, gross profit.
No, what they would take is individual income. So yeah, higher taxes on people's income that they take out for income over $400,000 a year.
And do you know how many people that would negatively impact that aren't that because you want to say, you know, $400,000, so you think, oh, somebody's making $1 million or $2 million a year. A lot of the times when you look at it and the way it breaks down, they're not super duper well off if you look at today's situation or economy and stuff like that. Our dollar value is much
well
different.
off if you
So
make
like,
that much.
so I'm going to say that, yeah, but those are small business owners.
Yeah, but if you make that much in terms of income, then you're doing very well.
They're doing okay, but they're not like rich. They're not like super wealthy. Not in today's world. Not
You're
when houses are $500,000.
You're not a billionaire, but you're doing very well. You're definitely going to be a millionaire.
Yeah, but I'm telling you though, when a house is $500,000 for just like a lame ass house for a tract style home.
Yeah, and if you make
like,
that in 1 year,
we're looking at,
and if you make that in 1 year, you'll be fine.
I'm just saying that you're trying to hit people's pocketbooks that's disproportionately
that are making hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars a year only on their income over $400K. Yeah.
I don't think they should be in the same bracket. I think they should be separated.
I think that there should be more brackets that are going to extend up in terms of the higher income. I don't dispute you there, but having higher levels of taxes for income over $400,000 a year is not a big issue.
Do you what? I guess I don't know. In Oregon, we pay a lot, so it's high for our because we have income tax and stuff like that. So we pay a lot out of our paychecks. Now they recently rolled that bracket back, which was helpful, but it's high here for taxes.
Do you make over $400K a year?
No. But just
Then
anybody
you wouldn't pay
pays a
more in
lot in
taxes.
taxes here
You
because of
wouldn't
the
pay
state income.
under Harris's presidency, you wouldn't pay more in taxes.
No, I didn't. I wasn't saying that. I was just saying that we were talking about taxing right now and taxing the rich and stuff like that.
Yeah,
And,
you're not
even
gonna be the
right
one paying
now,
more in
it
taxes.
was
You're
high,
fighting
but
for
it's
you're fighting for levels of income that you won't have.
no. I'm just saying that those people, those small businesses, those help. It's really hard to try to really put the hurt on those people, those levels, because you want to actually support
Oh my God,
them.
it's
That's
so
not
hard to put the
supporting
hurt
your
on the people who
small.
make millions of dollars a year and hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, but let's
No,
put the hurt onto the working class and middle
no.
class
Talk
Americans.
about all
They can take
your
it.
local.
They can take it, everybody.
These are your local small businesses. I'm talking about the people. These are in your neighborhood communities. Why are you putting them down right now and acting like you should try
A
to
few
run them out of
percentage
their?
increases, a few percentage points increase on their income over $400,000 a year that they're taking out, I think they'll be fine. And if
You're
they're
not
in that
talking about
circumstance,
a little
they'll
bit of an
probably make
increase.
more money because there will be a
Okay,
consumer market that will be able to buy their products to a greater extent.
let's be exact. How much of an increase are you talking then?
It's only a few percentage points. I think it's like 3 percentage points.
3% doesn't seem that bad, but as we've seen in the past, and I voted blue my whole life, we love to keep increasing those taxes, especially the Democrats. We love to raise the taxes, add a new tax. In Oregon, it's tax after
Is
tax
3%
after
too
tax.
much over 400K?
Well, but that's where it starts. It's going to be 3% now, and then another 3% in a year, and a 3%. I mean, is there going to be an end to it? Is it going to be 3% locked in for 10 years? I mean, like, when does it end? That's wild to me to just not have
nothing
a
ever
cap.
nothing ever necessarily ends because of the fact that we're going to be running our overall systems as a society, right? But like in terms of this, obviously there is going to be a point, right, that is going to be too much in terms of someone's income level, right? We just don't think we're at that level for income over $400,000 a year. Right? If it were similar to the level of taxation that we see for the highest levels of income within California, I could understand where you're coming from, right? But not the highest levels of income, but near the highest levels of income, like lawyers, doctors, and people in like high levels of income, not the billionaires, will pay a high effective tax rate in California. If we saw that same near that same tax rate around the nation, we'd be able to pay for things that people need.
Okay, so check it out. Always democratically run. Oregon, Portland ran out like almost 50% of the businesses due to higher business taxes and stuff like that. We just could not stop
I think
raising
we're
the
fine
taxes
here
on
in
our
California,
businesses.
and I'm talking about federal, so we're not going to lose them.
Well, I'm just talking about what happens though. So they kept raising that. They said it was going to be a little bit, and then it was a little bit more. You know what I mean? And then
You're just saying it's a slippery slope. It's never going to end. You have no good evidence that based upon my position that's going to be the case. And based upon your argument, then you'd have to argue for no taxes because any level of taxes would lead to a slippery slope of too much taxation. That's just a
now,
horrible argument.
according to you, this is based off evidence. So this is not just saying it's not based on facts, because this is based on facts. Historically speaking, this is what has happened as a result. It's more than just a slippery slope. It starts and then it doesn't stop, almost guaranteed. And that's based on historical data. Look at the data, and it'll show you
What
that
data?
it didn't go back down.
What data?
Tax hikes and increases. They don't fall back down. They keep adding, and they add another one,
So they
and they add
have.
another one.
They have, by the way. So we had trickle-down economics through Reagan and through Trump and Bush. You understand that, like, prior, we had higher tax rates. We used to have 91%.
You and I both know that trickle-down
We used to have
economics did not work.
91% tax rates on the highest levels of income for marginal tax rates. Now, that wasn't the effective tax rate, but it was the top marginal tax rate. So we have decreased the level of taxes in terms of top marginal tax rates on the rich and wealthy.
Did you just gave an example of the Republican side of one of the worst economic policies. Our trickle-down economics by the Republicans was shit.
Yeah, that's what you're advocating for right now.
No,
That's what Donald Trump's policy is. His
No,
policy of the big beautiful bill. His policy of the big beautiful bill plus tariff policy is literally trickle down economics policy. If you don't know that, then I understand that's understandable that you might not know that. But the reality of the matter is that it is.
No, I've told you already that I do believe that the higher income individuals should pay their fair share. I don't believe that they should be getting all their cuts and these fucking crazy subsidies and all these wild breaks. You know what I mean? I don't think that, but I also think there's a median. I also think
Trump's
there's the
administration
people
for
that are
defense
making like
contractors.
$1 million. I don't think those people are in the same category at all. That's what I was saying. I was saying that they don't belong in the same characterization or category with those super elite or uber rich people.
I don't dispute you there. I don't dispute you there.
That's
but what
all
you're
I
not
was saying.
understanding is that we're okay with increasing taxes on those levels of income, though. Obviously, there should be higher taxes for the billionaires than there is specifically for people who are making that level of income. I'm not disputing you there.
Yeah. Well, we do agree on that. We both agree.
Okay, well, then that's not what Trump agrees with, though. Trump thinks that
I don't always agree with him on. I don't unilaterally agree with him on everything.
I understand.
Like you said, I don't idolize him. He's not just because I voted for him doesn't mean that everything he does is great and he can do no wrong. He can do what he does, and then we'll have to see how it pans out for everybody. But I'm not going to sit here and every little thing he does, every time he twitches or looks left or says some dumb thing that I'm going to panic or shit my pants. I'm just going to say, okay, So we have highs, we have lows, we have hits, we have misses. We'll see what happens in the end. I told you earlier, some people make a mess in the kitchen, but you got to let them cook. He's still got time, so it's too quick to judge. I mean, you're a year and a couple months in.
It's not too quick.
It's not really. It's not. So, I mean, this might be great. So we have. Wait, let's talk about the 5 days break in Iran. We're all talking about Iran, which, according to everybody that projected on the left, we would already be in World War III right now because of our involvement in Iran. Like, weren't you guys all like fear-mongering World War III? Shouldn't we be fighting with the whole world right now? But that's not the case. So you guys were wrong about that.
I don't think we all said it was 100% going to happen. That
oh my goodness, bro! I wish I could go back in time. I wish I could go back in time and pull up the clips.
And you're going to see us saying that there's risking World War III, not that there was going to be.
No, you said for sure that Trump was going to get us into World War III.
That's just not true.
But that's besides the point.
That's not what I said. You're lying.
Okay, well, a lot of people did. Maybe not you. Okay, I'll give you that. Maybe not you, but a lot of people did.
Name one person.
I don't know. Your guys' friend Chris Valenti.
Okay, that's not a representative of the entire Democratic Party. I don't know what Chris Valenti said. Oh my God.
that guy's a cuckoo. I was just teasing you.
Okay, that was ridiculous.
If you watch his videos, he always screams about the worst things that are going to happen for sure, and he's never wrong. He's predominantly left-leaning, and it's very actually entertaining.
I do think that
but that's besides the point. I was just making a joke.
Sometimes.
Yeah, it's definitely wrong. Everybody's wrong sometimes. That's obviously a thing. So that's besides the point. I was just being silly with you. But I am honest though that people did say that there's a lot of fear mongering, that we love to fear monger for some reason. That's what sells the most, right?
I don't know what your argument is.
That we are not in World War III yet, that there is a 5-day cease on the bombings, right? We're going to stop. There's going to be talks right now. Nobody's talking about that, right?
Okay, so you have no arguments.
No, I'm saying that. No, you guys are saying that we were going to get into war. The bombing, it was going to be an endless war, all this stuff. It's definitely a war.
We are currently in like a forever war now. Trump was lying when he said that they were going to end the conflict, that they were in negotiation. The Iran Foreign Ministry literally came out and said specifically that they didn't even talk to the U.S. So that was
but right now, that's not going on right now. Then that's completely false.
Yeah, that was made up. Like literally, the Iran Foreign Ministry came out and said that.
That we're not going to talk at all within these next 5 days. There's not going to be a halt.
We were not talking with them now.
Okay. We'll see in 5 days, I guess. We'll find out.
Okay. We will see, I guess. But the point I'm making is that Trump is has started wars. We has us in war right now. Literally ran on no new wars, right? And Trump quite literally has not engaged in like literally limiting the war from happening, yet is trying to take credit for winning, ending the war, and then going back and forth on it a million times.
Absolutely, he's a glory hound. But that's besides the point. Wasn't Israel going to do it anyway?
You said wasn't Israel
like
going
the
to start
U.S.
war?
didn't do it.
Regardless,
Trump
that
didn't
doesn't
do
mean we
this.
need to be involved.
Israel is
That
doing this.
That doesn't mean we need to be involved.
But we're shifting blame, though, right? Like you're
No,
saying Trump
because
did this,
Israel
but
got it.
Israel did this, and
Israel
Trump did
got
it
us
with
involved,
them.
but Trump went alongside Israel and
Yeah.
did this.
Oh, absolutely. I agree with you there. Yes, he went along with it, but he didn't do this. It was going to happen anyway.
Yeah, it would have happened between Israel and Iran, but it wouldn't have been involving the U.S. And actually, I
We're
don't even
Israel's number
necessarily
one
know
ally,
if,
bro. What do you
no, I
mean?
don't.
Like
We shouldn't be.
the U.S. can't stop supporting Israel ever for some reason. I don't agree with it, but it's true. That's like one of my things I just cannot stand. I cannot stand our undevout, our devout fortitude towards Israel. Like we just cannot stop. I don't want to say negative things, but we cannot stop.
Yes, we
I
can.
don't want to say it. And no, I don't want to say it in a negative
We
way.
absolutely can
Like
stop supporting
I wanted
Israel.
to say something, but it was like not TikTok appropriate. Okay, we're always no. Yanking each other's chains, right? They're always no, because like somebody even already tried to dox me over something silly, so I don't want some silly reference to be used against me because it's taken out of context. But we're always in each other's pockets, right? Israel and the United States, they are just best buds for some reason, no matter what. Like the other one could do no wrong, which is just beyond me. Like I can't believe that we're just so good allies that we're yeah, I just don't understand it. Like the money, everything, the relationship, Palestine, all that. It just
You're not
blows my
telling me
mind.
how we benefit from having a relationship with them.
We don't.
We don't
I don't
benefit
feel like
from
we
having
do.
a relationship with Israel. So then why are we having a
Not
relationship with
like
them?
that great. I feel like they've gotten us in a lot of trouble.
Okay, so then you don't want to support wars on their behalf, then, right?
Well, I don't really think, in my opinion, over the years, there's a lot of places we shouldn't have never gone or meddled in that were not our
Yeah,
affairs.
and this is one of them. And Trump had got us involved when Harris would not have got us involved.
No, I see that's where you and I disagree because I think Harris would have supported Israel too. We would have just eventually gotten involved because when they started
no
attacking all the
evidence.
other sides.
There is no evidence that we would have offensively helped on behalf of the state of Israel when they started the conflict, right?
And there's no
Literally
evidence that we wouldn't
under
have.
the Biden. Listen, under the
It's an opinion. We
under
have different opinions on that.
Listen, under the Biden administration, right? I think I've already told you about this. Literally, what's his name? Blinken, Secretary Blinken talked about how Israel came to us and said Hezbollah was going to attack the U.S. and that we should preemptively strike them to be able to respond to that. And we said we're not going to be on Israel's behalf in terms of offensive conflicts, but we will do so in defense of Israel. That's what they said. So that's not a perfect response, of course. Obviously, I don't think we should have any relationship with Israel at this point. Or we should try to conditionally prevent them to do it. Either one would be preferable. But like the point that I would make
You
is
could
that,
have a more neutral relationship where you don't have to where you don't back someone up in a bar fight.
Yeah, the point that I'm making
You
is
know
that
what I
there's
mean? Like
the point that I'm making is that there's a distinction between Harris and between Trump that indicates that Harris would not have gone to war with Iran and Trump did.
I think, but see, I and that's where I disagree. I feel like once Iran started doing their attacks, I think that she would have changed her tune when they were hitting our allies and stuff like the UAE and stuff like Dubai was getting struck and stuff like that. I feel like we for sure would have started launching a few missiles. Like
I
we
already
can't
responded
stop.
to this. I'm just gonna kick
U.S.
you.
loves
I'm just
to
gonna kick
throw.
you. I don't see any benefit of engaging in conversation with this guy any longer. I just can't do it. We already went over that point. Like we literally already did. We already had that conversation. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. I'm 24.
What's your birth year?
8/31/2001.
Okay. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Harris.
Harris? Okay. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do you send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Holly, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you. I definitely did. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Melody, I did. Thank you so much for the 30 cents. Sally, thank you so much for the $10 or the dollar. 1 second. Thank you so much. As well as Cassie, thank you so much for the dollar. I have. Jalen, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you very much. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always.
Oh.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Trump?
Not extensively, no. Just more so like mainstream conservative.
Like if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I play devil's advocate and say neither. I don't think that either can.
So the next individual, only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up,
Hey, Parker, come down here and get this haircut, bro. I miss you. Come down to Vegas, get this haircut.
Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the TikTok screen. I can't speak right now. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 29.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
The election were held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Can you say that again? What did you say?
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'm always vote Trump.
Okay. And what was your birth year?
96.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
Genuine guy gets the job done.
Genuine guy. So did he uphold his campaign promises?
Yeah, he did.
Really? No
He
new
is.
wars?
Did he promise not to bring up any more wars?
Yeah.
All right.
How do you not know that? He said that was one of his main campaign promises.
I heard he was gonna piece it out between Russia and Ukraine. I don't think he ever promised not to bomb anyone. In fact, he kind of said he wants to actually bring back the USA's backbone. So
We will
Man
have
is
no
doing
more
what he gotta
wars.
do.
I'm going to keep you out of wars. I kept you out of wars. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. We don't need the wars. And I will end the chaos in the Middle East. I will prevent World War III. We will expel the warmongers from our government. I will restore peace. Look at his rhetoric. I said, no, my rhetoric's going to keep us out of wars. We're ending wars all over this planet. Under Trump.
I see what you did, but like it doesn't really prove anything. Just because he bombed someone in Iran doesn't mean he started a war.
He's called it a war. Pete Hegseth has called it a war. Marco Rubio has called it a war. They've repeatedly doubled down on the fact that it's a war. You're wrong.
They can call it whatever they want, but they're still not Donald Trump, and he's in office. So
Donald Trump
a
called
war
it a
takes
war.
two people. A war takes two people, and one person is getting the hell out of them bombs.
Donald Trump called it a war.
What's the point? Where's this going?
He called it a war. How do you deny that it's a war?
You can call it whatever you want, man. I support Trump. I don't know what you want from me. Is that the only point? Oh my God, he started a war. Okay, what are Democrats doing?
Yeah, you tell me.
Nothing. The best candidate you guys have is Stephen A. Smith. That's the problem. You guys focus too much.
I definitely
on other
disagree with you
people.
there. But in terms of Democrats, Democrats absolutely have positions. You're just like not representing them correctly, and we wouldn't start an offensive war. Like Biden said no to Israel under his administration, according to Secretary Blinken. So
Yeah, you guys would rather focus on Donald Trump than actually do something, is my point.
He's the president of the United States, and I'm actively telling people that you shouldn't support him to try to influence our society. This is doing something right now. I'm literally
Wow,
running
I
a
wonder
live to
who
convince
made him.
people.
I wonder who made him the president of the United States. Was it also not the same people who call themselves Americans?
Obviously, American citizens voted for him. I'm not disputing that. That's why I'm trying to convince people to not support him, to not support candidates like him.
So you decided to make a choice to make him the president, and now
I
you're complaining
decided
about it.
I didn't vote for Trump.
No, I'm not talking about you personally. I'm saying as an American or American citizen, as a whole, you guys made him the president, right?
Did you
And now
did you
want to
complain
spend
about
time.
Biden?
The man was a walking cabbage, bro. But
Okay,
we
so
let him
you
do his
complained
thing.
about Biden, but didn't he get elected?
I mean, that's up for debate, but let's leave that alone.
He was elected. And I have a question. What state do you live in?
Florida.
And what time is it?
Why does this matter?
Because you just spoke like you weren't a citizen of the U.S.
No, I'm not originally from America, but I'm a citizen.
But you immigrated here and you're a citizen. Well, then why did you speak as if you weren't a citizen? That you were referencing other people, like as if you're like, okay, how can you complain about the president of the United States if it changed when literally you still complain about Biden even though he won the election? Like that just doesn't
I
make
still
any
have
sense.
my roots. Just because I'm a citizen doesn't mean I still have my own roots. But
You
I'm
also
saying
said
if you
like
make
you
a decision,
Americans, didn't you?
no, I said as Americans.
Oh, okay, my bad. I must have misheard you.
Yeah, I'm saying you made a decision. It's not going to change. Just wait out the second term. Instead of spending time complaining about the guy, maybe you guys should actually do something that shows you have something to do instead of talking about him all day.
You said do something about it. I am right now.
Yeah, talking about him is not going to change anything. How about
This
you
does
give us
change
some
things. Thousands of
policies?
people have been able to change their minds from the stream.
Even if you change their minds, I'm saying Donald Trump is in there until the end of his term. You already tried to impeach
That
him.
doesn't
What
mean that we
happened?
wouldn't be able to get more people who are democratic into positions of power, specifically to limit him from what he's doing and or elect someone differently in 2028. Do you understand that that's all
So the
relevant to
same
what's
way
going
you
to the elections
guys,
that are going to come in the future?
so the same way you guys try to make him seem like a criminal and downplay him
He is a criminal. He's been
and talk
convicted of
about,
34 felonies.
and he still went in office. So stop talking about Republicans because you're just helping them out. Talk about Democrats and what they have to offer. That's my point.
So I talk about both what Democrats are offering and why you shouldn't support Republicans.
Why do you need to talk about Republicans? You can't win
Because it's
without just
Democrats
talking about
versus
Democrats.
Republicans. And this is what I do. I talk to Republicans. I do debates. That's what I do. Other people who are liberals don't do debates, so they don't directly talk to Trump supporters. This is what I do. I talk to Trump supporters.
No, I respect you for it. Trust me, because you're not rage baiting, you're composed. But I'm saying it's to your detriment that you keep talking about Republicans, not Republicans. We're already in
I
office.
disagree with you. I think it's important to have individuals who are liberals who debate conservatives.
And I guess we just gonna have to see what happens, bro. Because I like JD Vance, and he might just be back in it right after
I
Trump.
doubt he'll actually be the candidate. I think they're all going to go behind Marco Rubio. So I doubt it'll be JD Vance.
No, best of luck. You have any other challenging questions for me about why I support Trump?
Yeah, is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
I mean, of course, yes, there always is something, but my faith in Trump lets me know he wouldn't do those things.
Okay, can you give me one example of something Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
I'm not gonna spend time on the what ifs.
So you ask me, do you have any complicated questions for me? And then you're like, okay, I'm just not going to engage with your questions. Okay,
Well,
well
it's
then
not
I'll just go on to the
complicated.
next person then.
It's a what if, but I appreciate you though.
Okay, can I ask you this question then? If there was a bag, and in the bag there were 2 blue balls and 2 red balls, how many balls are total in the bag?
What? All right, Parker. It was a good chat. Maybe tomorrow, if you have something more
Is that a ridiculous
complicated.
question you can't answer?
All right, I'll give you something. Another reason why I love Trump is because we're
Wait, hold
sick
up.
and
Can
tired
you
of
answer the
this.
question?
Bro, come on. I'm sick and tired of this whole. We have multiple genders. That's another reason why we love
If I have
Trump.
if I have a bag, and in the bag there's 2 blue balls and 2 red balls, how many balls are total in the bag?
4.
Okay, you just answered a hypothetical.
You did all that for just for that. See,
Yep.
this is why we don't mess with Democrats, bro. It's nothing personal, but it's like, come on.
Because I demonstrated that hypotheticals can demonstrate relevant knowledge and that you can engage with hypotheticals.
All right, touche. Tomorrow the sky is blue and the sun comes up. What else do you have?
That's not comparable to. I'm confused what your point is. You're not understanding anything that I'm bringing up, and I'm just going to go on to the next person because I clearly demonstrated hypotheticals. I don't know why with multiple Trump supporters today, I have to explain how hypotheticals are relevant by showing them that we use hypotheticals all the time to demonstrate things to be true and that they can engage with those hypotheticals. Like, it's actually embarrassing. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. User75, Cope. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, come down to Vegas, get a haircut. All y'all come.
Let's go to the next individual. For the person who said your hypotheticals are absurd, it's absurd with an A, not with an O. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Parker.
How old are you?
I'm 22.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
If the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Probably Donald Trump.
Okay. And what was your birth year? Okay, well, let's go to the next individual. Only do you send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screens. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everybody.
Me.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I'm 18.
Do you support
October
Trump?
4, 2007. I do support Trump.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
So, let me give you some information, background information. I'm Persian. I'm from Iran. I live in the United States.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Of course, Trump. Definitely Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
So first of all, you're worried about pronunciation of Kamala Harris. I want to tell you. So if you're worried about pronunciations, it's Iran, is not Iran. So
I say Iran.
Okay, good. So first of all, Iran is different with Islamic regime. Don't say Iran. Trump is attacking Islamic regime. All the Iranians are happy. You saw that. You saw that in LA. You saw that in Washington, D.C. You saw that in Munich. You saw that in UK. Everywhere. We're all happy. And we are supporting the attacks. So if you're worried about humanity, so why don't you support Iranian people?
I do support the Iranian people. I don't think that U.S. military intervention will create more stable conditions for the Iranian people.
So how do you say that? Because Trump killed the leaders, the killers, the terrorists. They killed the supreme leader, Ali Khamenei.
I think they've kept the same regime in office. There's no change. So I don't really see any material benefit to the Iranian people. Could you explain to me what
So,
material benefit there has been to the Iranian
sorry.
people?
What?
What material benefit has there been for the Iranian people?
So Iranians try to protest against this regime every time they got killed. Like last time, in 2 days, more than 100,000 people got killed. So they cannot do it with empty bare hands, and they need support from outside.
So has U.S. military intervention historically stabilized or destabilized the Middle East?
So it takes time for regime change.
Can you answer that question? Has U.S. military intervention historically stabilized or destabilized the Middle East?
So I want to tell you, Iran is different with other countries. We have more than 2,000 years of civilization.
Would
so
you like to answer the question directly?
Yes, Iran. No. Your answer to your question is no. I'm logical.
So historically speaking, military intervention in the Middle East has destabilized the countries in which we've been involved in. For example, do you think that Trump made the wrong decision when he decided to make a deal with the Taliban to give them 5,000 members of the Taliban back and literally to pull out of Afghanistan?
No.
But that's not engaging in regime change, because inevitably the Taliban was able to stay in power or to get into power because of that.
Why do you think he's attacking Iran right now? What's the purpose?
I think it's multifaceted. I think that one is that he wants to specifically, I think he wants to get people to not talk about the Epstein files.
So
and
you think
number
he's
two
only
is because
attacking
of the
to
state
just...
of Israel.
So do you know that Israel is the only actual ally for America? Do you know Europe?
I disagree.
UK?
Is Canada an actual ally of the U.S.?
No,
Why not?
because they hate US.
Under Trump, not under Biden, not under Obama,
Because
not
they
under
don't want
prior
United
admins.
States in power. They don't want
Wrong.
a great United
The
States.
reason why Canada doesn't like the U.S. right now is because the U.S. threatened to annex them under Trump. So it's not that they hate the U.S., it's that they don't like Trump.
So it doesn't matter. He's a president. He's
So
representing
we do have an
the United States
allyship.
people.
So we do have an allyship with Canada. We just only have an allyship with Israel under Trump's administration and not with anyone else.
I don't say
So I like
no.
Biden's administration more, where we were actually able to command, actual legitimate funding from our allies and unity with our allies in Europe, right, in order to defend Ukraine. But Trump cannot command any of that funding specifically for his offensive conflicts with Iran, because he's destroyed our relationships with everyone outside of the context of the state of Israel.
All right. So let just let that go. I want to talk about this. Do you know what happened?
Yeah, let's let that
No,
one go.
no,
It doesn't look good for him.
You're not talking about history. I want to talk about history. Do you know what
I
happened
am
in
talking
Iran
about history. What are you talking about?
during 1978?
Do I know what happened with Iran in 1970? I think you need to go earlier to 1953, specifically where the U.S. literally took out a democratically elected leader in Iran and reinstated a military dictatorship.
Who was that?
The name of the
Give me a name.
democratically elected leader? or the Shah
You
that
mean
they reinstated?
you mean Muhammad Mossadegh? You're talking about him?
Yeah,
He was
I'm
democratically elected.
in 1953. Yes, they had a democratically elected leader.
That's not true.
Okay,
I'm
so
a
then
Persian.
okay, so then how is that not
He
true?
was a dictator. He wanted to get all the powers from the Shah, and he
Are you
wasn't.
saying the Shah is the dictator? Because that's who
No,
was put
the
in
Shah,
place.
the Shah was the good guy.
The Shah was the military dictatorship put in office
No,
specifically
no,
by
no.
the
He
U.S.
wasn't the military dictatorship.
Yes, it was.
When the people were protesting against him, he didn't kill anybody. His prisoners were the Iranian government right now, the dictators right now. They were his prisoners. And for the people who saying I'm lying, my dad, my grandpa, my family lived at that time. I lived in Iran for 10 years of my life. I know what's
I can give
happening.
you a bunch of sources on this if you'd like to provide me a single source indicating that they weren't democratically elected, because
Which one? You were talking about Mossadegh?
every single specific one shows that they were democratically elected. Like, for example, when I can reference Global Policy Forum, 1953 coup to topple Iran's democratically elected government to install a Shah in power. CNN talks about how they literally overthrew Iran's democratically elected prime minister.
You know, CNN and BBC helped Ayatollah to get in power.
We can reference Britannica. I mean, like, do you just deny all of them?
I deny all of them.
I mean, what's your source then?
My parents, people in Iran, 90 million people in Iran.
But do you have like
who
a source?
lived there, not by a foreign broadcast channel like CNN or BBC.
Okay, that's fine. So is there a source that I can verify the information myself as someone sitting in my position?
I'm not sure if you have access to them.
Okay.
You know, the regime just blocked everything. Internet shut down,
Under
killing
the Trump
people.
administration? So you're saying I don't have access to this information under the Trump administration?
I don't think you have access in America. I don't know.
Okay. So Britannica, you think is lying?
Who is lying?
Britannica.
Yes. If it's from UK, yes. Because they supported Khomeini, the Ayatollah, to get in power in Iran. Jimmy Carter did it too.
I don't see any evidence that Britannica supported like a dictator. I don't have any evidence of that. Britannica is simply just demonstrating specifically what happened. If you'd like to provide me a source indicating otherwise, I'd love to see. But yeah, I do see specifically that they were elected democratically based upon these designations. If you can indicate any evidence otherwise, I would believe otherwise.
I don't support them because they're lying.
Okay,
They're not
then
talking about
then
truth.
how can I prove that? How can you justify that so that I can be able to see?
Through the history.
Okay, but like, how do I verify that from my position?
Just a Persian is telling you. You can ask everyone. Do you have any Persian friends?
Okay, I don't think that's going to be a sufficient evidence of just one individual person claiming this, as that's could be claimed by someone else specifically who's Persian who could disagree with you. Okay?
I don't think there's any Persian who disagree with me.
Are you really willing to make that statement? Because I promise you there is definitely someone...
100%. Unless they're paid by the government right now.
Okay, do you want to bet?
I bet.
How much?
100?
You'd bet $100 right now that there's not a single person who's Persian or Iranian that specifically believes that in 1953 the U.S. overthrew a democratically elected leader in Iran.
Yes, I bet.
Would you really do that?
I would do that.
Are you serious? Because I genuinely will you'll owe me $100.
So depends who you're bringing up. If the person is if the person is paid by the government, is hired by the Islamic regime, he's a Muslim, he's supporting.
Watch this. if I add them up, are you just gonna say that they're paid by the government?
I'll listen to him. I'll listen to him.
And then you're just gonna say that they're paid by the government.
No, 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 no. If
So
you
then
talk with facts,
So then you'll give me $100 if someone comes up right now that's Persian that disagrees with you.
yeah. But I need to hear him talk Persian, Farsi.
Okay. I feel like there's a lot of standards that you're at. I can't verify that myself.
So how do you say he's a Persian? But just saying he's a Persian?
Well, isn't that what you're doing? I believed you when you said it. How do
I
you
said,
prove,
like, he should-
how do you prove that
He
you
should be a
are?
Persian to say
how,
that.
how do you prove to me that you are?
I can talk Farsi if you want.
Okay,
Can you
I
understand?
can't-
Like,
I don't know.
you
Farsi.
wouldn't
I-
understand that. Right?
Exactly, that's my point. I can't verify that.
But like, I would.
Okay. I don't think that that's going to be something that, because sure, I mean, I could probably find someone. I think this would take a long time to be able to verify. I don't have an issue going through it, but I don't even think you'd end up paying me. So
You know you'll lose.
I doubt you'll pay me.
Oh, I will. I will.
Okay. Alrighty, then we'll do it then. I mean, you'll owe me.
But,
You'll owe me.
Like,
You'll
why
owe
you
me
never
$100
talk
then.
about
Let's do
Persian
it.
people?
Okay, if you're
You're talking about humanity, but you never talked about like 100,000 people getting killed in 2 days, and now Trump is supporting them by killing the regime, by attacking the regime.
I
and
told
all the
you
people.
I don't think U.S. military intervention has stabilized the region. Historically, it's destabilized.
How
the
do you
region.
say like all the Persians are supporting it?
Not every
We have
single
an
person
alternative.
who's Iranian
We have an
supports this.
alternative government. We have a person outside. He lives in America. He lives in Maryland. He's the son of the Shah. He's a crown prince. He's ready. So we know our future if y'all let it happen, if y'all support us.
Okay. So you think every single person? So actually, if I can find you a study right now that shows you that there are Iranians that think that the leader was democratically elected, would you accept that?
Depends again. What source and who?
So you just think that they're going to be lying?
You know, our regime has a lot of money. So they pay people, even Americans or like foreign people who are not Persian, to talk about that. And that's fact.
But okay, I'm talking about they survey people who are Iranian.
Do it.
No, would you accept it?
Yes.
Okay. Let me see if I can find something on that. Would you like to bring up something in the meantime?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, I thought you said like you want to bring someone.
I said, no, do you want to bring up something in the meantime while I find this information for you?
Oh, let's see. Do you support Palestine?
Absolutely.
Why do you support Palestine?
Why do I support? Because I think that they're being murdered. I support human beings.
Like,
I don't think that I don't think that their land should be encroached upon.
You think Palestine exists?
Do I think Palestine exists? Absolutely.
How?
How? Because
Yeah.
the fact that Palestinian people exist.
Palestinian people exist, but like, what does it say in Quran, in Islamic
I don't see
book?
how the Quran is relevant.
Because Muslims are supporting Palestine, so they have to listen to their religion. What does it says? It says, does it says land of Palestine or land of Israel? You can look that up. It's in the book.
I don't think that the Quran makes a determination. Would you like to tell me where in the Quran it says that?
Everywhere it says Bani Israel. If you know Arabic, Bani Israel means family of Israel, people who are from Israel.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that Palestine doesn't exist, especially because the Quran was from a very long time ago, and it's not talking about specific times in history in which Palestine could be in reference to, or like Palestinians could be living
It's
in.
about the time that their
Because also the
prophet
state
was
of Israel
alive.
today is different than the historical state of Israel, correct?
Yeah.
You just proved yourself wrong.
No. I didn't prove myself wrong. I said the land is different. So as Iran's land, because we used to have Afghanistan, Georgia, Azerbaijan, but now they're like not ours anymore. But they used to be Iran's land, like Iran's property, Iran's states.
Okay, that doesn't mean that Palestine isn't something that exists. It still exists. Do you think the West Bank is a part of Palestine?
I don't know about West Bank.
Do you think Gaza is a part of Palestine?
No.
What is Gaza a part of?
Look, Palestine and Gaza
What is
are
Gaza a
different.
part of?
Gaza is part of Israel.
Okay, so you just admitted that there is an occupation and an apartheid because Palestinians in Gaza are not afforded the same rights as Israelis, yet they're living under Israel's rule under your view. You just admitted blatantly that there's a apartheid.
I believe Palestine and Gaza are different. Gaza is
Wait,
a
I'm sorry,
part of Israel.
You just admitted that there's an apartheid because Palestinians in Gaza are not afforded the same rights, right, as Israelis, yet you just said that they exist within Israel. You just admitted that there's an apartheid without even realizing it.
No.
Yes.
Anywhere with that, like.
Yeah. And by the way, for example, Dr. Abbas Milani, which was the director of Iranian studies at Stanford University, acknowledges this. So I would love my $100.
Just with one person?
You asked for one example. So I gave you an example. Of
I said
someone
majority.
specifically-
I said majority.
No, what a liar.
I said majority.
Lying. You're lying right now. You said one person.
I said majority. I said
one person.
90 million.
You said
I
one
said
person.
90.
Venmo, PayPal, Linktree in the bio as well as the description of the YouTube.
I said
You owe me-
majority.
Nope, you said one person. Do you want me to? You seriously? You don't make me.
You said. I'm
seriously
I'm looking
I knew.
for a
I knew he
survey.
wouldn't do it. You see what I mean? I knew he wouldn't.
You
do
said
it.
no. You said I'm looking for
I
a
knew
survey.
he wouldn't do it. You
so
are
like,
a liar.
there should be a percentage.
Are you religious?
Not just one person.
Are you religious?
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah, you just sinned. You literally just commit a sin.
I said majority.
By lying. No, you didn't. You said
I
one
said
person.
majority.
You said
Parker,
if
I said
You said if
majority.
I could bring up one person, or I could show you one person.
You said survey.
No,
You said I'm looking for a survey.
Wait, by the way, I never said just specifically a survey. You said I could bring up one person. That was before the survey. I asked you that question after. You asked for one person. I just
we
gave you an
accepted on
example of
survey.
someone that you can verify. They are literally a director of Iranian studies at Stanford University.
You know, one person cannot like prove something.
You owe me $100.
that happened in past.
You owe me $100.
I don't, because
Pay up,
I know what
pay
I'm
up.
talking about.
Pay up, $100. Pay up.
Look for a survey, like
You owe me
actual
$100.
survey, not
You owe me
not by a
$100.
person who was
I gave you an
sent
example.
from
You asked for one
Islamic
person.
regime to
You asked
America,
one person. You asked for one person.
Listen, no, you're
You
not
asked
listening.
for one person.
You're not listening. Look for her
You
background.
asked for one person.
Look
Venmo,
for her
PayPal, Linktree in the
background.
bio as well as the description of the YouTube.
Not a patriot.
As well as you get support me over
Iranian.
YouTube Super Chat as always.
No.
You're a liar.
Nobody says that.
You're a liar. Give
I'm
me
not
my
a liar.
money.
I'm not. I
Give
know
me
about
my money.
country.
Pay up.
I know about my country.
Pay
You
up.
don't know about you.
Pay up.
You don't know
Pay up.
anything about
Pay up.
fucking
I
Iran.
gave you an example of literally, I gave you an example
Only one
of the
oh,
director
okay.
of
Now-
Iranian studies at Stanford University. Okay, you're telling me the director of Iranian studies
One
at Stanford
person's
University
opinion
is
can
wrong.
change. The truth.
You asked for one example. You're just mad you lost. You're mad
I'm
that
not
you owe me
mad.
$100. You owe me $100, bro.
I
Pay
know
up.
that- no.
Pay up. You are a liar.
You're not even an expert.
You are a
of that
liar.
region.
I'm not an
No, you're
expert.
not
I'm
even
referencing an expert. I'm literally referencing the director of Iranian studies at Stanford University, and you're literally disputing me right now.
Look for her background. How do you know she's not a paid? She's not a puppet.
So how do you know that she is?
Because of course she is.
Because I don't know where you're getting, by the way, when you say she, I don't know where you're getting she.
You said her name, like her name
yeah,
is
this is a dude.
A girl name.
Nope.
It's a dude?
It's a dude.
What's her name? What's his name?
His name Abbas Milani.
Oh, okay. His name is proving everything. Like Abbas is not a like Persian name.
What
Abbas
he
is like Arabic. It's an Arabic name. So you're proving that.
He's literally the director of Iranian studies.
Like if you're like
if you look him up on Wikipedia, he is Persian.
And you move to the United States,
yeah, he's an Iranian American historian.
To a Persian name, not a like you're not gonna keep your.
Wait,
Arabic.
I'm sorry. Are you really disputing me on this?
His name is Abbas. Do you want
So?
some examples,
dude? He's
you want
literally
some
an Iranian
examples for, like,
American.
actual Persian.
He's an
names?
Iranian American historian. Okay.
Bro, when his name is Abbas and he lives in America,
dude, I can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up, dude. He was born in Iran.
Okay, even
he
Ali
was born
Khamenei,
in Iran.
The former leader was born in Iran, but he's
stop
Indian.
Stop right now. Stop right now. Stop. He's literally someone who was born in Iran. He's an Iranian American. And you're sitting there like, oh, well, I'm not going to accept this. You asked for one example of an Iranian that disagrees with you. And you said, you give me $100 if I can give you one example. I gave you an example and you're coping right now. Okay? You're actually embarrassing yourself, dude. Hey, just admit you were wrong. It's okay. You can admit you were wrong.
I'm not wrong. I know
you
about
are
like,
literally
bro,
wrong.
I know about my country. Everybody know about, like, you know about America better than me.
Okay, but that doesn't mean I know every single thing. I could be wrong, right? Like, I'm giving you an
Yes, you
example
could
of
be wrong.
an American
But,
Iranian
like,
historian.
Bro, his name is Abbas.
Okay, and you're somehow
up.
using that to dispute what I'm saying.
Bro, look it up. Is it a Persian name or it's an Arabic name?
He literally was born in Iran. Why are you disputing this? You owe me $100.
So, bro, it's not gonna change anything.
You owe me $100. You're not gonna speak on my live until you send me $100. Okay? I have muted you. You will not speak on my live stream until you send me the $100. That is fucking ridiculous. You are objectively wrong. You asked for one example of someone who's Iranian that disagrees with you. I gave you an example. A very notable example, too. Someone who specifically is a historian, an Iranian historian, Iranian-American historian at Stanford. A professor at Stanford. And the director of Iranian studies in the program at Stanford. Okay? You have no clue what you're talking about when referencing this individual. This individual was born in Iran. This individual is Iranian. This individual is literally accredited within the field. They specialize in this specific field. You don't know anything about this person. You said that they were a she. You assumed that they were a woman. Okay? Like, you owe me $100. Okay? Pay up. Be genuine. It is ridiculous that you can't acknowledge that. Benjamin, thank you for the $5. We need that immediately. Adelia, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. Maeve, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. If I did miss anyone's donations, I really do apologize. It's been like literally 40 minutes since I've caught up. For some reason, I didn't catch up after this last guess. Let's get this next individual up here. While this person owes me. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 25 and he's lying. I'm from Iran. And he keep lying. Just, when he told you he's going to pay you $100, he lied to you from that time until now. And he's keep lying about everything, from about Iran,
what?
about Abbas. When you
About
ask
what?
him about where you got this information from, he's gonna tell you, my parents told me. My parents told me this. My
My
parents.
history is
I
saying
mean, we
that.
don't know
Not my
your
parents
parents.
only.
Who are
Not my
they?
parents.
They did write the history about the Iran, or did they write any book about the Iran? You are keep rounding and lying, and man, come on, have some shame.
Where are you from?
I'm from Iran. چرا دروغ میگی آقا؟ شرم
Bro,
نداری؟ Have some shame, you know?
no, you're not from Iran. Your accent is saying different.
What?
He doesn't have Persian accent. His accent is different. Like,
See now, he's keep lying. He doesn't have an accent in
what
Persian.
city? What city? Where are you from?
Tehran. What city?
Give me a
Have you
place in
ever
Tehran.
been to Iran? Have you ever been to Iran?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. How you come? And you are alive. You are still alive. They didn't kill you.
They were about to. I was
But they are
fucking hit
about
by
to. You are keep
IRGC
lying.
in a
They
Mahsa
never
Amini
killed anyone.
protest.
You don't have any proof
They were
about the
looking for me.
protest. You
They
are
were
just
looking for
keep
you.
lying.
You don't know who you're
just
talking
like
to.
you're Trump. You know. You're just keep lying.
Bro, I was attacked by IRGC. I have
What
pictures
proof you
of me
have?
getting hit.
What?
I have videos.
I wouldn't dispute that about you in terms of that. But
Listen. What Trump destroy? He destroy everything. Before that,
In what? In Iran? He destroyed everything in Iran by killing the
was
dictator,
state
by
of
killing the
America,
dictators
you
and
know.
the murderers of
Now
more
he
than a
destroy
million
everything
innocent
just
people
because
through
of
47
Israel.
years.
And you are talking just the way Israel. The time you ask him like, oh, what do you think about the Palestine? You know, that's how Israeli people talk. That's how they talk about Iran, about the Palestine.
Bro, do you know anything about Iranian history?
Yeah, I know because my parents never told me. You know, like yours. You just keep telling him, my parents told me this. I'm from Iran and I'm do that. You know.
I've got a book for you. A mission for my country.
I
Read
got a
that.
book for you.
Read
Now
that.
you got a
A
book
mission
for
for my
me.
country. A mission for
Just
my country. Read that.
look. You have to pay him $100
So what's
before
your name? What's your
we
name? What's your name?
believe.
What's your name?
Well, oh yeah, you also lie about the
No,
name. You said there is
I don't care about
such
your
a
name.
name in Iran. The most
I want to know, do you
Iranian
support
people
the regime?
are
Do you
the
support the
follower of
Islamic
the
regime?
Hazrat
No,
Ali Radhiyallahu anhu.
okay,
And
I'm
you
gonna
are
kick
saying,
him. I kicked
they,
him. I just want to say thank you so much. I appreciate you coming up. I really
okay,
appreciate
thank you, man. I'm just busy with Amazon Flex, so I'm doing my delivery. Have a good one, man.
You as well. You as well. Let's go on to the next individual. That was really funny. That was really funny. Yeah, they were never gonna pay up. They were never gonna pay up. Nahal, thank you so much for the dollar. This is Salam Parker, Iranian American here. I def have uncles and cousins named Abbas. And are we not Iranian because he said so? Yeah, that's so ridiculous, right? Claire, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, Claire. Thank you. Thank you. La, thank you so much for the purchase of the $5 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you very much. We're going to get one more person for today, everyone, and then we're going to call it for the night, everyone. One more person for today. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Let's go on the next individual here quick. Tomorrow, let me actually see when I'll be live, so I can let everyone know real quick as well. Let me scroll up to see when Dean said he'll be live. Give me one quick second. Oh, I think I scrolled too far, chat. Oh, here we go. Tuesday. So I'll probably be live later tomorrow. Later in the day tomorrow. I actually might be that way like the whole week, depending on everything. Just letting everyone know. Because my girlfriend is off for the whole week. Because she's doing like specific stuff for school for next semester. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next individual up here. The last guest does still owe me, by the way, $100. Yotavaldi? Ricky, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you very much. Let's get this next individual up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, everybody, hit that thumbs up. It seriously helps get out to more people. Let me know on YouTube how many likes we have, everyone. I think we were getting close to 2,000. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Abby, thank you for the $10 for the last guy who owes you $100. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, he owes me $100. It's crazy. Let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'd rather vote for Trump.
And what's your birth year?
2008.
What month?
February.
And what day in February?
22nd.
Does your bio say 09?
Shouldn't.
It does. It actually does. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next individual up here. We have 1.7 thousand. Let's try to get to 2,000 real quick, everyone, on YouTube. It seriously helps get it out to more people. And for anyone who's here on TikTok, I'd recommend follow me here if you have not already. We're on my second account right now because we got banned on my main account. Actually, technically, we get my main account back tomorrow, so we'll be back there. But I'd recommend to follow here if you haven't already. And also to go check out the YouTube Parker Get a Job on YouTube. So you don't have to deal with all these bans and restarts and things like that. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Why were you banned? Literally like a random guest violation. Nothing to do with what I did. It's crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What name will get deemed?
They're cutting out. Let's go to the next individual, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Maggie, thank you so much for the sports card. Thank you very much, Maggie. Can we get some W's for Maggie in the comment section right now for the sports card? That is so kind of you. Thank you very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's get this next individual up here. Diana, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much in Venmo.
Yo, you're a nigger faggot.
You're disgusting.
Nigger.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Maggie said that's $100. Well, thank you so much, Maggie, for the sports card. That is absolutely so kind. W's for Maggie in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 28, turning 29.
And do you support Trump?
I do in this day and age.
Okay. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Harris versus Trump.
Yeah.
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Because we're in a state of panic where we need to worry about not just existential threats, but the threats of, our adversary, China. Even though they're in the back burner and stuff isn't really being played out in the media, but they still have a goal of, destroying the American dream. I mean, no matter how you try to put it.
Okay, so if you're saying that we should want to be strong to go against China, why are we going to war with Iran?
Because is that not what connect China's Belt and Initiative road? What about the Moldova? What about the Moldova?
Wouldn't that then mean that we have to completely take over Iran?
Not necessarily.
Okay, wait, what's your birth year, by the way?
Difficult. My birth year, 1997.
And what month?
March. My birthday is Friday.
Why are people spamming your 17? I don't know why. Okay, go back to what you were saying.
Yeah, so who's really the ones out to get us or like topple the money? China. No matter how you try to look at it. Go ahead.
I just don't see any benefit that we have like in relation to going against China with Donald Trump in office. I think that our economy is worse off. Practically every metric of our economy. If you want to be able to go against China, how are you going to go against China if the economy is doing worse?
The economy is doing worse because our enemies are doing better than us right now.
Say that again?
Our enemies are doing better than us right now.
How are they doing? Oh, under Trump's administration, you mean?
Under every administration. I mean, it's not like it was something that fell upon his lap and, it was something that gradually worked towards, the state and where it's at. I mean.
Yeah, under Trump's administration, the economy's gotten worse, though, right?
Under all of their administrations.
No, it was better. It was better in 2024 under Biden.
That might be your perspective on it, but I mean...
That's not just my perspective. That's what the data says. Real GDP growth was lower in 2025 as compared to 2024. Lower real median wage growth was lower in 2025 as compared to 2024. We had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. We saw unemployment increase. We saw lower real domestic manufacturing investment every single quarter of Trump's administration. Lower real business investment. What tells you that things are better off?
Were those statistics around any type of election time? Let alone midterms that's coming out.
It's comparing 2024 to 2025.
Long story short, the man is doing what America needs. Not everyone is going to agree with it. I mean, heavy is the head that the crown or something.
You said now your response is just not everyone's going to agree with what Trump does. Is that it?
Well, when you're number one, being number two, you're just being the first to lose. Okay?
Okay. So we are going to have the number one military regardless under either administration. But we're going to be worse off under Trump's administration comparative to what we would have under Harris's administration because she would not have imposed tariffs. Because she would not have gone to war with Iran. So we'd be in an objectively better standpoint.
And do you believe that if we, as an America, backed her, do you think that those other countries that do not respect women's rights would have not been in uproar?
Well, they're forced to respect Harris then. And also, Harris had higher confidence. Like other countries had higher confidence in Harris comparative to Trump. There's about a 55% confidence rating that she was going to do the right thing regarding world affairs, and then for Trump, it was actually like 33%, according to a 18 to 21 country median.
At the same time, are those countries still respecting America? Are they respecting Trump?
No, they're not respecting Trump.
Do you think they would have respected her?
I think they would have respected her to a greater extent, yes.
You could look in the camera and honestly say that.
Yeah,
With
yeah,
how
absolutely.
how we see that they treat women in that side of the world.
Yeah, they're literally forced to, right? And again, we have stronger relationships with our allies, so we're actually going to be stronger under Harris's administration. Like, Trump has destabilized our relationships with our allies, so.
Last time I checked, this is America. We're friendly to all but allied to none.
Trump has not helped defend allies, and allies definitely don't want to help him because of the fact that he's engaging in literally offensive conflicts.
Are they really an ally if they don't put in on the pot, though?
They do on NATO. They put into NATO, and they literally also give us money through our allyships other ways, through economic exchange. But they aren't willing to support Trump in the same way because he's starting offensive conflicts on behalf of the state of Israel.
And should he not?
No, definitely not. That's bad for this country. That's bad for the world. It destabilizes our relationships all around the world, destroys our reputation. So we're less respected all around the world because of Donald Trump doing this.
Yeah, we're still living in a world where these people, where they conquer, if they fall and they have to return, that's their goal, right?
You said if they what?
If they conquer a land, right? If they go there, they conquer. They preach when they're peaceful when they're weak, but they conquer when they're strong. Do they not have a goal of returning and restoring what was once there? I mean, 1492. Look what happened to Spain. I mean, shit. Don't you think Trump was right for cutting ties with them? Let alone, you don't see anything in the media about what they're going through. Then again, they're going to say what? Let these immigrants in, this and that. But then again, it's still a disruption of culture and, belief.
What the fuck are you saying? You're just yapping. You're saying random shit.
What I'm trying to say is, like, same thing what happened in Spain, 1492 when they fell. They still going to have a goal to go back there and reconquer. Just as with Israel. I mean, if Israel falls, do you think they're going to just stop there? Whether Shia or Sunni?
I think you're just spewing nonsense. I'm just going to go to the next person. They're just like, they're not even making sense to me. At all. And they're like chewing in the mic over and over again. So I'd rather not. Let's go to the last person for today, everyone. Abby, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much, Abby. And Jalen, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Do you support Trump?
I voted for Trump.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Honest to God, I probably wouldn't even vote, to be honest with you.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
40.
And do you support Trump?
I do.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
That's a very hard question, but probably Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
He stands for Christian values.
Okay. Which Christian values?
He professes the name of Jesus, so.
So does Harris.
Okay.
They're both Christian.
Okay. That's fair. I think he just puts a little more into it publicly.
No, definitely not. I mean, he's like literally passed the big beautiful bill, which cuts 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month. I don't think
What's that got
Jesus
to do
would
with
like that one.
Christianity?
Like feeding kids? What does Christian values have to do with feeding kids? Really?
Yeah. No, I mean, in schools? What would that have to do with Christianity? I'm just confused.
How did that leave
What
your
school
mouth
meals have to do with?
without you connecting the dots?
Have you seen our schools? Like, dude, half the kids in there are obese,
Okay.
but they need more food,
One,
and if
that's
they
not
don't get it, then I'm
true.
not Christian.
Two, there being obesity in America does not mean that kids who can't afford food at school shouldn't eat.
I never said they shouldn't eat.
That's exactly what you're doing, though. You're cutting their access to free school lunch and breakfast. This is through food
I'm not
stamps,
doing anything.
meaning they can't afford this otherwise. Yes, you are. You support Trump, and then you literally want him, you like his policies, and you think that his policies reflect Christian values, even when, specifically, his policies literally restrict children's access to food, which is clearly not upholding Christian values based upon that respect.
Well, there's absolutely nothing in the Bible about feeding children in schools.
I think there's a lot in the Bible about feeding people in need.
Oh, absolutely.
Is there anything in the Bible that says to support Trump or to align with the 34 count felon adjudicated rapist that tries to undermine our democracy, calls for the termination of the Constitution, called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders, said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, bragged about walking in the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without the consent, where an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. He was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. He denies science.
Well, science has nothing to do with the Bible, but that's the only one I got on you. The rest of those, you got me. But it's when I say you got me, it's not in the Bible. No, of course it's not.
Okay, but like the rest of them I got you on, so then why do you support Trump?
Well, it was clear to me that while they were running, he was standing for Jesus more. He was
Nope.
No, to me, I'm not you're asking me, so I'm telling you, to me it just seemed. And look, I think we could all agree that he's not the greatest.
Okay. You mentioned the Bible. You've been talking about how it's your favorite book. And you said, I think last night in Iowa, some people are surprised that you say that. I'm wondering what 1 or 2 of your most favored Bible verses are and why.
I wouldn't want to get into it because to me that's very personal. You know, when I talk about the Bible, it's very personal. So I don't want to get into verses. I don't want to get into.
There's no verse that means a lot to you that you think about or cite?
The Bible means a lot to me, but I don't want to get into specifics.
Even to cite a verse that
you
like?
No, I don't want to do that.
You're an Old Testament guy or a New Testament guy?
Probably equal. I think it's just an incredible. The whole Bible is an incredible. I joke. Very much so. They always hold up the Art of the Deal. I say my second favorite book of all time. But I just think the Bible is just something very special.
So, look, what was the, what do you got? What do you got to say about that?
He doesn't know a single Bible verse that's his favorite.
Well,
and then, by the way, the next time he was asked this question, he said 2 Corinthians.
2 Corinthians. So,
Come
okay.
on, this guy's not very Christian, bro. Come on. I'm an atheist. I grew up in a Christian conservative household, and I know damn well that's not someone who's read the Bible. That's not someone who really studies the faith, right?
Look, I don't disagree with you very much on that. I'm just telling you that from my outlook, I felt like when they were running, he confessed Jesus more publicly. So now,
I don't think that's the standard for how you determine who's going to be a better candidate, especially because we believe in secularism and separation of church and state.
Who's we?
Our society as a whole. Do you think that every single Christian value should be enforced in the law?
Enforced?
Yeah.
No.
So then that means you believe in separation of church and state.
I don't believe in the state at all.
Okay, do you think there should be a state that prevents pedophiles from raping children?
A state, I think everybody should do everything they can to do that.
Do you think there should be a governmental state to prevent pedophiles from raping children?
I don't know if I specifically believe that, but I believe that we should do whatever we can do. So whether it be governmental.
Okay, I'm just gonna, there's no way that person's serious. What do you mean you don't know if we believe that there should be a governmental state to prevent pedophiles from raping children? Of course, I think everyone believes that we should do that. That's absurd to think otherwise. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Actually, you know what? We're just going to answer questions. We're going to do a Q&A for the next 13 minutes maximum. Maybe just the next few minutes real quick. I think we're going to call it for debates for today. I think that's the move. I think that we're going to do that. Jan, thank you so much for the $10 for any people to realize that poor obese children are malnourished because it used to be cheaper to buy them fast food and crap than healthy food. People shame Snap. So how do hungry kids win with these folks? It's ridiculous. It's absurd. They can't, honestly. L, thank you for the dollar for in school. The only time I ate was school lunch. Literally all I'd eat. I can't believe this guest. It's absurd. And there are plenty of cases like that. And it's so sad that they would want to restrict people from getting access to that and think that has nothing to do with Christianity, by the way. Like, they're willing to, like, people are always willing to use Christianity to prevent people from doing things. But they're not often to use Christianity to build up support for those around them. And I would say it's definitely preferable to use Christianity to build up support for those around you than to use it to tear others down or limit them from being able to do things that they would need or want to do, right? I think the best way is to literally create that community so that people come to you rather than force people away from you, right? By literally trying to force them to abide by their religious views when they don't hold them. Namaste. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate you. Could do W's for them in the comment section right now. I know. I really hope not, and I guess technically for some it does. Do give it a minute, everyone. Or no, sorry, I don't know why I just said that. To give it a minute. I meant to say this. I meant to say, if you have any questions, you can ask me. Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio as well as the description of YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. That's the best place to ask questions. Otherwise, you can ask it in the comment section. Jeez, that was just muscle memory. Would you ever debate Momo? Nope. Can't do it. Parker, it's time to throw out the Christmas tree? Yeah, I know I need to. I haven't got to it. I get too lazy. Ramses, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think it's a horrible take. Ramses, the idea that Hassan would say that we shouldn't vote for Newsom over Vance is a really stupid thing to say. I could understand maybe him trying to say that he's not going to do that to try to force the Democratic Party to change a little bit, but he inevitably still would make that decision. But it's a really stupid thing to say that you wouldn't vote for Newsom in that circumstance. It's ridiculous. And I think it puts us in a worse circumstance if we don't acknowledge that. We can say we want someone other than Newsom, right? Of course, I want someone other than Newsom. But to say that you wouldn't vote for Newsom over Vance, I think is absurd. Mike, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Did you think that the Hawks would beat the Gators? I didn't really know who would win that game, to be honest. Or will win the game. What do you think of Mayor Pete? I think he's preferable than Newsom. So if we're going to have a moderate, I would prefer Pete over Newsom. For sure. I prefer someone like Ro Khanna or AOC. But yeah. I really like Ro Khanna. I feel like AOC is not going to run for president. but I feel like she could do very well if she did. It just might be a little bit too early. Ronald, thank you for the $1. Thank you, thank you. I think I have. I think it was a long while back though. As well, Stephanie, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Well, thank you so much. Thank you, of course. Darnus, thank you so much for the $5 for bringing up USAID cuts when debating pro-lifers. It's a great idea. I feel like they don't care about them when they're outside of the womb, though. So. Being from California, why not Newsom? Well, I think that Newsom's a moderate. I would prefer more progressive candidates, especially those that are more anti-Zionist. That's my position. And I think that he's not like super progressive, but he makes us seem way too progressive by being from California. Right? Like, and not just being from California, being the governor of California. You know, I think that's like it's a lot of baggage to carry to the presidency. That, you know, if we're going to be carrying that baggage, might as well just be through progressive policy rather than like some straw man California thing, you know? Satan, probably. Thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. Of course I do. Xander, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. We'll see. We'll see. Think he has a better chance. That could be true, but I don't know. I don't know if there's enough poll evidence or evidence in general demonstrating that. Were you watching the governor debate tomorrow? Yeah, I was thinking of whether or not to stream it. I don't know if I'll be able to. I definitely am expecting either to watch it live or to watch it after. I'm going to do one or the other. I think it's really important. I also got to see where it's going to go. There's 3 big Democrats right now that are leading the race, 3 main Democrats, and they've split the vote. And the issue is that we need the only top 2 get supported in the governor's race. So we need one of them to drop, right, for us to at least get a chance at getting one of them in the top 2. Because if they pick the top 2, it could be 2 Republicans. And then we have a choice between a Republican and a Republican, you know? Trent, thank you so much for the $1. Would you ever do IRL streams? No. It's too much of a risk to me getting harmed. Diana, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Should you do a podcast with Dean? I think I would do just a lot of time to put in an effort to put into everything on top of everything that we already do. But I would love to do like something like that sometime, at least once. What do you think of James Tellerico? I like Tellerico. Why'd you debate Martin? Because Martin was in the guest box. What do you think of Parker get a job? Real weirdo. Jalen, thank you for the $1. Thank you. Who do you support for California governor? I'm kind of waiting to see who gets the most support out of the Dems. It's either Swalwell, Porter, or Steyer. Those are the only ones that are the top of the support right now. So it's going to be one of them. Do you believe in aliens? I do believe aliens exist. I don't think we have evidence of aliens coming to the U.S., though. Lots of really weird shit, though, and possible evidence. Scarfy, thank you so much for the appreciation. Thank you for the $5. I don't think he's anti-trans. I don't think Newsom is anti-trans. I think that Newsom is, I think his position is about sports, not about trans people overall. He's passed some of the most pro-trans legislation. So even though I can acknowledge that I disagree with his position on sports, I don't think that makes him anti-trans. I think that's a mischaracterization for sure. Fatima, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. Why did Newsom not want to pass a billionaire's tax? I would have an issue with that. Because I mean, I think that there could be some notion of it, but it depends on the billionaire's tax. And then also, my big issue is like he disagreed with a single payer. Maybe it could have been how they funded it or something like that, but he had the ability to pass a single payer, or at least a universal healthcare system. Fruit Punch, thank you for the $2. Thank you. No, this is Patrick. Fatima, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Absolutely, do it. Twitch stream, definitely not today. Ron, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much on Venmo. Thank you, thank you. I have about a few more minutes, and then I'm going to get off, everyone. If you want to ask me any questions, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube, as well as get support me over YouTube Super Chat. Those are the best places to ensure that I will answer your question. What do you think of Palm Beach Pete? It's crazy. Absolutely crazy how similar he fucking looks to Epstein. It's actually nuts. But I think there's enough big differences that he, you know, like I could see how like the picture went viral. Because from the angle, it kind of does look like him, but it would make sense that he'd be driving like that or something like that. And you can obviously see that he looks different. If you don't know who Palm Beach Pete is, that's the viral picture of someone who looked like Epstein driving. So Palm Beach Pete looks like Epstein, like looks very similar, but it's not Epstein. Ronald, thank you for the $2. Thank you. No, I don't. I love living in LA. Did you meet Marge and Callie? Yep, I did. Lunar, thank you for the €10. Thank you very much. Support from Finland. Thank you very much. When's your next vacation? I don't really have any planned vacations myself. NorCal over SoCal is crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. If you have any last questions, make sure to ask them real quick. I'm about to get off here very, very soon, y'all. If you're on YouTube, I would really appreciate if you hit that thumbs up, everyone. Super Bowl, Joel, thank you so much for the push the $5. Thank you. Sports gambling for sure. Iris, thank you for the $5. How much do I need to get Dean to eat another pup cup? I don't think you're going to be able to get that to happen. Maxley, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Well, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm glad that I can be there for you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Maxley. I appreciate you very much. Thank you very much. W's for Maxley in the comment section. Alrighty. Any last questions, everybody? I'm about to get off, everyone. Xander, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. NorCal's way, crazy. I love SoCal. Melissa, thank you for the $10 for presidential polling. Newsom, 46%. Vance, 36%. Newsom, 47%. Rubio, 36%. Newsom, 43%. Or 47 versus 36. Yeah, that's probably... So, but my thoughts are with these early polling is that, like, a lot of that is going to change over time, especially with the attacks that they are going to levy out. I think it inevitably plateaus to some extent between them. So I don't know how much I would accept that alone, but I'd also have to compare that to others. I think the electability argument is probably the best you've got for him, for sure. Peyton, thank you for the $1. Don't worry. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And don't worry about that at all. I'm so sorry to hear that. What would it be? Anyways, if you had to move to another state, what would it be? And why is it Washington? I don't think Washington is necessarily one I would move to. I don't know, maybe like Arizona or something. Like, I want to stay in the Sun Belt. I like the sun. Either that or like Nevada or something. Cause like I don't want to like leave the Sun Belt. But yeah, alrighty everyone. Ricky, thank you for the $5. What do you think of Crockett? I like her. She's a great candidate. But yeah, I'm gonna get off, everyone. Thank you everyone for coming through. I will see everyone later. Have a fantastic night, everyone. Good night, everyone. I will see everyone tomorrow. Be on live later, everyone. Have a good night, everyone. I'll see everyone later.